By the time the Powerpuff Girls was entering into its third season, the show had exploded in popularity for Cartoon Network, having become its most successful show to date. Merchandise was starting to be released for the series, new episode premieres were getting more and more viewership and ratings, and it was around this time that discussions for a potential Powerpuff Girls movie had begun. Toys, lunchboxes, book bags, t-shirts, bed sets, party favors, Christmas ornaments, Barbie dolls, Subway kids packs, Dairy Queen toys, Pop-Tarts, cereal, Got Milk commercials, Game Boy games, PC games, board games, VHS tapes, DVDs, official CD soundtrack releases, flash games, sunscreen, airheads, and even a jet plane were available for consumers to purchase. Okay, maybe the jet plane wasn't for sale, but you could still take a flight in this official Delta airplane that had a custom livery of the girls. Needless to say, season 3 of the Powerpuff Girls was still a very successful season for the series. And in retrospect, I think I never really came to appreciate the third season of Powerpuff Girls as much as I do now. Now, sure, I've always said that season 2 and 3 were the two best seasons of the series, but making these videos has allowed me to articulate my reasoning for why in a more well-defined manner than I ever had really done before. Now, for those of you that have seen my Season 2 video covering every episode from that one, I ended that video off stating that I was actually surprised with my viewing that time around because I found it difficult to definitively say I liked it more than Season 1. Season 1 really rose up in my personal rankings after making the video on that season, whereas Season 2 just didn't quite hold up to its reputation I had given it. Season 3, on the other hand, nah. I know I said I was going to say my personal ranking for all 6 seasons when I finished the series, but quite frankly, I can just come out and say it now. Having watched all of season 3 again for the making of this video, it's easy for me to say it's my favorite season now. More than 2, which I've gone on record for saying was my favorite in the distant past. This season is filled to the brim with absolutely amazing episodes, some of which I recalled fondly and others that I realized I was sleeping on. Seriously, I'm extremely excited to get into this video and give my thoughts on all of these episodes because I've got a reinvigorated sense of excitement that I noticed was absent during my production of the season 2 reviews. I would probably say that the show peaks here in season 3, honestly. Not that season 4 is bad or anything, it's just that with that season, those episodes are either pretty big hits or pretty middling duds, and there isn't really much in between, so the inconsistency works against it there. Not that season 4 is bad or anything, but we'll get there when we get there. Season 3, though, is consistently good, and that's what easily makes it definable as my all-time favorite season now. It may not have my #1 favorite episode of the show, that still goes to Rainy Day Adventure, but it's got plenty more helping its case beyond that singular episode. Alright, I cannot wait any longer, so let's go ahead and just dive right into this. Without further ado, here are my reviews of every episode of the Powerpuff Girls, Season 3. So, interestingly enough, to begin our season with our first episode here, we actually have one that I've seen get a lot of hate over the years from various other individuals who've spoken about this on the internet. I see it get criticized a lot for the ending conclusion, or the slow-paced progression, or even the gross-out humor, which I can concede a bit on that last one at the very least, but I feel like a lot of those criticisms stem from taking the moral literally at face value. I'll get more into this in a minute, but I'll come out and say that I like Fallen Arches quite a lot, actually. I probably wouldn't consider this episode to be top 25 material, but I think it's pretty good. The title is clever, the humor is subjective of course, but I personally find it amusing, and honestly, I think the characters that are introduced here and the contrast between them make for some very interesting dynamics. This is one of those superhero stories where we're introduced to the heroes of a past era, an age when media technology was black and white and things were much simpler. The Ministry of Pain was this trio of dastardly evildoers who were always stopped by the dynamic duo of Captain Righteous and Lefty, a traditional hero and sidekick pairing who kept Townsville safe. As with Major Man, these characters also have a very red, white, and blue color scheme that gives off a lot of Captain America-like influences, but given that the cartoon was made by Americans, appealing to American nationalism in a show made for Americans seems like a pretty easy way to draw parallels of justice and righteousness to the characters donning those accoutrements. I really like the character designs of both the heroes and the villains here, with the diversity in body proportions that we've come to expect from Craig and his team. You've got the skinny, middle-height leader of the Ministry of Pain with his two lackeys, one of whom has massive bulk and the other who's really tiny, while Captain Righteous and Lefty also offset each other, with the Captain being a lot more round, while Lefty is far more narrow. This is also further accentuated by their lifestyles, which we get to see when the girls visit both of them in the episode. I always loved the inversion in living arrangements that these two characters have amongst each other. Lefty is proper, clean, and very organized, while Captain Righteous lives like a total slob with far worse health than his former partner. The episode never really gets into why too much, but Captain Righteous and Lefty appear to have had a falling out at some point in their past, which leads to Captain Righteous not wanting to work with him, while Lefty is super eager to reunite once again after so long. This essentially ties into the main conflict of the episode, which is that Blossom doesn't want her and her sisters to fight the Ministry of Pain because she believes they're supposed to respect their elders, and she can't in good conscience support the idea of beating up a bunch of elderly folk, even though they are perfectly legitimate villains that are committing an illegal crime.
Girls, we can't fight them. Of course we can. Yes, we can, but we can't. We have to respect our elders.
This is alluded to several times throughout the episode, with Buttercup and Bubbles both making several comments about how easy it would be for them to take down the Ministry of Pain because there's a disadvantage here in their physical stature. And this is where a lot of people's frustration with the episode comes into play, because that is absolutely 100% true. However, the truth of this statement is also why all of the humor comes into play, because despite how obvious this is, Blossom is essentially imposing a restriction for the purposes of the episode to play out. Yes, the girls could absolutely crush the Ministry of Pain in a matter of seconds, but then in doing that, there's no more episode to watch, and all of the great hilarious opportunities are gone. The reason why this episode works so well for me is because I don't take it as seriously as some other episodes of the show, and I believe that was the intent of the episode based on the sheer number of absurd lines and jokes that are made throughout the entire 11 minutes. Seriously, this episode is chock full of tons of hilarious lines if you're paying close enough attention, some of which are completely absurd and make you just wonder where the writers came up with some of these.
City of Townsville, you will once again be able to safely purchase your Frank Sinatra long-playing discs.
Like this exclamation from Captain Righteous right here, for example. What children watching this show in the early 2000s are gonna know who Frank Sinatra is, outside of maybe a handful that were forced to listen to it because it was what was playing in their grandparents' cars? Furthermore, why is that of all things what the former hero of Townsville considers to be the most important value to the city? Like, you know what I mean? It's the sheer absurdity of the exclamation that makes it amusing. Then there's also the absurdity of the situation in that all three members of the Ministry of Pain, along with Captain Righteous and Lefty, are essentially just residents of the same retirement home in the same city. So they basically have seen each other every single day for the last however many years they've all been living there. Lefty even makes a comment about how Captain Righteous would never acknowledge him when they were both waiting in the medicine line. Like, that's the level of situational comedy we're dealing with here. I also love how the name of the old folks' home is called Pokey Folks, to basically signify a consistent naming scheme between the retirement home and Pokey Oaks Kindergarten. I always thought that was really cool. And while the episode doesn't really go into the reason why they had their falling out, Captain Righteous seems to cite Lefty as wanting all of the glory for himself as being the reason for their separation. But everything Lefty does and says seems to contradict that, so it kind of makes me wonder what really happened. Either way, the episode doesn't go into it because it isn't really all that relevant, but it's something I've always thought about and wanted to theorize on my own. Also, another indicator of the episode which makes me not take it super seriously is the fact that the three evil villains are merely named Mastermind, Counterpart, and Cohort. They're literally just named what they are, and that with the left-right gimmick that the heroes have just kind of makes it all seem super lame, which is another point in favor of the episode. These guys are all washed up. They may have been cool cool back in like the 1950s or whatever, but times have changed. People have moved on past that, and what was once cool back in the day is now super lame by comparison. Fallen Arches is filled to the brim with old-timey references, from things like the record player that Lefty listens to in his room, to instances where the sheer age differences are acknowledged, such as by Mastermind at the bank, where he tells the girls they don't know him because he's from before their time, to the newsreel that the mayor pulls out and plays for the girls in his office when he's exclaiming how evil the Ministry of Pain truly are. As somebody who grew up in that era where they were a real threat by that time period standards, I can see exactly why the mayor would be afraid of them. But again, time has passed and now things have progressed more intensely to where this is nothing. And the way that the mayor agrees with Blossom that they can't defeat the Ministry of Pain is just the icing on top of the cake, because unlike Blossom's ethical standpoint, the mayor just thinks that the Ministry is so powerfully evil that the girls don't even have a sliver of a chance at stopping them, despite everybody else in the room besides these two being fully aware it would take the girls 5 seconds to defeat them.
They almost took this in 1942.
The world?
No, my juice bar globe.
That's another one of my favorite jokes from the episode, by the way. The only negative aspect I really have to comment on the episode is that the suit-up sequence where both Captain Righteous and Lefty are getting ready to go take down the Ministry in the city of Townsville is not the best. I acknowledge the argument that the suit-up sequence goes on for a little bit too long, despite the fact that it's obviously making fun of how elderly people can take a lot longer to complete tasks that the youth are able to do in mere seconds. And honestly, there are elements of gross out here, especially again when Captain Righteous is zipping up his suit, that I can admittedly concede as being unappealing, although that is the joke. But at the same time, I appreciate it because it's a pretty stark contrast to what we're used to seeing out of the girls. Other than this, I think that the rest of the final act is pretty amusing as well, when Captain Righteous and Lefty both show up to stop the Ministry. Righteous and Lefty have their little reunion right there in the middle of the street where they begin to argue at first until Mastermind ends up pushing Lefty onto the ground and breaking his hip, to which Captain Righteous reacts.
No!
I suppose if you don't find elderly jokes to be funny, then you wouldn't exactly think this is a hysterical gag, but given that this was the first ever epic no that I ever saw in any form of media, it's always held a special place in my heart. Epic no's like this, where a character screams in a dramatic way and then either has to stop and take a breath in the middle or does something goofy, are a dime a dozen, sure, but because this was my first one, I give it that pass. I also think that the ending of the episode is pretty funny too, because it essentially concludes with Captain Righteous tackling the 3 Ministry of Pain members, and then all 5 of them are immediately rushed to the hospital. Which, like, sure is tragic if you take it seriously, but this is a cartoon with fictional characters, so I don't know, it's pretty funny to me at least. Besides, the final broadcast exclaims that none of them are in serious condition, so it's all okay. As far as Fallen Arches goes, I think this episode title is extremely clever for its wordplay, which I know I've said a lot in the previous 2 seasons, but if the shoe fits, which it does, I'm going to continue pointing it out. Love the double meaning behind this one, obviously referring to the fact that these arch villains had fallen, and this episode is about their return after being gone for seemingly a few decades, as well as referring to the fact that the arches in their backs have fallen because they've grown to an elderly age where they no longer stand up straight. That's some pretty clever creative writing if you ask me. This is also, fun fact, one of very few episodes where the narrator does not make an appearance at all, despite the mayor making an appearance, so it's not like Tom Kenny wasn't available or anything. Instead, the opening and concluding narrations are performed by Tom Kane voicing Stanley Whitfield, the news reporter, for some reason. I don't know if it's to represent the fact that the quote-unquote main heroes of the episode were meant to be the elderly ones instead of the Powerpuff Girls, but considering that the ending narration is still about the girls and not Righteous and Lefty, I don't know how well that holds up. Maybe it was just a decision on a whim to mix things up, I honestly have no idea. Might be worth asking in a future Q&A opportunity with somebody who worked on the episode though, if they can even remember after all these years. The final conclusion that the episode draws, where they essentially say that if the Powerpuff Girls would have just saved the day to begin with, then none of this would have ever happened, is true. Absolutely. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. It's just that I think a lot of the humor of the episode benefits from the sheer stupidity of the situation. And while I and everybody else agrees that Blossom's respect our elders logic isn't very defensible, I don't think that this episode has any of the problems that a lot of other episodes do in ignoring the logical thing here. None of the characters are necessarily portrayed in a bad light or made to be presented as being morally incorrect. Like, Buttercup and Bubbles aren't outright presented to be wrong. In fact, the episode seems to agree with them given how the citizens of the town react to Blossom at the bank or the news broadcast goes at the end. Even the mayor doesn't technically agree with Blossom on the same reasoning. So I think it's pretty clear that nobody agrees with what she is saying. It's just an exploration of a scenario where they all go along with it. And I don't know, maybe other viewers of this episode find it to be a frustrating scenario, but to me, it isn't irritating at all because there aren't any characters being portrayed in a negative light or belittled and spoken down to or doing anything out of character for that matter.
The problem is, though we may be capable of beating them, it's just that they're elderly and we have to respect our elders.
I believe Blossom when she makes this argument, like she would be the one to say this. Now, if Buttercup came out saying respect your elders, that would be a completely different story and I'd be criticizing that because it makes no sense for her to be the one to justify this, but knowing Blossom's personality and perspective and thought process, it actually makes perfect sense that she would potentially think this way, and the whole point of the episode is for her to learn that she's wrong. Characters are allowed to be wrong in episodes, that's completely fine. But hey, that's just me. Maybe I am in the minority in this one, or maybe the haters of this episode are actually the vocal minority and there's a lot more fans of it than just myself. Who really knows? Either way, I think it's a strong start to the season and I cannot wait to carry on from here. So let's keep on moving.
None of this would have happened if the Powerpuff Girls would have just saved the day.
Following up Fallen Arches, we have the next episode, the main event, which is a longtime personal favorite of mine for being a Blossom-centric episode that really resonates with me. It really feels like there are fewer Blossom-centric episodes compared to the other two girls throughout the series, and so it ultimately makes these sorts of episodes stand out a lot more because of how uncommon they are. In this episode, Blossom has to deal with a situation where she's being made fun of and mocked by literally everybody in the entire city, and I really feel bad for her because this would honestly be extremely stressful and scarring to any child that's like 5 years old. As the pun of the episode title implies, the main event is referring to a terrible haircut that Blossom receives from her sisters that ultimately makes her the center embarrassment of the town. Everybody, and I mean everybody here, points and laughs and mocks her and are just all around cruel in the way they ridicule her, which makes me feel very empathetic towards her because she didn't do anything to warrant this. Now, the whole way that this happens actually reminds me of a childhood story that occurred with me and my sister before once when I cut her hair a little bit and my mom flipped out because they found out I was trying to give her a haircut. Thankfully, it was nowhere near as noticeable or bad as this, but I still got in trouble for it, so I can kind of relate a childhood experience of my own to this episode in that manner, which those of you that have seen my Season 2 review video would know that I was extremely impressed with the implementation of child lore in that season, and Season 3 is continuing to deliver on that front, so once again this show proves just how well its execution of these ideas play out. Now, another thing I'd like to just point out is that I've seen a lot of gifs of the girls waking up in the morning with Bubbles and Buttercup being used to represent how miserable a lot of people feel in the morning, and then using Blossom's gif of her swaying her hair back and forth as a contrast of that. I don't exactly know why all of these have managed to become a de facto representation of waking up in the morning, but like I've said, I've seen these everywhere for the last dozen years or so online, so it's cool that this show's moments like this have some relevant staying power, so to speak, all these years later. Also, the musical composures that accommodate the scenes in the episode are spot on as always. So once again, Venable's work is a shining feature of the overall cartoon.
And there you have it, a racetrack with hairpin turns. That's stupid.
So after some morning shenanigans and Blossom's ignorance to what her sisters have done to her hair begins to shine through, the three head on into Townsville where they proceed to take down the monster of the week, which I gotta say is a particularly genius monster for this episode's premise. It's a rather unique creature because unlike a lot of the other titans that the girls have had to fight, which are either bipedal or based on various creatures like octopi and pterodactyls or snakes, this is our first monster monster that doesn't really fall into that category, instead taking on the form of a giant black ball with dozens of eyeballs scattered all around its entire body. Those of you that might be well invested into old school Cartoon Network bumpers that used to air on the network back in the late 90s and early 2000s might be able to recognize that this monster was actually featured in a specific Powerpuff bumper titled Born and Raised in Townsville, in which a middle-aged man is seen commuting to work in a city. However, it's not an ordinary commute. This is a commute into the city of Townsville, of all places. The bumper is chock full of references to episodes from the series across the first couple of seasons, and it really makes me appreciate the amount of work and effort that went into producing this short, because you're hardly ever gonna see something like this get created today by a television network or a streaming service for that matter. Uniquely creative bumpers are sadly a thing of the past, and unfortunately that means we don't get to see things like this get made at all anymore, leaving the ideas up to fan videos and concepts that aren't exactly carried out by the legal rights holders themselves. It's kind of depressing to think about, so I try not to let my mind drift into the doom and gloom of this too often, because I'd rather just appreciate that we've gotten anything at all. Anyways, the reason why I bring this up is because the eyeball monster is actually featured in that short, as it goes around blasting a bunch of things into oblivion, as well as peeking through the man's blinds at one point to see inside his office. Another reason for talking about this is because sight and vision seem to be a very significant motif of this episode, given that it's the way that all of these individuals are capable of perceiving Blossom and making fun of her because of how she looks. The episode makes this abundantly clear with a lot of different lines that are spoken by the citizens of Townsville as they're witnessing this giant eyeball monster hovering throughout the city and destroying things with its eye laser.
I can't believe it!
I think this is the end.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson, Mr. Evil Eye.
Obviously, it's playing on the fact that both the pronoun is how people address themselves while also tuning into the eyeball monster, while also tying into the fact that all of these eyes are on Blossom's new hairdo, making her the center of attention as she's mocked and teased for her hair. Now, I for one don't really find it amusing or funny to make fun of another person's appearance for any reason whatsoever, because there's so many factors that could have played into how a person ends up looking a certain way, by choice or otherwise, and quite frankly, I just think that it's rude. So I obviously don't agree with anyone here who's making fun of Blossom's haircut and really sympathize with her. I can't say that I've ever been in her situation, so I don't have personal experience to go off of here, but I just know that it's morally wrong, and so I really wouldn't tolerate it. Ultimately, I do think the gimmick of the monster is the perfect creature to utilize though, because it metaphorically emphasizes that feeling of her being stared at by all of these other people. All eyes are on her, literally, and it really just enhances that feeling of being watched, you know? Like, imagine you're already being looked at by a crowd of people and then they all pull out binoculars, right? Or they pull out their phones and start streaming it online for more people to see. Like, that'd just be super uncomfortable. The monster is also cool though, because it flies around and shoots all these eye lasers and everything the same way that the girls can, but it has a pretty distinct advantage over Buttercup and Bubbles because it can see every single action the girls attempt to make against it. Despite having such a strong offense, its defense is that much greater that it really becomes a tough foe for the girls to defeat. That's why I love it in the end when Blossom ultimately shows up to defeat the monster on her own, because the only way to beat this thing is to get it to close its eyes, and so her solution is to take advantage of her haircut that causes the monster to laugh so hard it closes them, so that her and her sisters can ultimately send the thing packing outside of the city and saving everybody's lives. It's a very clever way to get the point of the episode across, which is essentially to make what you can work with the hand you've been dealt. You're not going to always get that royal flush, and sometimes you need to bluff your way through the game with a single pair in order to come out on top. When life gives you lemons, make life take the lemons back. I think that's how that saying goes, right? But in all seriousness, it's about taking advantage of a situation that seems bad and flipping it around and making it into something more. With the right perspective and attitude, you can turn something negative into an opportunity to gain something positive out of it. And that's typically been my own motto when it comes to a lot of things in life as I've been traversing through adulthood. There's also the truth, if you find yourself to be the butt of a joke, you can actually lessen the overall embarrassment and impact of it by playing into it and going along with it. If you can just laugh at yourself and make the most of the situation rather than getting overly stressed out and embarrassed over something, reacting more dramatically to people, they're actually more likely to move on a lot quicker and possibly even forget about the entire thing. There are some people out there that just seem to get off on their own satisfaction at the expense of others, and the reactions they give them, as awful as that is to say. By essentially ruining that aspect of embarrassment, they'll actually quickly move on to something else, and I do speak from experience on that front. Sometimes all you gotta do is just go in on it and show that you're not ashamed, and suddenly those people will care less. This is how I ended up getting bullied in 7th grade. I learned my lesson from that, and anytime there was anything that I was quote-unquote embarrassed by, I just leaned into it and all of a sudden it wasn't a big deal. Short-term pain for long-term gain, you know? My absolute favorite part of the entire episode, though, is when the professor finds Blossom sitting alone in the dark and watching the broadcast on TV, where for some reason Stanley Whitfield feels like making fun of her by saying cruel things about her.
Let's remember the things that brought us joy, like Blossom's haircut. What's the matter, Blossom? Did you get in a fight with a pair of scissors and lose?
I don't know, it seems to me like Stanley here has some sort of personal vendetta against Blossom, because between the previous episode and this one, he's been making a lot of snide comments about her. Granted, it was warranted a little bit more in the previous episode, but I think the point still stands. However, like I was saying, this moment with the professor coming in to comfort his daughter and help her work through this unfortunate situation is one of my all-time favorite scenes in the entire show, because it just shows how great of a dad the professor truly is. This is exactly what a good parent, and every parent for that matter, should be doing for their child, guiding them through a difficult situation they've experienced for the first time and helping them overcome it. The professor's words of wisdom and the way he guides Blossom through this conversation is so expertly written and conveyed in such a way that I admire, and I hope to one day be capable of doing this for my own children, should I ever have any, because this is the exact kind of support that I would have wanted as a child if I would have been in a situation like this. I will always point to this scene as a pinnacle example of why the professor is such an amazing character and why I admire him so much. And yes, I do know that he ends up laughing at Blossom after she leaves the room, and I've seen some people kind of miss the point by criticizing that and saying that he isn't genuine in what he's saying, but I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I can't speak as a parent personally, but as somebody who has friends who are parents, as well as just engaging with people a lot older than me, practically all of the good parents that I know have memories of their child doing silly things and laughing at it because it was a heartwarming moment for them. They don't laugh at their kid to make fun of them or put them down, they laugh about the situation because it was humorous and it reminds them of a happy memory they have about or with their child. Even my own parents do it to me, where they talk about memories they have of me that I honestly can't remember, but they like to look back on fondly. It's not to mock me, it's to remember a happy memory that I created for them. Sometimes, yes, it's easy to laugh at your child for something that they did, but they're learning. They're trying to figure out how to navigate the world, and the most important thing here is that even though the professor did find it funny, he specifically contained himself and waited until Blossom was gone to let it out. He did not contribute to his daughter's embarrassment, and showing that emotion could have completely undone everything he had spoken to her. And he truly does believe in the words he's telling her. I firmly believe he does. The fact that he kept his emotion in so that he could comfort her and show her that he was on her side, I completely respect that. But yeah, ultimately Blossom uses her bad hairdo to her advantage and rattles off a bunch of hair-related puns to cause the monster to laugh so hard he loses all focus and feeling of evil, so the girls can send him flying out of the city, never to be seen again. All in all, I really appreciate the main event. I find that it's a very enjoyable episode and definitely one of Blossom's better episodes if you ask me. I would probably still rank Ice Soar higher than this one, but this is probably second for me so far. Definitely gets a recommendation.
So once again, the day is shaved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Funnily enough, Fallen Arches isn't the only episode of Season 3 to have its fair share of controversial reception. Town and Out also seems to have some pretty widespread hate for it online, and while I understand why some may feel strong disdain for the episode, I don't really mind it all that much. Town and Out is a play on the phrase down and out, referring to the fact that somebody has given up, typically in a fight of some kind. In this case, the Powerpuff Girls and the professor end up moving to a completely different city due to the professor getting a brand new job, job, and so the town that's being referred to in the title of the episode is the setting of this particular story. Weirdly enough, despite the fact that this setting is drawn and portrayed more like an actual city in real life compared to the more fictional cleanliness of Townsville, this actually is referred to as the town of Citiesville. Weirdly, it's not a city, it's a town. But then again, the show uses both words interchangeably when referring to Townsville, so it's semantics. Either way, Town and Out serves as a deconstruction of the Powerpuff Girls formula, putting them in a fish out of water situation where they have to survive living in a brand new city where nobody knows who they are or what they do. But despite the realistic art style and portrayal of the city environment, a lot of the criticism against this episode is that it puts the Powerpuff Girls in a realistic setting. Yet, the way that all the people act around the girls is supposedly unrealistic. But I have to disagree. There are genuinely people out there of all kinds, like the bullying students and the grumpy teacher, as well as the mayor who doesn't feel like giving these 3 children the time of day. It can be seen everywhere in all of the public incidents that people record and upload online, not to mention the fact that I do have my own personal experience with them, just being out in public. I mean, sure, is the way they behave towards the girls harsh? Yeah, absolutely, it's not acceptable. I see the word mean-spirited thrown around a lot when this episode gets talked about, and I get why individuals may not be the biggest fan of that sort of thing, but like, it is the purpose of the episode. I mean, at the end of the day, the entire concept of this episode is hyperbole. Everything is exaggerated to a ridiculous degree because I think the intent here was to make the entire episode feel ironic. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'd like to also argue that the girls encountering everything they do in this episode may be pretty unrealistic, but given that the most unrealistic of circumstances occur in the most realistic looking city, makes for a very interesting oxymoron, if I'm being honest. And I really do like the backgrounds and settings that were drawn for this episode. Dare I say this might have the most unique backgrounds created for a single episode of the entire show. I mean, I've never gone through and counted the sheer number of cuts in every episode to figure out how many individual backgrounds needed to be drawn for this episode relative to every other episode in the series, but seriously, between the city skyline and the bridge and everywhere in between, there is a lot of appealing shots that I really like in the episode. Seeing all the graffiti everywhere is pretty fun, seeing as some of it ranges from utter nonsense to phrases like Charlie Bean and Smurf Bag, but yeah, the gross dirty brown and gray textures really enhance the overall dirty visual feel of the episode, and the fact that the majority of events take place at nighttime further adds to the darkness feeling that the episode conveys. It's very doom and gloom, and everybody's attitude around here reflects that. I love the coloring and lighting of the nighttime sequences. The dark blue of the sky especially just has a level of saturation to it that's extremely eye-catching. And the shading of the girls themselves is also remarkably vibrant in the episode too. I get a lot of Pajama Sam and No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside vibes from this. A lot of the inner city shots when the girls are walking down the street are very off-putting, especially because of the strange and disturbing characters that the girls run into along their trek. It really does just further accentuate the sheer level of miserable that the girls experience while living in this city that they don't feel like they're a part of.
Hey, ladies. Nice dresses.
I'm not really sure what this whole character in particular is about, but it gives off really creepy vibes, I'm not gonna lie. Even as a kid, I found this to be such a weird inclusion, and it still kind of leaves me puzzled to this day as to why it was necessary to include this moment, because it's very vague and open to what the potential implications are here. I'm not really sure, but I don't like it. There are a lot of moments in this episode I really do like, however, like when the girls are forced to sit in the mayor's office and wait forever just to see the mayor before they can even talk to him.
Powerpuff Girls?
Here!
The mayor. We'll see you now.
Why is the voice performance on this line delivery so eccentric? I've always found that odd, just like, oh, the mayor. I don't know, man, you're kinda hyping this up a little too much. It's not like this guy is anything special, he's just the mayor, and competent at that. But honestly, the way the mayor responds to the girls when they're explaining to him what they do all the time in Townsville is just outright funny to me.
So if you're ever in trouble, you can just give us a call.
Okay. Well, I already have a phone, so if you could please get to the point, as you can see I'm a very busy man.
Like, for starters, this guy clearly isn't taking anything the girls say here seriously, and honestly, he's only sort of half listening to them anyways. Either that or he just completely doesn't understand, just like that one guy that criticized the My Little Pony movie.
And there was some speaking and some noise and some songs, and there were unicorns of different colours, and I literally thought, I have got absolutely no idea what any of this means.
I mean, the girls are here to do the right thing and save the day, and this sort of thing just doesn't fly in Citiesville. The best part later on, though, is when the girls destroy the big bridge connecting Citiesville to outside traffic, and he gets so emotional over it. Like, Tom Kane was really putting in some extra theatrics into this with the way he just cries over how everyone commutes to Citiesville and how few people actually live there.
It's also the main thoroughfare into the city. Nobody actually lives in Citiesville. They commute.
I just always found that amusing. The Citiesville Bridge is kind of like how Maryland takes so much pride in their state flag, not just because the bridge is on their flag for being their big recognizable landmark, but it's just something that they all idolize almost religiously. Believe me, my Maryland viewers know exactly what I'm talking about. I do like the point that the episode sort of makes though, that being that sometimes maybe the girls cause more damage and destruction than is the value of whatever crime is being committed. This is something we've seen throughout the show from time to time and is a perfectly reasonable observation. I mean, Monkey See, Doggy Do literally has us see that the very first thing the girls do is destroy the museum looking for clues for who could have stolen the Anubis head. Same idea persists in Uh-Oh Dynamo, where Dynamo destroys the entire city trying to defeat the balloonfish monster. I appreciate that the girls cause millions of dollars in property damage compared to the crooks who stole $400 because it really emphasizes that scale in monetary value and further justifies Citiesville's response to the girls' presence being there. Yeah, all the scenes with the mayor are great, and even though I don't find the girls' walk home to be funny, it is quite wild to just see all the different things that they encounter. Not to mention the fact that they have to cross over the bridge they destroyed to get to their home, and it apparently takes them all night long to do it. I always did like that sunrise shot though. The coloring in the sky with the perspective of the girls crossing the river has been a very eye-catching moment of the episode for me for as long as I can remember.
Ah, forget you then. Someday you'll learn the importance of helping others.
Oh, man. Ugh.
The ambiance during a lot of these shots is also very natural sounding within the background of the montage. It serves to further accent the barren emptiness of the giant city, communicating the feeling of being lost in this massive concrete jungle, which just makes me think of what it must be like to get lost in a supersized city like New York or Chicago. I mean, I've been to my fair share of cities over the years, including those two, and lived in one for 4, but I've never really gotten lost in them before. Must be pretty terrifying though, given that you don't really know where anything is or who you might run into. It's pretty much the reason why I'll never go back to living in one. I guess my only real gripe with Town and Out as a whole is actually a shared criticism with its detractors. Namely that the professor puts on this facade that he's really enjoying himself in this new town and is thrilled with his new job.
I love this town!
Oh, shut up, you jerk!
City folk.
But as he reveals to us at the end, it turns out that that's not the case, and he's actually just as miserable as the girls are because everyone there are huge jerks. Thing is, the whole situation could have been avoided if the professor just spoke up and communicated the truth with the girls to begin with. Having an honest conversation is all it would have taken for this to be avoided, and like, if the episode was about failures in communication, that would be one thing, but I can't really say that it is. It's simply a roadblock that forces the episode to be railroaded down the path that we end up witnessing. There's also the fact that, as indicated by the mayor, the majority of people who work in Citiesville commute, and given by the establishing shot of the episode showing that Citiesville isn't even all that far from Townsville, it sort of shoots itself in the foot because the professor could have just commuted there with the girls staying in Townsville. I know people also like to point at Speed Demon establishing that the girls basically can't leave, and like, I get that too. It does seem a bit contradictory when you look at the episode in that light, but again, I don't believe that every episode of this series is supposed to be taken with canonical events in mind. Who's to say this episode just didn't take place before Speed Demon, you know? Like, okay, sure, it was produced and written later, but the Star Wars prequels were produced after the original trilogy. Media can be produced out of order. It is, all the time. What's to say Town and Out just occurs before it? That criticism becomes void immediately, otherwise prequels should just be illegal to make. Given that the episode is meant to be a deconstruction, I think that it's best to merely watch this episode in a vacuum because the concept alone really strikes me as being a what-if scenario rather than an attempt to flesh out the Powerpuff Girls lore, for lack of a better word. The thing with this show is that not everything needs to be taken seriously when it comes to continuity. This is something that I've fallen victim to in the past, but the reality of fiction is that not every episode of a cartoon needs to be canon. There can be contradicting episodes that exist as potential alternate solutions or universes even. Not everything has a black and white answer, for example, so if a show decides to propose two different conclusions off the same idea, that's entirely valid. Viewer interpretation is a key part of all media after all, and sometimes thought experiments are merely meant to discuss or portray an alternate scenario or result, to give the viewer something to think about and chew on. Maybe Town and Out is an example of what the Powerpuff Girls could be like as a show if all episodes were written that way. It's just one possibility. The concept of putting fictional heroes in a more realistic setting could be an entirely different show idea. Ultimately, I think a lot of frustration with this episode just boils down to the fact that people either don't like seeing the girls get mistreated or don't like that the whole thing could have been avoided because the professor didn't say anything. While I agree that I would have issues with the latter and that the execution of that probably could have been better, the episode doesn't really rub me the wrong way that it does for others. I don't mind it, I really don't, and I think there are some pretty great moments to be found here. Truth be told, the biggest disappointment of the episode for me is that it is a perfect opportunity for Roach Coach to show up again, and he just doesn't. Like, there's roaches in the girl's apartment, it's right there. Seriously, this is a big missed opportunity.
So once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
When it comes to comedy and the Powerpuff Girls, I think Season 3 probably has most of the funniest episodes of the entire series, if I'm being honest. The first of these absolutely peak comedy-driven episodes is Here with Child Fearing, a pun on the term child rearing, which refers to the bringing up of children in general. Considering that the premise for this episode is all about the girls needing to be babysat while the professor goes out for the night, and it turns out that their sitter is none other than Mojo Jojo himself, it's pretty clear to see why that term was chosen as the basis for the title. The reason for it reading as fearing instead of rearing, however, is because Mojo's initial plan to control the girls by being their babysitter quickly backfires on him when they begin to act as the most unruly children possible in order to make his position as difficult as it can be. Honestly, the fact that Mojo's entire plan was to simply control the girls through the power of authority by being their babysitter is a pretty silly premise for an episode of the show. Again, I point to a lot of other cases I mentioned in Season 1 and 2 where this is not a story idea you would ever witness in any other superhero show. Although it would be absolutely hilarious if Superman ended up needing a babysitter and it was Lex Luthor. This is such a Mojo thing to do though. Like, he really just thinks the girls are going to kneel down and do his bidding merely because he's babysitting them without ever factoring the objective reality that they're literally 5 years old into the equation. Like, they're still kids and will act like them when they need to, which is exactly how things go here with them becoming the most misbehaved, spoiled brats possible to make Mojo's time with them a living hell. There are so many situations and scenarios that are gone through in this episode where Mojo seems to have the upper hand or gets to portray something from his perspective, and then the girls immediately flip it on its head and make it into a bigger issue or mock him for it or some other form of torture. For example, one of the very first things that Mojo does for the girls is he attempts to make them a super flashy Japanese dinner in the style of like Benihana teppanyaki, which admittedly he does go all out for. The girls seem to be impressed with the theatrics and everything, and the way that Mojo just gets fully into it is so lovably ridiculous. But then when it comes time to actually eat the food, the girls realize that it was all for show, as just because there's visual spectacle doesn't mean the flavor quite aligns with it. Also, where the heck did he get this grill from? It really only gets more hysterical from here though, because the sheer number of situations and reactionary responses to them just begin to escalate in horrible agony that only gets more and more severe for Mojo as the night goes on. But you might be wondering how Mojo even got into this position in the first place, right? Well, as the beginning of the episode establishes, the professor is running late for an annual meeting of the Mind seminar where he is a guest speaker, and he's in a bit of a rush to get there on time. In the midst of swapping his deodorant and hairspray, as well as leaving his teeth brushing unfinished, he forgot to call for a babysitter. A cool nod to continuity within the Powerpuff Girls is that it was established in Mommy Fearless that the mayor is typically the babysitter for the girls when the professor has to go out at night. And in this episode, he makes the same exact phone call to the mayor so that he could watch the girls while he's gone. Now, I have a few different things of note that I'd like to bring up with this. A, I love how the town mayor of all people is the one that babysits the girls despite their working relationship and the girls being the superheroes that save the town and the mayor being the one that calls on them. It almost feels like this dynamic shouldn't work because of the sheer role reversals depending on the situations. B, I love that the professor's license plate in this episode reads EMC2 as a reference to Einstein's theory of relativity. It's just a neat detail I noticed. And C, when the episode cuts away from the professor dialing the phone, we see footage of what appears to be Ocarina of Time animated in the Powerpuff art style. This is a very apparent reference to the popular 1998 N64 game that was all the rage around the time this episode was produced.
Hello, Warden. I need a babysitter. Yeah, full pardon. Bye.
This is a little subversive joke that I never picked up on as a kid, but somewhere along the lines in my early 20s, it finally registered with me, and I find it both amusing, yet shockingly realistic, sadly. The mayor is calling the warden of the town prison and basically says he'll give whichever prisoner is willing to babysit the Powerpuff Girls a full pardon and excuse them of all their crimes, which, of course, as we see, is Mojo in this case. So basically, a politician here is abusing their power because they're too lazy to do their job and instead chose to let a criminal roam free. Of course, when this episode was made, this was a joke because nobody thought this could ever actually happen. So honestly, the gag hasn't aged well at all as a joke if I'm being honest, but it still works as a joke within the context of the episode. Sorry. Didn't mean to get too real there for a second. As I'm sure many fans of the Powerpuff Girls already know, the reason why Ocarina of Time is referenced in this episode is because of a story that Craig tells during the documentary for the 10th anniversary of the Powerpuff Girls. There would be days when the crew was scheduled to work on the show and everybody would just talk about Zelda instead, with everyone sharing updates on where they were in the game, which led to some delayed production on the series in the end. But honestly, I appreciate that story because it shows us just how tight-knit the show's team was, and I think it's a big part of the reason why it was able to flourish so well, because everyone got along and was able to contribute to it eagerly. Anyways, back on subject. The girls put Mojo through all sorts of different things, such as their favorite game, blind hide and seek. Now personally, I've literally never heard of blind hide and seek before, so I don't know if this was ever a thing back when this episode was made because it doesn't exactly feel practical, but what do I know? Maybe there were kids out there that played it.
But as soon as I find her, we take over Townsville. Curses!
Also, I think this is a production error right here because there is a noticeable lack of sound effects for the girls flying away, as well as Buttercup pushing over Mojo. Normally, production errors like this don't ever bother me because 95% of the time they're barely even noticeable in the original series, but I'll still make a note of them when they're so glaringly apparent that it's impossible to miss them. This isn't exactly disastrous for the episode because it only occurs over a handful of seconds, but it's still very in your face, so I wanted to acknowledge it. Between falling down the stairs and slamming into walls, Mojo starts to get hurt pretty fast, with the game ultimately concluding when he ends up running out of the front door.
So this monkey, he walks into the room and... So like I said, this monkey...
And oh my god, that's so brutal. I don't know why I find that so shocking, but having Mojo literally get run over by a car is so horribly hilarious to me. I mean, just the way he looks when he walks back through the door really just says it all. He's so miserable and clearly in so much pain that he lost all interest in taking over the world for the night after only 2 incidents. So he instead just lets the girls sit down and watch TV while he tries to rest on the recliner. He doesn't even care that the girls have TP'd their entire house. And dare I say, what happens next is one of the funniest moments in the entire show.
If I were a bunny, I'd...
What starts as a calm, quiet kids cartoon about a magical creature known as Blarney the Sea Serpent quickly takes a turn for the worse. We all know how a lot of the stereotypical preschool shows can get with their talking down to kids and annoyingly repetitive songs, and Powerpuff Girls basically took that and ran with it, going so far as to make the most irritating, shrill, screeching noises possible to absolutely ruin Mojo's evening. Blarney is actually based on a combination of Barney the dinosaur and Cecil the C6 sea serpent from the show Time for Beanie, in case anyone was curious.
If I were a rake, I'd... If I were a hammer, I'd... If I were a candle, I'd...
I love the way the screaming just escalates further and further, getting to the point of referencing if I were a candle, I'd presumably burn, 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 but Mojo cuts it off right before the girls can literally light him on fire in their living room, yanking them and throwing them into their bedroom.
I have had it! It's time for bed!
If anyone was around on YouTube in like 2012, 2013 and ever bothered to search up the Powerpuff Girls like I did, you may have stumbled upon a certain Sparta remix that took this clip and went hog wild with it. There were several others like the Ultimate Fight from The Boys Are Back in Town as well, and I always think about them when I see a clip like this. The episode finally culminates with Mojo telling the girls a bedtime story about his favorite European conqueror of all time, Napoleon Bonaparte, except he gets all of his facts wrong and the girls have to literally jump in and correct him on his historical inaccuracies.
Yeah, dummy! And when he returned to France, the allied nations of Europe united against him, which led to his eventual defeat at the Battle of Waterloo on June 18, 1815, whereafter he was exiled to the island of St. Helena, where he died a miserable death from stomach cancer on May 5, 1821. Stupid!
Once again, the sheer ridiculousness of the situation here speaks for itself, with these 5-year-old kindergartners who have been acting like unintelligent brats to Mojo the whole time, suddenly coming out swinging with the most educated response to Mojo's inaccurate praise of a French figure I could have possibly imagined. And the icing on top of the cake is that they just beat him with pillows after, going so far as to chase him out of the house and running up to the police, begging for him to take him back to prison. It's so brutal, and I almost feel bad for Mojo here, until I remember that his original plan was to take over the city by forcing the girls to do his bidding, so he was originally there for nefarious purposes, and the girls ultimately put a stop to it. But man, I don't know what the writers were on when they came up with the gags of this episode, but they did an absolutely stellar job if you ask me. Some of these gags are still hilarious all these years later, and I find myself quoting a few of them here and there from time to time. Granted, it's nowhere near as often as, "Yup, that am true, Miss Keen," but nothing comes close to that line in my vocabulary. Still, Child Fearing is a great comedy episode that I adore, and I'm satisfied with how well most of it still holds up today.
If I were a narrator, I'd end this show. And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
After going the entire duration of Season 2 without a single one of these, we finally have our first half-hour episode of the Powerpuff Girls since Uh-Oh Dynamo at the end of Season 1. Yeah, I would say this episode is perfectly a-okay without much of anything wrong. It's just far from my favorite because I think its biggest weakness is that it's just lacking in the humor department. Don't get me wrong, the episode is plenty clever. It's just that coming off of Child Fearing, which was chock full of hilarious gags, this episode is super serious and dull by comparison. Heck, I consider the visual color choice of this episode to be very stylized compared to a lot of other ones in the show, given that it's got very heavy emphasis on dull gray everywhere, so it certainly stands out among the usual colorful episodes that the show tends to be known for, but the episode plays itself pretty straight outside of the absurdity of the concept that is basically Freaky Friday in the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, when the movie theater at the beginning of the episode is showing Freaking Friday, it's pretty apparent what this episode was inspired by. Surprisingly, the episode title doesn't have a reference to it though, given that Crisscross Crisis simply relies on the fact that it's alliterative and rolls off the tongue really well. Although you could argue that crisscross and crisis are similar words, so there's a small connection there I suppose, but even though it's not exactly a direct pun on anything, I still think the episode title is a very memorable one and accurately describes exactly what happens. So, as I've been alluding to for the last minute or so, this episode here is all fixated on the premise that everybody in the city of Townsville ends up swapping bodies with somebody else, causing all sorts of wild reactions from each character to realize they are inside another body, while also making it difficult for anybody to tell who somebody really is because the personality that thrives within the physical form is a completely different entity.
Did you see who did it?
Lady, I see a lot of things.
This idea inherently allows the episode to run with parallel conflicts, with one consisting of the professor needing to come up with a solution to turn everybody back to normal, while the other consists of Mojo attempting to rob various banks and stores in order to, well, improve his wealth while being able to get away with crime because the people inside the police officer bodies aren't police officers, and nobody can tell his true identity apart from this elderly woman's body. At least, until the Powerpuff Girls show up to Mojo's lab and beat up the old lady that he swapped bodies with.
Milk and cookies?
I always loved the senseless violence and brutality that this show can have. I mean, they basically just got away with beating up an elderly woman for no good reason. It's just that she looks like Mojo, so it's okay. Except it's not. You should never target somebody for their appearance. Granted, I don't know if there were actually any stipulations about beating up old women or not back then, but it's just amusing to me if I'm being honest because you wouldn't really expect the heroes to do that. Hey, it happens to the best of us, right? I mean, anybody can make this mistake. Nah, it is kinda silly that the girls don't figure it out after like the second time that every villain they go visit is not the villain themselves, but somebody trapped in the villain's body. Like, you would think the girls would have caught on to this by the time they got to Mojo's lair, but I guess it was just an excuse to beat up an elderly woman, so you know what? Go hog wild. Another detail about this episode I do appreciate is the fact that, similar to Uh-Oh Dynamo, the episode sets up a lot of foreshadowing to what happens later on. Namely, in that the crisscross radar effect that perpetuates throughout the city is shown going over a lot of different areas of Townsville, whether it be the mayor's Capitol building or Ms. Bellum's home, to the Pokey Folks retirement home, which is alluding to Mojo's partner that he swaps into, as well as Mojo's volcano lair itself, of course. Granted, I do think that this opening sequence goes on a bit too long because it feels very fillery with how long it takes to get to the point. I mean, we see the same drawn out Doppler effect over like 6 different locations with each instance running for 9 seconds each. This is nearly a full minute of the 19-minute and 53-second cartoon that is dedicated to this. And when you factor out the first 80 seconds for the intro and title card and the last 40 for the credits, that's 2 minutes, by the way. You've actually got over 5% of the episode's entire runtime dedicated to just this, which doesn't seem like a lot, but if I'm being honest, it's a real drag about halfway through. I do appreciate getting to see all the different characters react to their predicament though, what with each of the girls flipping out because they're in these older adult bodies, which leads to some pretty amusing moments, such as when Buttercup can't pick up the hotline phone because she doesn't know how the professor's hands work, or in Bubbles' case, just being the mayor. And the best part is that while Bubbles is miserable, the mayor is shown enjoying the fresh head of hair by treating it with a hairdryer and a brush. Pretty adorable. It's weird to me though, because for an episode that has a runtime of nearly double that of the standard 11-minute ones, it doesn't really feel like a whole lot happens. Like, honestly, I'm surprised this was made into a half-hour episode when it really feels like it could have been condensed down into an 11-minute one, just like most of the rest of the season. It's very interesting to me that this, of all concepts, was chosen for a longer runtime. Truthfully, it feels like the episode drags a bit in its pacing too, especially with the fight scene which takes up the majority of the second half of the episode. That's honestly a big contributor to my overall feeling of the episode not seeming like it should be 20 minutes long. There's just a lot of moments in the fight that, while it is cool that we get an extended fight sequence, seem to be enacted slower than something like Uh-Oh Dynamo or the Rowdy Rough Boys, both of which did the exact same thing in giving us longer action sequences in the second half. An obvious example for this for me is just at the beginning when Buttercup and Mojo are fighting each other one-on-one. There's a slower pace to this section of the episode compared to the high-speed action that the majority of Powerpuff episodes have consisted of, and this only continues to slow things down as the episode progresses. Don't get me wrong, I love watching Mojo fight as this old woman, especially the part where he removes the hairpins to get this large mane to enhance the evilness look of the character design, whilst also using them as weapons. And of course, the way the girls retaliate back is probably my favorite gag gag of the episode.
You forgot one thing, Mojo!
What? Oh. 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 Oh.
Classic Mojo moment right there. But even after this gag, the episode continues to slow back down when the professor constantly ends up swapping the characters' bodies for the last portion of it. Now, I will admit, while it is drawn out again, I can't deny that it is fun and cool to watch all three of the girls and Mojo constantly flip between all these different body swaps as everybody gets scrambled up more and more with each pull of the lever by the professor. Sometimes Mojo has the advantage and sometimes the girls gain the upper hand instead. It really is just the luck of the draw in the given moment, but I appreciate how dynamic this makes the fight feel because you never really expect which transformation is coming next. And at one point, Mojo is a fish and all three of the girls are these husky men that just start punching him over and over again, which never ceases to make me smile. It's so messed up. In the end, after many attempts at body swaps and both a Dexter's Lab reference and some staff member inserts thrown into the mix, the professor is able to return everybody to normal and the girls get their own bodies back, making it once again easier for them to put Mojo behind bars. Yeah, overall, I just don't have that much to say about Criss Cross Crisis as an episode. I know that others love this one and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I kinda get why people love it so much, it's just not one that's ever really clicked with me in the way it has for them. I do think that there's some good jokes here and there, but I feel like the space is so far apart between each other that a lot of the humorous moments spread too thin to make it memorable as a funny episode, like I was saying earlier. Also, once again, I do want to bring up the color choice of the episode because I do think that it makes it stand out from a lot of the other episodes of the show for how unique it looks. However, I still think that the episode just has a very dull feel to it that a lot of the other episodes don't as a result of this, and as much as I don't want that to influence my perception of the story, I think it really does in the end because I don't find it to be a very attention-grabbing one when it's all said and done. But still, don't let my opinion deter anyone else from liking this episode. I still think it's a perfectly fine one that others might find more enjoyment in than I do, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. Well, actually, there is one more gag in this episode I enjoy.
It looks like we put everybody back in their proper place. You said it, Professor!
And so once again, the day is saved! Thanks to the Powerpuff Girls!
So the placement of Criss Cross Crisis being in the third episode slot of season 3 kind of makes the way I typically refer to episodes a bit awkward moving forward because I usually use the phrase episode pairing to represent the combination of two episodes. Technically, each season of the Powerpuff Girls is referred to having 13 episodes on average. However, I don't really agree with that nomenclature because the majority of those episodes consists of two 11-minute episodes within them, rather than one whole episode running the entire duration the way a lot of other shows did. Criss Cross Crisis makes it awkward because it is a 22-minute episode, so I can't necessarily call the next two episodes, Bubblevision and Bought and Scold, the fourth episode pairing of the season when the third episode was not a pairing. I don't know. I'm probably overthinking this, but I feel like somebody out there might be pedantic enough to call me out for improper use of the term, so I'm acknowledging this here at the start to get it out of the way. Moving forward, I am still going to refer to each 22-minute segment as an episode pairing, so even though these two episodes are only the third pairing of the season, they make the fourth segment, so that's really what I mean. Anyways, with that overly thought out explanation that less than 1% of people actually care about is out of the way, let's get into Bubblevision. Right off the bat, the name of this episode might sound familiar to many of you because it rings a bell awfully similar to the first half of season 1 episode 9, Bubblevision, the episode where Bubbles proved she was hardcore and went rogue for a little while. This episode, despite sounding similar in name, is nothing like that one because instead this time around Bubbles is having trouble seeing anything as she appears to be losing clarity in her vision. Hence, of course, the pun of the episode revealing itself in double vision. Now, there's really only one instance of Bubbles truly having double vision during the climax of the episode when she goes up against the giant ant monster, but before that, really it's just that her vision is blurry rather than seeing double. Still, the episode title gets the point across and there is one instance of it present here, so I highly respect the naming choice, as I do with the majority of Powerpuff episode titles. really love a lot of the moments in this one where Bubbles is just meandering around, not able to see anything. Not in a mocking way, but in a cute way. Like, I just think it's adorable how tough she's acting despite everyone around her just sort of standing in place watching her face the completely wrong direction. Of course, with her sisters expressing some concerns due to her inability to fight the monster attacking the town, they rush her back to the professor to see if he can determine what's going on with her. I gotta say, I love the professor in this episode for his determination to help his daughter to get to the root of this problem. Maybe it's a little odd that Bubbles never comments on the fact that her vision is blurry, but I honestly think that the episode does a good job of explaining why she doesn't mention it through the way she responds to all of the professor's vision tests. She doesn't react to the bright, blinding light being blasted into her retinas. She reads completely different letters off of the vision chart, yet she still reads letters, and she still tilts her head when the professor moves his finger in front of her face. To Bubbles, this is normal for her. She doesn't realize that her vision is blurry, and while I can't speak from experience, I did ask a few different people in my life who do need glasses to comment on their experience with realizing they had blurry vision. Granted, it was a sample size of 3 people, but of them, 2 did basically say that before they had glasses, they just thought everyone's vision was like theirs. They're both farsighted, so maybe the blurry nearsighted vision had less impact on them, so it just seems like it was normal to them before that point. Same thing goes for colorblindness actually, now that I think about it. I'm curious about other people's experience with that sort of thing too. There's probably been studies on this or something, but I haven't done the research. Luckily, the professor comes in with a solution. Dexter's glasses, which Bubbles proceeds to wear and get mocked relentlessly by both of her sisters.
I do look like a dork. No, you don't. Yeah, you look like a nerd.
Admittedly, that is one of my favorite jokes of the entire season, bar none. It's so blunt, and the way the professor just cuts Blossom off makes it even funnier. I, however, don't really think it's as bad as a certain haircut her sister had a few episodes back, but more on that in a few minutes. Basically, now the girls have to fly back into the city to finish off the giant ant that they were in the middle of fighting at the beginning of the episode and defeat it for real this time. But due to Blossom and Buttercup's mockery of Bubbles' glasses, she takes them off and starts to fly into everything.
I can see just fine.
Oh boy, without her glasses, Bubbles can't see the forest or the trees.
Regardless, I do find the action of this episode to be pretty abundant and well paced. There's a lot of good moments of the girls fighting the ant that get broken up with some other dialogue and conversation. It's split up nicely in a way that I think really flows well because it doesn't just come across as a start stop the way I've experienced in other episodes. Everything just flows really seamlessly from one section to the next. We get to see Blossom and Buttercup attempt to stop the ant, only to get cornered pretty quickly while Bubbles flies around the city without any clue that she's not helping, eventually finding herself talking to some air vents on a rooftop somewhere as she's mistaken them for her sisters. It's a very Bubbles thing to do, and a lot of the humor in this scenario is purely based on the entire ignorance of Bubbles' character being completely unaware of what's going on around her. In the end though, it all works out because the giant ant sneaks up on her sisters while they're busy mocking her for the last time, and Bubbles finally agrees to put on her glasses despite the mockery after experiencing that true moment of double vision I mentioned at the beginning of this review.
Point of energy until...
This final climactic moment is really cool, with Bubbles utterly decimating the giant ant with his magnified eye laser that completely vaporizes it in an instant, leaving her sisters covered in melted ant goo as a way of getting their comeuppance as Bubbles gets to laugh at them back finally after all of the torment she's been through. I think that's a fair way to get back at them, just some sibling teasing is all, you know? And honestly, it's poetic that the thing she was getting made fun of for is ultimately the solution to defeating the monster in the end, so it makes the ending very satisfying in that regard. Well, that and the fact that Bubbles ends up getting her vision fixed too.
But then she put him on and zap!
I really love the perspective of this shot when Bubbles slides along the ground and the glasses do next to her but at a different rate, using the size difference of each drawing to emphasize distance to the camera. Even in the third season, the show is doing a lot of really cool perspectives and effects that I think further emphasizes the viewing experience, and this is far from the last example of this. I know I didn't really compliment the show during the previous Criss Cross Crisis review, and in retrospect I really should have, but I like how they utilize the negative effect at the beginning of the episode to visualize the pulse that ultimately caused everybody to body swap. This is just one of many other visual techniques that we're going to see in upcoming reviews that I just really appreciate Season 3 for continuing to attempt and experiment with. The show had not lost its edge yet. Speaking of perspectives and effects, I like how the episode does have a lot of moments where we get to see a blurry POV shot through Bubbles' eyes to give us an idea of what she's seeing, whether it be in the professor's lab or while out fighting the giant ant. It really serves to illustrate what our main character of the episode is seeing, and honestly, given that we typically don't get a lot of first-person perspective shots in the show, outside of the entirety of the bare facts anyways, it was really sweet to see this technique used again here as well. Now, at the very end of the episode, it does conclude with Bubbles essentially losing another one of her senses, that of course being her hearing, which is a humorous way to imply a "here we go again" type of feeling. With this though, I like how in order to further enhance the muffled audio effect, the voice actors go from talking normally to intentionally jumbling up their pronunciations with it.
What? What'd you say?
Like, the low-pass filter isn't enough to get the muzzling of sound across, so they intentionally slur their speech to mimic what they're supposed to be saying with gibberish. As I begin to conclude my final thoughts on this episode though, I do have one major observation that I foreshadowed just a few minutes ago, that of course being the fact that this episode is actually just the main event again. Truthfully speaking, I do think this would have been less of an issue if these episodes were, at the very least, in separate seasons from one another, but the fact that they're only spaced just a few apart makes it very apparent that my observation from Season 2 is present here once again in Season 3. For those who may not remember or have seen my Season 2 reviews, there were a good handful of episodes made in the previous season that, while not identical, were very similar to each other. Stuck Up, Up, and Away and Imaginary Fiend both feature a new student joining the girls' class. Too Poop to Puff and Twisted Sister are both about the girls being too tired to save the day and wanting to find someone else to do it for them. This time, now, it's that one of the girls experiences something embarrassing that their sisters make fun of them for, preventing them from saving the day until that very thing they're embarrassed of ultimately acts as the vessel that allows them to do so. Now, in this case, I actually love both episodes a lot, but I would probably say I like the main event more primarily for that scene of Blossom in the bedroom and the professor coming to talk to her. Also, it's not that big of a deal since they're both good episodes, but it does feel rather samey, so I felt the need to comment on this shared characteristic between the two. Again, if Bubblevision and the main event were in separate seasons, this wouldn't be as big of a deal, but the fact that they're only a couple episodes apart from one another makes it a bit more glaring. Aside from this though, I still enjoy the episode, absolutely. I can see some taking issue with the fact that Bubbles is subject to the mockery of her sisters for having a vision disability, which could be questioned or possibly outright disliked. I agree with the notion that this sort of bullying shouldn't be tolerated, and maybe Buttercup and Blossom deserved a more severe punishment, but I think it still gets the point across, especially considering how Blossom and Buttercup are complimenting Bubbles for her actions in the aftermath. It shows they have a newfound respect for her glasses, so it definitely turns the tone around at the end. But yeah, that's all I've got to say for Bubblevision. Now, let's shift our sights on over to the next episode where another character gets a sense of tunnel vision as she fixates solely on one act alone, not considering the possible ramifications of doing such a thing.
Oh, Bubbles, there's always something wrong with you. So, once again,
Moving right along into the second half of our fourth episode pairing comes the episode Bought and Scold, which of course is a pretty easy pun to recognize given that it's just a play on the phrase bought and sold, which is fitting considering the episode is all about how the mayor of the city ends up selling the city of Townsville to Princess Morbucks because he can just do that, I guess. Kind of absurd that the mayor can just sell the town. I mean, you'd think that there'd be laws and other regulations in place that would prevent the town mayor from just selling his position over to somebody else, especially considered it's an elected title, as we saw in Impeach Fuzz, but hey, here we are. Fitting title though, because the mayor does just that. He's bought and sold on Turkish delights rather than $5 trillion, and Princess takes over the city hook, line, and sinker. The Scold portion, of course, comes in at the end of the episode when Princess learns her lesson and the ramifications of making crime legal, which was basically her entire reason for getting into office in the first place. Bought and Scold is an episode that I remember more clearly from my childhood than a lot of other episodes. Now, I can't exactly tell you why, but I distinctly remember sitting on my living room couch watching the episode and seeing the scene of Princess walking down her hallway at night. Also, the word illegal is used in this episode when Princess goes and undoes the bill she signed into law, and as a child I always misheard that line as L-legal instead of illegal, so I went and asked my mom what L-legal was, and she misheard my mispronunciation, or assumed what I meant, and told me what it was. So I went around for a few years thinking that the opposite of legal was L-legal as a kid.
Fine! Here, crime is illegal again!
Anyways, this episode isn't super action heavy, nor does it lean really heavily into the comedy department either. It's more or less of a what if thought experiment episode where we just see what would happen in a hypothetical world where crime was made legal and the Powerpuff Girls could do nothing to stop it. And you know, I do appreciate these sorts of episodes where it just chooses to explore an outlandish possibility, you know? I mean, no politician would ever actually be corrupt enough to sell out its governing body for their own personal financial gain, right? Right? That's crazy talk. The episode does a good job of just showing us during the montage of the criminals roaming about that they can get away with just about anything scot-free. Grand theft auto, armed robbery, you name it. Prisoners are even getting released for past crimes that were once illegal, so I guess grandfathering was completely dropped here too. I suppose I got a little ahead of myself here though, because I didn't even acknowledge the very beginning of the episode, which does such a phenomenal job of establishing the concept of evil and crime through a montage of most of the Powerpuff villains that we've seen up to this point. We get these really cool drawings of each primary villain or villains, along with a lot of these secondary villains that got their own episodes, such as Roach Coach or the Boogeyman, and each of them also get an adjective associated with them that begin to become more and more specific as the montage goes on. The one of him in particular I've always had saved as a GIF for such a long time. It's probably my favorite single shot of him in the entire show.
Spineless, monstrous, distasteful, felonious, gross, dark, naughty, foul, grave, miscreated.
I love how we get spineless for the Amoeba Boys and grave for Abracadaver, that's also a good one too. But the absolute best reference is actually to a Dexter's Lab villain from the Dial M for Monkey shorts, Quackor, whom the narrator describes as foul, which I thought was a great pun, and a nice little nod to the show staff's previous work. That, and I also like the nod to Whoop-Ass Stu in the Rowdy Rough Boys pose. Yeah, maybe Boomer's pose is off a bit, but still pretty cool that they made a deep cut like that for a measly 1 second. So yeah, all of this to describe the villainy that has persisted throughout the first 2 seasons and some change of this show, which I think is doing a phenomenal job of foreshadowing to the fact that this episode is about to let crime run completely rampant. We get to see this play out nearly right away as the Gangrene Gang go barging into Miss Keen's classroom while the girls are trying to go about their day, with them immediately jumping to tormenting all of the classmates with their juvenile acts of disrespect. The girls immediately spring into action, of course, but before they can do anything, Ace pulls out a law that's signed by the mayor stating that crime is legal, introducing us to our conflict, as I've mentioned. Also, it's very noticeable to me how the Gangrene Gang doesn't talk, like, at all in the episode, despite being present both here at the beginning and at the start of the climax towards the end. But it's not hurting anything, I guess, it's just a little noticeable. From there, the episode plays out like I said, and we get to see how Princess's new unraveling of the law affects the girls' personal lives too, with several people just going into the girls' house and taking all of their stuff because, well, all crime is legal. Welcome to anarchy. The bad people take advantage of their selfish greed, and the good people just stand there and let it happen because there's nothing they can do.
What about all those villains running free? Hey, that really tied the room together!
That rug really tied the room together, did it not?
And yes, of course, there's another Big Lebowski reference weaseling its way into the episode there. Nice. Also, the people ransacking the girl's house are actually staff members, believe it or not. The character designs, I mean, not the actual cartoon. I suppose some might bring up the point that the girls could, like, just beat up the villains anyways, but I sort of respect the girls for abiding by a code, you know? In a sense like how Batman has a no guns code or a no kill rule, the girls follow the law no matter what. It kind of builds off that lesson Blossom learned when she had stolen those golf clubs, actually, so maybe there was an element of intended continuity here, although I feel like maybe I'm giving the show too much credit in saying that. Either way, I don't take issue with the fact that the girls don't act despite the professor's pleading to do something about all of their belongings getting stolen. Instead, Blossom gets a great idea in the middle of the night to take advantage of the lack of criminal law by getting back at Princess in a big way.
Not all the things and the items and possessions and purchases. Oh no, Daddy's cars.
Sometimes you just gotta fight fire with fire and beat someone at their own game. And as Princess calls the girls to beg them to do something about it, Blossom pretty much gives her the old, well, you did this, so now we can't do anything about it, figure it out yourself type spiel. The episode definitely gives off the feeling of the Blossom-Princess rivalry being present here, albeit to a lesser extent than Stuck Up, Up, and Away. But still, given that Blossom takes the lead on this, it seems to fall in line with the two of them taking the forefront while Bubbles and Buttercup just tag along. Again, to a lesser extent though. I don't know if I'd use the word tricked, but Princess's hasty decision to make crime illegal again basically gives the girls free rein to reel back all the criminals, toss them back in jail, and return everything back to normal. I will say that the icing on top of the cake here is that the girls pretty much intentionally don't give Princess her stuff back until the very last possible second, causing her to get in trouble with her father for all of their possessions essentially getting moved out into the middle of the street at sunrise that morning. A pretty good way to get that spoiled brat her comeuppance for what she did, if you ask me. And yeah, that just about does it for Bought and Scold. A pretty decent episode. It's a good portrayal of a hypothetical scenario in Townsville that I think handles the execution pretty well. And sure, it's not an all-time fave of mine personally, but it's definitely a solid story from beginning to end and a good fitting scheme for Princess to attempt to pull over the girls. Very short-sighted and narrow-minded, which is something that Princess's character is absolutely susceptible to. Oh, and I should have mentioned this earlier, but the hallway sequence in the episode is another one of my favorite moments here too, as we basically get to see Princess stomp down the hall having to get herself her own glass of water while muttering under her breath. But the cool detail about this scene is that you can see in the background of her walk that all of her personal belongings vanish between her departure and arrival back to her bed. It's a pretty great change in scenery that I never noticed when I was a young kid and only began to pick up on as an adult. Kind of sad that it took me so long, but still, it's cool that Princess was so focused on hating the fact that she had to do something for herself that she didn't even notice all of her and her dad's belongings were stolen until it was far too late. Like I said, sometimes you just gotta give somebody a taste of their own medicine. The Powerpuff Girls certainly did that to Princess here, so good on them.
Man, I am never gonna have kids. And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
You know, the past few episodes have been pretty good, but now we're really about to kick things up a notch with this next one. Maybe not in the way I would have liked, however. I think I can confidently say that Gettin' Twiggy with it is my least favorite episode of the season because it borders on straight up animal abuse, and I ain't ever been about that. Did the show mean well? Yeah, probably. But I don't exactly understand how watching this kindergartner torture the class hamster for 10 minutes is an enjoyable experience. I get that the show can be dark from time to time, and usually I'm all for the show exploring more mature moments, but this here is crossing a line with me because we actually watch an animal suffer. Yes, it's fiction. Yes, it's an animated cartoon, but still, it gives bad vibes. In Speed Demon, for example, we don't see all of the heinous things that him did during the 50 years that the Powerpuff Girls were gone. We just see the aftermath. Everything that him does to make the people of the world suffer is all completely implied, and we are left to infer by filling in the gaps in our own minds purely based off the environment and context clues, as well as the reactions of the citizens and how the girls perceive all of this. characters. Getting Twiggy with it doesn't imply anything. We watch it all play out, and it ends in a rather gruesome manner that just gives me this uncomfortable feeling. Like, it just doesn't sit right with me, and it feels almost out of place in a kid's cartoon like this. And we'll get into that shortly, but first, let me acknowledge this title's parody reference. Yeah, too bad I can't play that clip for very long. Copyright. The 90s were still fresh at the time of this episode's release, despite it occurring in 2000, so the song reference is pretty topical given it was only a few years old at the time. Honestly, I think it's fine, given that we've had other episode titles like this before. And the saying has certainly stuck around as a memorable phrase that reflects the time period, even if people stopped saying it a long while ago. Plus, I don't know how many other puns out there exist for Twiggy, and given that that's the name of the class's pet hamster, it certainly fits.
He's just gonna torture poor Twiggy.
Now, girls, why don't you give Mitch a chance?
I really ought to recognize myself as a certified Miss Keen hater, because here we are with yet another instance of her failures as a responsible and logical adult when she decides that it's a great idea to let Twiggy go home with Mitch Mitchelson for the weekend. Now, it's pretty apparent to me that this is a terrible idea based purely on the opening scene where we see how he attempts to torture the poor animal directly in the classroom and gets called out for it by the Powerpuff Girls. A competent teacher that actually paid attention and cared about the well-being of the animal would have put a stop to that immediately and banned the student from being eligible to take the creature home permanently. I've always hated this perspective some people have where animals are things, just like objects, basically. Just because animals are not civilized in the way that humans have become over several millennia does not mean they are things to be played with. Humans are fundamentally animals too, and we've all essentially spawned from the same place, planet Earth. People who mistreat animals are up there on my list of the most despisable acts a person can do, along with all the other usual bad stuff anyone can think of. Animals absolutely have emotional feelings, and dogs are the perfect example of that. Animals also have nerves in their bodies, just like humans, and can feel physical harm and pain that are brought to them. Animals also get sick, just like people do. These are all facts. I'm not out here being an animal rights activist or anything. I'm not super hardcore like that, but I recognize the rational facts that animals are living beings that humans have a lot of things in common with. It's been scientifically proven, so there's not really an argument there. There is a very real likelihood that Twiggy going home with Mitch Mitchelson for the weekend means that Twiggy could die. And the fact that the Powerpuff Girls unspokenly recognize this is what causes them to be the ones monitoring Mitch like a hawk to make sure no harm is brought to the hamster at all. Ugh, just the concept for this alone makes me sick thinking about it. Like, what in Miss Keen's right mind made her think this was a good idea? Like, come on, she's been this student's teacher for a long time now. Look, I understand the whole idea of behind the episode and how the ending of it sort of justifies its existence because it gets the point across that abusing animals is not something you should do, but I don't know, I think the execution could have been a lot better here. I mean, the sorts of stuff that Mitch attempts to do to Twiggy aren't just simple harmless little acts. Like, the dude literally puts Twiggy in a mini speed buggy and races him around the room at really fast speeds. Imagine yourself being forced into a vehicle going at speeds relative to Twiggy's size. Like, that could do serious physical damage. Then there's also the fact that Mitch attempts to literally electrocute him with car jumper cables. What the fuck, man? I get that there's a joke here with how ridiculously over the top this is, but at the same time, this is a real torture method used on real people. I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me. I get what it's going for, I get what the joke is meant to be, and it is a reference to that, but I just find this to be in poor taste, if I'm being honest. It just is. I realize this is my subjective opinion here, and not everybody's gonna agree with that, and that's perfectly fine. But this is my second least favorite episode of the classic seasons, and easily what I consider to be the worst of this one. I don't consider it worse than Daylight Savings because at least there's an ending with a resolution and a moral provided at that, but still, this sort of gruesome morbidity just isn't my kind of humor. I like dark humor. I think it can be funny in the right context, but not with animals. Never with animals. My personal taste has just never liked that sort of thing. If anything, it sours my enjoyment of everything else around it too.
It was an accident. You're an accident. You.
I will say that some of the faces Mitch is drawn with in this episode are vastly over the top and really accentuate the pure evil emanating from this kid, which before this episode I never really envisioned Mitch as such a horridly cruel child. Like, yeah, sure, he bullied Elmer in season 1, but outside of that, he's always just sort of been a recurring student who never really did anything super awful compared to like what Princess or the Gangrene Gang have done to the classroom. Even Patches was worse than him. I mean, granted, a lot of classrooms do have this troublemaker kid, it just comes with the territory, and when we see Mitch's home life, it's completely understandable why he acts the way that he does. He lives in a trailer with his grandmother, clearly his parents might not be in the picture, or he has a rough home life. I definitely feel sympathetic for Mitch or anybody who's been through something similar, because the reality is that we don't get to choose our childhood. We just have to work with the hand we're dealt. Apologies, I'm not trying to get too real there, just stating that I have empathy for Mitch, but it doesn't justify his actions. Anyways, the episode gets to a point where Mitch flushes Twiggy down the toilet and the girls are too late to stop it, but then Twiggy just so happens to fall into a barrel of radioactive waste and becomes a giant mutant hamster that climbs back up through the toilet and chases after Mitch, seeking revenge. The sheer lunacy of this situation is difficult to describe, as I lack the words to convey exactly what sort of emotion it invokes out of me.
Should we help? Is it the right thing to do? No, but we will anyway.
Just a minute ago, we were watching this boy traumatize this hamster for life, and now we're seeing it come back as a mutant zombie-like monster that's bent on killing him. Who thought of this? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad Mitch gets chased around and scared to tears to where he thinks he's gonna get eaten, and the way that the girls toy with him is very deserved. But man, what a wild story for this episode to tell. At least in the end, everything seems to work out, except for the fact that Twiggy doesn't turn back to normal, another detail of the story I'm not a fan of. Is Twiggy just permanently like this for the rest of his life, or can he be restored back to normal? Well, we never find out, because after this episode, Twiggy is never acknowledged again. So for all we know, the school got rid of him, and that's that. Personally, I would have liked some acknowledgement of Twiggy returning to normal in a future episode, because even as a child, I hated this ending. I can't really remember if I ever found it scary. I don't think I did, but I can see it being terrifying for other kids. I just dislike that this is a loose end that never gets tied up. And hey, this is in a similar vein to the fans who dislike Mime for a Change's ending, so I get it. It's why I never really criticized others for disliking that one. I have a similar situation of my own here with Gettin Twiggy with it, and it would be hypocritical of me to just brush off that others may like the ending when I was in a similar boat with the season 1 episode. And you know what? At the end of the day, guess who was responsible for all of this? Twiggy's torture and transformation, Mitch's panic and potential lifelong trauma, and the girls' own witnessing of their fears coming true? Miss Keen, of course. Never in a million years did I ever think I'd end up turning on Miss Keen's character. But here we are. I think I've genuinely lost a lot of respect for her, and my judgment was misplaced in the past, because she really does manage to somehow be responsible for nearly all of the bad things that happen in most of the episodes she's been in during seasons 2 and now part of 3. Oh well, at the very least she's still a decent role model and could be a heck of a lot worse. Let's be real, we know it could be. So I'm glad to get the worst of the season over with now, because the next one is something I've really been looking forward to.
Once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
The next episode of Season 3 is a very interesting one, I find, primarily because it's very similar to Town and Out in that it is another episode that explores a new perspective within the city of Townsville. This time though, instead of putting the Powerpuff Girls in a different environment, it instead decides to shine some light on what the life of a law enforcement officer is like within the city, both good cop and bad cop. The title of Cop Out is of course referring to the same exact phrase in which somebody tries to skirt all responsibility and evade a situation, with the obvious pun here using the word cop to refer to Officer Brzykowski, our main character of the episode. Yeah, it's pretty cool that we're actually getting an episode here where the girls aren't the center of attention, but rather just a group of side characters that ultimately act as the catalyst for our main character's descent into jealousy and eventual evil act to attempt to shut down the Powerpuff Girls permanently. See, Brakowski here isn't just a bad cop, he's an atrocious one. He's lazy and hardly makes an effort to do any work whatsoever. He just rides along to all the crimes, naps through the entire thing, and attempts to take credit for things other police officers do when he himself is just stuffing his face full of donuts and complaining about everybody while placing himself up on a pedestal that he clearly doesn't deserve to be on, and everybody around him recognizes this. The opening scene with Brakowski talking to his good-spirited partner, Perez, really serves to give us an easy contrast between the two characters, giving us the perspective of a good cop and bad cop, and opening our eyes to the kind of character that Brakowski is. An egocentric, self-centered old man who thinks he's better than everybody else and thus feels he deserves praise for just being himself, despite the fact that he never contributes to anything. See, now, it'd be different if he did contribute by doing his part and helping for the betterment of society, but he doesn't do that. Instead, he just goes to the donut version of Hooters all the time and calls that a hard day on the job.
Let me tell you something, Perez. Those girls are lousy good-for-nothings. They're always taking work away from good cops. They're nothing but little jerks.
Meanwhile, you have Officer Perez, a kind-spirited policeman who's forced to listen to Brakowski drone on and on about how good-for-nothing the Powerpuff Girls are, when he's just here trying to do a good thing and help keep the city safe. The first act of the episode does a considerable job in establishing Brakowski's laziness as a bank robbery is underway. While Perez jumps right into the action and attempts to subdue the criminal alongside the Powerpuff Girls, Brakowski sleeps through the entire thing. The chief of police quickly catches wind of this, and that being the final straw, reprimands Brakowski by firing him, relieving him of his duties.
Good. Your sunglasses? No, you can keep that. Little souvenir for you. That donut's looking good, though. Oh, yeah.
This is, without question, my favorite joke of the entire episode. Jeff Bennett's line delivery as the chief here is just priceless. He's so into that donut, you can literally hear it in his voice. Nah, the whole situation is silly though. Brakowski gets all offended that he's being let go and storms out of the office, but pretty much everybody else around him at the station can see just how much of a lazy bum he truly is. He is so deluded in his own self-centered perception of himself that he doesn't realize how much of an unlikable jerk he's become, going so far as to blame everything on the Powerpuff Girls instead of taking responsibility for his own actions. One thing I actually want to comment on really quick though while I'm on the subject of this scene is the fact that the pistol that Brakowski attempts to turn in is colored red. It occurs to me that there must have been a change in the depiction of weapons somewhere between seasons 2 and 3, because this is a very noticeable change when compared to the revolver that was shown pressed up against the mayor's skull back during Coup de Grace. Truth be told, it's sort of surprising to me that this was an enforced change given how normal regular guns were treated in the first 2 seasons. Especially because the network never stopped airing the older episodes that depicted realistically drawn guns for a few years. Besides, coloring them red doesn't really make them any less of a firearm, so I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of this recoloring was. If anything, it makes me think of toy guns, which kids certainly still played with, so I don't really see how this solves anything. It definitely strikes me as something that was mandated though, no question there. Maybe there was some controversy surrounding Coup de Grace or other episodes in retrospect, but for the foreseeable future, all guns that we'll see depicted in the show for the next long while will all be colored red like this one.
Townsville's police department can just relax. Looks like this guy's got the right idea. Back to you there, Kevin.
Later that night, we catch Brakowski watching the news on his massive TV set, and one of my favorite small details that I actually only noticed this time around while watching the episode is the fact that every single thing inside Brakowski's apartment is actually stolen evidence from what I presume to be numerous different crime scenes. Paying close attention to the environment around this officer allows one to notice that every single object and furniture item has a little tag attached to it, indicating it as such. So not only is this guy lazy, but he's a corrupt thief too, taking these things for himself that don't even belong to him. it's abundantly clear this guy ain't a good person, and now he's up to an evil scheme to get rid of the Powerpuff Girls once and for all, as we see when he convinces the mayor that there's some major activity going down at a warehouse within the city limits, triggering the Powerpuff Girls to be called to the scene. Weirdly enough though, the show makes a reference to itself before the girls ultimately get knocked out by the sleeping gas after they go inside.
Huh? Isn't this from our birthday party adventure? It doesn't look familiar.
Yeah, that's when we sang our song. Love, love, love makes the world go round.
While I completely admit it's cute how Bubbles calls back to their Love Makes the World Go Round song, I don't know why they refer to Mime for a Change as their birthday adventure when that wasn't exactly their birthday. The season 2 episode, Birthday Bash, is the much more fitting episode that description would be referring to. However, it doesn't matter because either way, this weird clown gas tank wasn't visible to my knowledge in either episode. I went back and tried looking for it an extra time, even though I know I've tried to validate this in the past, but sure enough, there is no trace of it. So I'm not exactly sure why Blossom's speculation was even present here. I mean, it's neat that the show is calling back to itself from a previous adventure, but it would have been cooler had this contraption actually been featured in said episode. Either way though, the girls get captured and chained to a giant block of concrete, which Brzezowski lowers into a giant vat of acid. Despite this next moment sort of painting the good cops in a negative light by not having them get the girls out of the trap in time, it was a cool sight to see the entire police force show up to arrest Brzezowski and have us learn that the Powerpuff Girls are also completely invulnerable to acid as well. I actually really like this little gag as a reference to a stereotypical villain scheme of trying to drop a hero into a pool of sharks or a pit of lava or, well, a vat of acid, and then here we see the girls get fully submerged in it, only for them to be pulled out completely unscathed outside of some minor corrosion to Blossom's bow. The concrete block that they were strapped to is completely eviscerated in mere seconds though. I just always thought this was a cool moment to show the girls' sheer physical resilience.
You're not a good cop gone bad. You're a bad cop gone worse.
Truer words were never spoken in the entire episode. Truthfully speaking, Cop Out is such a reversal in the right direction from the previous episode of Gettin' Twiggy with it because it puts the season back on track by showcasing an episode with a main character outside of the girls, kinda like Harold Smith in Supervillain, and it executes a very interesting concept to boot. I really do enjoy these episodes where the show decides to focus on a regular person and how their lives were affected by the existence of the Powerpuff Girls. Getting to see more characters who live in Townsville outside of the standard cast seems to breathe more life into the world surrounding it, and having the experience of witnessing life through their eyes makes me appreciate the show that much more because it proves itself time and time again that it isn't afraid to step out of the comfort zone of focusing solely on the main characters themselves. It kinda goes back to that Born and Raised in Townsville bumper I discussed earlier. It's just really cool to see the perspective of those whose lives are affected by the presence of the girls in the city, both for better and for worse. Cop Out is just another great case of that. Can't really go wrong with watching this one.
Bad cop gone word. Sorry, Officer Brzezowski. No donuts in jail. So once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls and the fine, upstanding men and women of the Townsville Police Department.
Now that we've gotten through that episode pairing and are moving on to the next one, I can solemnly say that the next 4 episodes are some of the funniest in the entire series, and that has me real excited to dive into each of them. Child fearing was only the appetizer for the main course that is about to be served up. First, we're starting with 3 Girls and a Monster, a parody of the film 3 Men and a Baby, although beyond that title, the episode here has almost nothing to do with the events of the film. Did I say almost? I meant absolutely. Nah, this episode here is referring to the fact that it is another Monster of the Week where the Powerpuff Girls have to take it down, and in premise, it's actually as basic as it gets. It literally is just another episode where the girls fight a monster for the entire duration. And yet, less is more because the simplicity of the premise once again allows the story to step aside so we can instead be treated to some amazing character moments and interactions between all 3 of the girls.
Alternate group plan attack G37. Ready. Hold it. We're not pulling no G37. We're not.
The whole episode is nothing but Buttercup and Blossom bickering back and forth at each other over which one of their combat methods is the best way to save the town. Blossom is all about using tactical strategies and developing multi-step plans to take the monsters down, while Buttercup just wants to dive in and apply brute force, as foreshadowed in the opening scene when the girls are drawing at Pokey Oaks during what I presume to be arts and crafts. I love how Blossom's drawing here consists of these battle maneuvers that appear to be well thought out and intentional, and then Buttercup's drawing is just her and a monster with Smek written in all caps. Like, it's adorable, as is Bubbles throughout the entire episode, because the whole conflict only takes place between Blossom and Buttercup, while Bubbles, the youngest of the three, just tags along for the ride and follows each of the other two at various points. Also, I'm getting ahead of myself. Before I get to the girls flying into the city to stop the giant monster, I actually want to double back to the beginning of the episode where it's established that the city of Townsville actually won a teamwork award as established by the narrator, and we in turn get to see examples of the citizens working together, whether it be a bunch of guys getting together to build a house, or a young boy helping an elderly woman obtain a heart attack by recklessly crossing the street and then letting an ambulance take her away. What a helpful kid. The reason for this setup is that it basically acts as the antithesis to what we see of the girls when they go to save the day. It's a good way of establishing how productive things can be when people actually work together, because all we see are continuous failed attempts from the girls as they just go back and forth bickering all the time. It's a good way of contrasting the theme of the episode and getting the message across. This is a pretty unique monster that I actually didn't really like the design of as a kid because it was quote-unquote too realistic looking compared to the usual cartoony monsters that I was used to seeing in the show. In retrospect, I was a dumb kid. This monster design is super unique, and it's awesome how much more detailed and realistic looking it is because it makes it stand out as a more unique creature in the show. Yes, maybe it is just a giant bipedal dinosaur of sorts, but we never really got a giant monster with this level of textured design in the series up to this point, or beyond for that matter. It really emphasized the fierceness of the creature, and honestly, I feel that its brute strength is further enhanced by the bulkiness of the design as well. This monster comes off as extremely strong and powerful, and as we'll see, the girls have a very difficult time stopping it, potentially making it one of the strongest foes the girls have ever had to face. And the girls head off to do just that by flying into the city of Townsville. One thing about these particular shots that I appreciate outside of the show itself is that this sequence was actually ripped for some boomerang bumpers that would air whenever PPGs would be up next or cutting into a commercial break. I had a little run of watching Boomerang religiously back in 2013, the summer after I had rediscovered the series, so I watched through shows like Courage and Teen Titans and Powerpuff, of course, during that time. I remember seeing these particular shots edited for Boomerang all the time when I was watching the channel back then.
Blossom, are you alright? Yeah, I think so. Ha 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 ha! You dork!
But from here on, the episode becomes several back and forth attempts made by each of the girls as they try Blossom's method, followed by Buttercup's, back and forth over and over again. I will say, for all of these failed attempts, there are a lot of wicked cool action moments. For instance, with Blossom's first plan, the girls follow this Alpha Omega Atari play, and they each fly up separate sides of the monster's tall body. These shots of the girls scaling up its gargantuan form has such a neat perspective as we get a camera angle looking down at the girls flying up with the surface of the creature rapidly passing by beneath them, and the city street below getting blurry and distancing itself further and further away from the camera as the girls make their way up to the monster's head. It's just incredible, and throwing in the added detail of Buttercup zipping and zigzagging around the spikes protruding out of the monster's spine just further adds to the intensity and the coolness factor. Not to mention it really suits her character. Makes the most sense that Buttercup would be the one on the most reckless path up the beast, given her more tough and headstrong determination to take on any challenge. I love attention to detail that accentuates those characteristics like that.
Well, that worked. Zip it, Red. Just a minor setback.
And the constant smackdowns that the girls all face are pretty intense too. I mean, the girls get sent flying down to the ground below numerous times in this episode, and every time they look like they seriously hurt. Granted, they get back up and try again, but still, it goes back to that idea that this monster is the strongest one they've ever had to face, physically speaking. After Blossom's plan fails, it's Buttercup's turn, and she just goes hog wild, blasting the monster with every punch and kick she's got, leading to an excessive amount of hit flashes along with rapid cutting to convey the brisk strikes she's imposing onto the monster. Only for it to have meant nothing, as the monster stands there completely unaffected and sends all three girls hurtling right back down to the ground once more. Again, we're treated to more bickering in between every attempt that the girls give, and by this point they both just sort of get fed up with the other, so they just tell Bubbles to come with them, which she always obliges to, while the other stays on the ground sitting it out. Of course, both of these attempts fail as well. And I love how throughout all of this, Bubbles is just going along with it the whole time. The bickering here is very reminiscent of the bare facts when all three of the girls were attempting to tell their own version of the story, and they kept all talking over one another and trying to portray themselves as the main character. It's just great, lovable writing, and when it's characters like these that the viewers care about going back and forth, it just leads to some quality enjoyment of the whole scenario. I think another detail that I absolutely love about the Powerpuff Girls as a show is that it manages to find ways to come up with humor in such a variety of different methods. It isn't just slapstick focused all the time, it doesn't just rely on witty dialogue, and it doesn't solely portray wacky situations. It finds balances between all three of those, along with a slew of other things in different ways depending on the context of the episode's events. It is so malleable, it is so versatile. Here, Three Girls and a Monster just happens to have the perfect formula for all three of those things to play a role at various points, which gives it an edge for being one of the most memorable episodes of the season, if you ask me. And throughout everything, Bubbles acts as the straight man of the episode to ground the situation when compared to the other two girls, who are blowing it completely out of proportion.
3, 2, 1.
I mean, she even just acknowledges how predictable and repetitive this has gotten, as the two have just been fighting throughout the entire duration of the episode, and the entire time Bubbles has been tagging along and tolerating it when she really doesn't need to be. I mean, she answers the hotline while her sisters are arguing, and then she just agrees and goes along with both of them at various points when they're calling all the shots. Not once does she try to take the lead, nor does she step in to argue against either of them at all. It kind of stems back to Octa-Evil actually, where the whole idea of that episode explored the possibility of Buttercup being leader instead of Blossom, and Bubbles just ended up hating getting stuck in the middle of it. It's kind of interesting to me how one could almost view Three Girls and a Monster as a pseudo-sequel to Octa-Evil, in terms of Bubbles' character growth at least, in how she handles the situation. In season 1, she was all upset and crying over the arguing because she couldn't stand to hear it, whereas here she's grown a bit more tolerant to it and just puts up with it rather than crying and flying away or something. Eventually, in this episode, she even has her shining moment where she ultimately resolves the conflict with the monster herself because her sisters have gotten so caught up in arguing over how to defeat the monster that they've actually devolved into trying to beat the other one instead, and the monster's expression of this sums it up perfectly. We see Blossom and Buttercup zigzagging all over the place, sure, but neither of these methods are effective whatsoever, as the monster sends them rocketing right back down to the pavement one more time, leaving Bubbles no choice but to take matters into her own hands.
Excuse me, Mr. Monster? I was wondering if you would be so kind as to stop destroying Townsville. We like our town very, very much, and I would appreciate it if you would just leave. Pretty please with sugar lumps on top?
She doesn't argue with her sisters, she doesn't ask them to let her try, she just does it. She just takes charge, flies right up to it, and asks him to leave, and he does. The joke here, legendary. The punchline, unmatched. The entire episode builds up to this one signature moment with the viewer constantly wondering where things are going to go and how the girls are going to ultimately defeat the colossal creature, and then it boils down to Bubbles politely asking him to leave, and he just does. That's 10 out of 10 writing right there. It's hilarious. The whole episode boils down to one punchline at the end, and the journey that it takes to get there is incredibly worth it, I think. Her reaction to all of this? Priceless. And the fact that Buttercup and Blossom basically just respond with, well geez, what's her problem? Makes it all the better because they were so lost in their bickering that they didn't even pay attention to anyone else in their surroundings, and now they're suddenly caught off guard by her retaliation. It's just great comedy writing from start to finish, and I absolutely love Bubbles' freakout at the end where she puts her sisters in her place. Even the narrator acknowledges this at the end of the episode where he credits only Bubbles for saving the day this time around, as opposed to the usual credit given to all three of the girls. Overall, I love Three Girls and a Monster. I think the episode is great in terms of its structure, the monster is really cool, the writing is hilarious, and I'm a sucker for character-focused episodes rather than story-focused ones, so the simple premises like these, where we just get to see the characters respond to the situation they're in, are easily some of my all-time faves. It's exactly why Rainy Day Adventure is my favorite of the series, and between this and Child Fearing and more episodes yet to come, I think season 3 possesses most of the funniest episodes of the entire series. I love this season so far, I really do. Outside of one stinker, every episode has been a joy to review, and I can't believe I ever ranked this season not as my favorite. It has been great, and I'm not even halfway done yet. I can't even wait to talk about the next one. I've been looking forward to it for quite some time now, so let's get into it.
And so, once again, the day is saved thanks to Bubbles.
When it comes to unique episodes of cartoons in general, I can confidently say that I have never witnessed an episode of any other series quite like this one. Monkey See, Doggy Two is without a doubt one of a kind when it comes to what this episode is. Some people are quick to detract from it and call this episode lazy because it reuses animation, but I think this is pretty much one of the best ways you could have possibly reused it and created something entirely new while also being satirical of itself. Immediately, the title is a clear indication that this is a direct sequel episode to Monkey See, Doggy Do, in a similar sense to how Just Desserts was the sequel to Supervillain last season. However, this isn't just a sequel, it's a repeat of the exact same evil scheme as the first episode. Yes, Mojo Jojo's grand evil plan of this episode is the exact same scheme he already tried once before, except this time it has a slight alteration. And it's great because, like, when you think about superhero media, how often does the supervillain actually try the same exact scheme more than once? This actually shows Mojo's got some common sense to sit down and evaluate what worked and what didn't the first time, review what went wrong with his plans, and try the same scheme again with those slight modifications. You almost never see this occur within the same canon of most superhero media. After a villain tries a scheme once and fails, they never try again, and instead just direct course to something entirely different. Yeah, maybe they have the same end goal in mind, but the path of approach is from a completely new angle with its own set of steps to follow. And logically, you'd think the opposite should be true, but at the same time that makes for less entertaining media, I suppose. But it's great because from the other perspective, that of the girls, Mojo is the type of villain to try the exact same thing again, even though he already failed before. And the girls' attitude throughout the entire episode here is priceless, because the whole thing is met with shrugs and eye rolls as they respond to every single action Mojo takes.
couldn't be that stupid, could he?
Yes!
As the first few minutes of the episodes plays out, it's apparent that all of the animation up until the girls are in the museum is completely reused, and the voice lines that accommodate it follow suit. It's only once we get to the moment where the girls finish scouring the museum for clues that things start to change as we get an intermix of old animation and new. You can pretty much tell based on how the character designs change between shots, with Season 1 footage showing lankier versions of the girls than rounder and stubbier models of the Season 3 variations. It is barely noticeable if one pays close attention to the voice direction and inflections of the narrator and Blossom, for example, but honestly, someone has to be actively looking for these minute differences to really spot them. Still, the way that Buttercup especially calls this out is very amusing to me because it pretty much acknowledges the ridiculousness of the concept before even getting to the main action of the episode with Mojo lecturing on about his plan. Now, in all fairness, I do hear the criticism that some viewers of the episode like to state, namely calling the recycling of animation lazy and that we could have had the same scheme again but with entirely new animation. And I absolutely have to disagree with that because the entire point of the episode, the whole joke of all of this, is that Mojo is trying the exact same scheme again. And for a character like Mojo, where reiterating, I repeat, reinstating the same thing over and over again is his defining character trait, having the audience watch him go through the exact same motions over again is exactly in line with his actions and dialect. Having us repeat the same exact thing again is the perfect way to illustrate this, and to give us different animation is to ruin that parallelism to his character from the structure of the episode, which in my opinion would make the episode lesser than it is. Also, the jokes that the girls make about Mojo doing the same thing over again are accented, augmented, strengthened, and improved by the redundancy of these events playing out. The creativity to make the act of recycling an actual component of the episode is perfectly in tandem with the actions of the villain, which makes my artistic appreciation of the work that much greater. Furthermore, the animation in certain sequences is modified to accommodate the repeated attempt of the scheme, such as the fact that the Anubis head is drawn with cracks all over it to call back to it getting smashed the first time during Mojo's attempt, so he's actually using the reconstructed head. It's an awesome attention to detail. Not only that, but we do get new animation following the museum scene, like when the girls observe all the different types of dogs barking around the city before Mojo launches his giant laser. It's very small and very minor, so you're not going to notice it unless you really know the episode well or you're doing a side-by-side comparison, which is why I feel it doesn't hinder the parallelism argument that I just got done talking about. Most people are probably going to assume that that animation was in the first episode when really it wasn't, so the same idea gets communicated even if it may not necessarily be the case 100% of the time. We also completely skip past the Powerpuff signal sequence and the mayor as well as the professor turning into dogs and jump straight to the girls breaking into Mojo's lair, where he doesn't turn them into dogs. So honestly, up to this point, the reused animation only lasted for the first few minutes of the episode. The actual complete runtime is on screen right now. And from here on out, any sorts of Season 1 footage gets repurposed and narrated over top of for the purposes of commentary and criticism, which is transformative in nature and falls under fair use copyright guidelines, just like this video I'm making talking about the episode. Wink wink. I guess I will admit that as a child, I did tend to get confused from time to time when I would see this on TV, because as a kid, I never really knew that there were two different versions of the same episode, or why there were, I should say. The joke of it all was lost on childhood me, and it was only when I came back to the show as a teenager that it finally registered. But honestly, I don't think that's a knock against the episode because that's only my own personal anecdotal experience, and I can't speak for the experience of other kids that watched it. Maybe I'm in the minority on this one. I don't know. I clearly just wasn't paying close enough attention.
What? Do you have cameras all over the world?
Yes, now shut up!
But from here on out, the episode shifts to the second portion where Mojo essentially runs through his evil scheme and explains what he's doing to the girls. In return, they give him sarcastic comments the entire time, such as asking where he got the footage from and if he just has cameras all over the world, which he responds to by just saying, yes, and then moving on. Like, it's short but simple and stupid, and I love it. I especially enjoy the commentary he provides over the footage too, describing which parts are good and bad and how he came to his conclusion with where his plan went wrong.
No, wait, this is when you stick your dumb Dobermans on us, and we kick their butts. Yeah!
No, it's stupid. You see,
stupid.
It's reminiscent of those DVD bonus features I mentioned during the end of Season 2, where Mojo commentated over slumbering with the enemy and provided his insight on the good parts and the bad, which, as I said in that video, I would kill for Mojo to just narrate a bunch of more episodes because Roger Jackson's delivery of the character is priceless. Again, even though the footage here that we're watching is reused, it is modified and edited to accommodate the new narrative of the episode, with sections where Mojo pauses and fast forwards during his presentation of his scheme. The vast majority of clip show episodes, which I wouldn't even call this by the way, tend to literally just rip the animation one for one without any modifications. And this is not that. This is transforming previous footage into something new, creating an entirely new experience. Almost like a bridge series of things like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dragon Ball Z, which are super popular online. Or even something like C-Lab 2021, which takes footage from an old cartoon and repurposes it all for something entirely new. I'm a fan of that show. I think it's great. I love when creatives are able to transform art. That's honestly how it evolves anyways. And by taking something old and presenting something new with it, creating a new concept out of something, is something I'll always encourage. That is how art transforms and evolves. This is not laziness. This episode was made with purpose, and I will not just let it be shrugged off as being lesser than it deserves to be recognized for. Eventually, it gets to a point though where Mojo ultimately shows the girls where he thinks he went wrong. He turned the girls into dogs, and so in order to prevent that mistake from ever happening again, he deliberately elects not to turn the girls into dogs so that they cannot bite him, and he illustrates this for them perfectly. Hey, so know how I've made a few comments about those random lines from the show that I love to repeat so much, such as, "But enough about that," and "Yep, that am true, Miss Keen." Well, this is another one of those moments.
Once more. The dogs, the biting, the dropping. Again, the dogs.
Okay, we get it!
Yes! And now you will get this.
Yes, and now you will get this, is quite possibly one of my favorite Mojo lines, up there with, "That's it, I've had it with your sassy mouth. I didn't want to do this." Well, actually I did. As an all-time favorite quote. Just the joke with the redundancy followed by the eagerness to finish explaining his plan is so earnest in his character that it left a lasting impact on me. Now that being said, he also made another adjustment to his plan in order to prevent the girls from being able to bite him.
I have thoroughly prepared myself with the construction of a special protective steel plate with which to protect my hiney.
Absolutely legendary moment for Mojo, if you ask me. He truly is an evil mastermind that thinks of everything. Unfortunately though, and this is the best joke of the entire episode, he made another gross miscalculation by overcorrecting for the problem. Because while yes, now he is protected from being bitten by the Powerpuff's potential bite attack, he never turned them into dogs in the first place.
Now that you have seen these special precautions, what do you plan to do?
We're gonna kick your butt.
Whoa!
The fact that the penultimate revelation of the episode is that he overcorrected for the dog scenario, that he didn't turn the girls into dogs, left him wide open to just getting beat up by them in their regular form, which is absolutely hysterical. Easily one of the best build-ups and payoffs of the season, without a doubt. Just like the episode prior with 3 Girls and a Monster, having the audience sit through Mojo's ridiculous over-explanation of his changes to his scheme just to have the girls defeat him even more easily than last time is the perfect way to execute the joke. It builds and builds and builds, and then it hits you with the punchline that makes the entire episode pay off. And the ending of it just seals the deal, with Mojo turning back into a dog once again at the end of the episode and going to prison. Just like the first time around, it's poetic. Yeah, suffice to say, I like Doggy Two more than the original because it shows an evolution and progression of the show's identity. I like getting to see a direct comparison between one of the first episodes of the entire series to where the show was at this current point in its life cycle. It's always great to see how artists progress on their work as time goes on, and this is a clear-cut case of that. Honestly, the only other negative thing I have to say about the episode is that it's inconsistently named across across this and the first episode, specifically with the word doggy. I don't know why one title is spelled with a Y and the other an IE, but it's the attention to detail that genuinely bothers me, because there's so much more detail put into everything else. I can't tell if it was on purpose or not, but if it wasn't, I think that maintaining the same spelling across both titles would have made the work more effective than it already is, because it creatively reflects that same repetitiveness idea that we see within the episode itself, which I just spent the last however many minutes praising. So yes, I think that the pairing of this episode and the previous one are one of the best pairings in the entire series, and that's only the first of these for the season. The next pairing I'm about to get onto is another one of these great contenders, so let's just keep that momentum going.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. So, once again, the day is saved again, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. The day, the saving, the girls, the day, the saving, the girls.
Writing reviews for the more comedy-focused episodes of the Powerpuff Girls has certainly been a challenge for me since I've started this review series with the first season of the show. I think for the most part I've managed to find things to talk about when it comes to the ideas and concepts behind episodes of the show, and I think this is probably the funniest episode of the entire series when it comes to traditional cartoon humor. Season 3's main supply of jokes and gags for all of its more comedic-focused episodes tend to revolve all around one idea: simplicity. Whether it be child-fearing, Three Girls and a Monster, and now Jewel of the Isle, all of these episodes are gut-busting hilarious because they revolve around one core premise, and the jokes just extend and build off of that situation. In Jewel of the Isle's case, it's this poor average Joe criminal who ends up losing a jewel he stole in a box of cereal that winds up in the Powerpuff Girls' home, and so he tries to steal it back. No complicated evil scheme, no large-scale threat to the town, just a simple crook attempting to rob a cereal box from the Powerpuff Girls. The pun of this episode's title is acknowledging this by identifying the aisle as the cereal aisle of the grocery store and the jewel being the jewel that the criminal wants to get back. It's also referencing a 1985 film known as Jewel of the Nile, the sequel to a very popular film, Romancing the Stone, which is an adventure comedy movie starring Michael Douglas, Kathleen Turner, and Danny DeVito. The film doesn't have very much relation to the events of this episode, but it's a good pun that suits it overall, so I dig it. Anyways, the episode begins with this crook, who's never really given a name by the way, getting away from a robbery he committed in which he stole a prized jewel worth a large amount of money, and after some nimble navigating, he manages to get away from the Powerpuff Girls, who are giving chase to him by falling into a cereal factory, where he blends in by putting on a disguise as a scientist there. Generally speaking, I know that a lot of these background characters are dressed in generic lab coat attire, but I can't help but think of Dexter's lab here with the way they're all designed. Not to mention the fact that at one point he weaves through all these different tubes, which strikes me as something right out of Dexter 2. So this may be an intentional callback, but I'm not sure. Given that references to Dexter's lab are far more abundant this season compared to prior ones, as we'll continue to see in other episodes later on, I'm inclined to believe that this is the case. Either way, the bad guy doesn't get to enjoy his victory for long as karma catches up to him.
Is this man a true master of thievery? Nope, just a lucky son of a gun.
The fundamental idea of Jewel of the Isle boils down to one thing: luck. This episode is all about luck. From the bad guy getting away from the girls by just so happening to fall through a glass panel on the roof of the building, to him tripping unexpectedly and losing the gem into a giant vat of cereal. Here we have another phenomenal example of an episode this season that follows the show don't tell approach, because the episode barely acknowledges there's an element of luck at all outside of the narrator's one minor comment here. Yes, it's there, but it falls on the responsibility of the viewer to pick up on this detail and pay attention to it. I know that I, for one, saw this episode dozens of times as a kid, and never once saw the correlation of luck working in either side's favor during this. But it's absolutely there if you're paying attention. It adds an element of active viewing for the audience, which, as I've talked about with previous seasons, is a key element of the show that I approve of. The cartoon isn't just dumb, silly slapstick, there's more to it, even in cases like this where it's going as traditional as possible when it comes to cartoon humor.
You're a bad, bad baby, running away from Daddy.
But now you're safe again.
Case in point, why doesn't this crook bother to grab the jewel at any moment while he's walking alongside it? He's just caught up in talking to it and then it just vanishes beyond the belt, causing him to get lost in a giant automated factory full of shipping equipment, which admittedly is always something I'm a fan of in media. I know I'm tangenting on this, but scenes where characters go inside a manufacturing facility to see all these different machines and conveyor belts around were always very appealing to me to witness in said shows. I'm not super into steampunk, although I've always admired the aesthetic, but anything with massive conveyor belts are just super fascinating to me. Actually, this kind of also reminds me of the airport scene in Toy Story 2 where the toys are running all over the different conveyor belts. Seeing that massive labyrinth of belts going in all sorts of directions from the toy's perspective was such a spectacle to me as a kid, and I think that's probably where my admiration of this comes from. But I digress. The crook ends up chasing the latest shipment of cereal boxes over to the local grocery store, and he proceeds to tear them all open one after another in order to try and find this jewel, to no avail. Unfortunately for him, he tears through every single box in the entire store except for one. And when victory's in sight, well...
Wow, the last one! This must be my lucky day.
There's that luck coming back again. Yep, it just so happens that the professor grabbed the one remaining box that presumably the jewel is inside of, and that leads us into the main portion of the episode. Now, before all this starts to play out though, we actually get two really awesome moments in the episode that once again shows how the series was willing to switch things up and take risks by exploring new territory. This time around, we're not talking about one, but two full-blown animation style changes in order to reflect two completely different niches of children's television at the time: 3D animation and 90s cereal commercials.
We will fight.
When it comes to the animation behind the Mech Animals cartoon that the girls are watching, it's very apparent that the animation has aged by modern day standards, but back then, 3D animation was still in its infancy, and getting popularized by Pixar as it started to hit mainstream television, with a lot of early 3D cartoons like Reboot and Transformers. This is pretty obvious in the fact that Ostrich Man Prime is a parody of Optimus Prime, and Mech Animals is a play on the Beast Wars cartoon that was airing around that time. A pretty cool reference to say the least, but it only gets better from there with the cereal commercial that follows it up.
Corn, Criss, Castles, and chips. With tuna, ruby, marshmallow bits. Lucky Captain Rabbit King nuggets.
For the Irish seafaring nobleman in you!
This commercial screams 90s so hard, it's impossible not to notice. Between the animation style and character designs to the fact that they're rollerblading in some extreme sporting event, the whole sequence is spot on. It's honestly impressive that the show managed to get an entire sequence like this animated for the series because it's a total change in style, but it makes the whole parody work so much better because it perfectly represents it. It also kind of shows how Cartoon Network was super willing to let their creative teams be creative and do things like this back then. It's reminiscent of a better time when the network used to be the peak of children's television networks. Later on, other cartoons like Billy and Mandy and Chowder would go do the animation style changes like this to a bigger extent, which I also loved as a kid, but this strikes me as one of the first times the network had an original show that did things like this. The Lucky Captain Rabbit King himself is an amalgamation of what every cereal brand was pushing back in the 90s and 2000s. And sure, these mascots have stuck around today, but I know for a fact during my childhood that these cereal mascots were everywhere during commercials and they were impossible to avoid. The most obvious mascots that the Lucky Captain Rabbit King is parodying here is the Trix Rabbit and and Captain Crunch, although the Lucky part of his name can also be tied to the Lucky Charms leprechaun. Oh, and sure enough, there's that luck theme popping up again, by the way. Another thing that I'm nostalgic for that some of the viewers around my age might remember is that sometime in 2002 or 3, there was a Trix commercial where the Trix rabbit was on a train and the kids had to figure out which rabbit character was the Trix rabbit in disguise. I don't know why that particular commercial has always stuck with me among all the cereal commercials I've seen, but I've never forgotten about it. So I decided to do some research on it for my own knowledge and felt like sharing. Basically, after revisiting this, it was called The Great Trix Train Robbery and consisted of 2 separate commercials that aired on television in August of 2003. The story basically went that the Trix rabbit disguised himself and snuck aboard the train in part 1 and stole all of the Trix, and it encouraged kids to guess which one it was by matching Trix yogurt stickers with the cereal. A clever way to get kids to want to buy both products in order to find out the answer to this question. Thankfully, because capitalism wasn't completely terrible back then, there was a part 2 commercial where the answer was revealed to be the ticket lady on TV, so kids eventually got to find out the answer, although I remember I had the answer spoiled for me by my best friend in kindergarten who saw it way before I did. In fact, I think this might have been the first thing I was ever spoiled on in my entire life now that I think about it. He later went on to also be my freshman year roommate in college, but sadly, I haven't spoken to him in almost a decade now. In fact, the last time I did talk to him, I had just passed my 1-year anniversary of being on YouTube. Kinda crazy to think it's been that long, honestly. So yeah, there's your random Trix commercial history for today. Back to the episode though, I want to talk about the cereal itself for a second because I love how absurd the concept for this cereal actually is. It's hilarious to me that this cereal is advertised to children by attempting to appeal to the Irish seafaring nobleman in you, as if that's something that all kids watching will relate to. And this is why I love this show so much. From here on out, it basically becomes an extended version of a Trix commercial, because the crook gets the idea to dress up as the Lucky Captain Rabbit King by watching this commercial on TV and tries to acquire the cereal from the girls, completely missing the events of what played out right before him. Where did this guy get the rabbit costume? I don't know. Apparently he just had easy access to it, but he walks right into the girl's home to attempt to acquire the cereal, completely unaware of the predicament he just got himself into.
Now, listen up. The Captain and Tennille has a headache. I'm just here for some cereal, then I'll be on my way.
You think we're that stupid?
And also, for some reason, he just refers to himself as the Captain and Tennille, which is a reference to a popular music duo, so it just shows how out of touch he really is when it comes to children's cereal media. And it both makes total sense and is just completely absurd that this entire scenario is playing out. From here, the crook makes numerous attempts at trying to get the cereal back from the girls, all of which have some comedy gold attached to them. His first idea is so stupid, but basically he dresses up as the girl's grandma babysitter and the girls just allow this to happen only to call him out on it later. And then the dude sabotages their gardener, dressed up in the Rabbit King costume by the way, so I can only imagine the horror of their gardener seeing that big figure rapidly approaching him.
Come have some.
You got it, partner.
The thought of this idiot backing himself up and getting sucked under his lawnmower is crazy. It's crazy and funny. Pain is funny, guys. Nah, but in reality, just watching this dude attempt all these stupid schemes to try and get this cereal box from the girl is quality entertainment. Like I said, this episode follows the most traditional of animated cartoons in its comedy. This is like classic Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry to a T. And honestly, it's better than 90s cereal commercials. And the show's solution to a copyright-free cereal slogan is also complete genius.
Ridiculous, Lucky Captain Rabbit King. Lucky Captain Rabbit King nuggets are for the youth.
And such a mouthful, too. It just makes it that much more amusing in its parody, though. I also want to point out that with every single attempt he makes, including the one where he dresses up as a monster, which I don't even know how he thought that was going to work, he's wearing the Rabbit King disguise underneath his other disguises. So the girls actually believe it's the Rabbit King dressing up as other characters instead of the Jewel Thief. It's like he literally becomes the Rabbit King mascot. All of this eventually peaks in the episode where the robber dude's final attempt to get the girl's cereal is dressing up like Santa Claus. Literally every single one of his attempts beyond the very first introduction is him dressing up as somebody else. Every single one of them. It's so stupid. But the Santa Claus one is the best by far because he makes numerous attempts to get up on the girl's roof, only to fall in garbage cans multiple times over. Eventually, he gets to a point of even going to further extremes. Where did this guy get not one, but 2 helicopters from? This is what I mean by classic cartoon logic. It's priceless. It cracks me up. How does this dude just have 2 helicopters sitting on hand somewhere? Like that, and the ending where he gets stuck in the chimney, so the fire department has to come get him down after like several hours pass. Gosh, I wish I could just play the whole episode here without having to worry about copyright. Like, truthfully, every single line in this conversation, from the characters' reactions to this being the Rabbit King to the way he just breaks down crying because he wanted a box of cereal, is ludicrous. The guy actually gets so carried away in trying to get this box of cereal, he's convinced himself he just wants the cereal to eat the cereal.
Santa, are you crazy? It's summer!
I'm not Santa. I'm Lucky Captain Rabbit King!
When I said it was as if the crook became the Lucky Captain Rabbit King, I wasn't joking. That's how lost in this charade he gets, and the episode makes it all the better for it. Thankfully, the episode ends on a high note here, with the jewel falling straight into the unlucky captured robber dude's mouth, and the girls beat him up and send him over to jail where he belongs. Honestly, all of his attempts seemed like punishment enough with how brutal that torture was, but hey, glad the episode ends on the right note regardless. Yeah, as a whole, I actually didn't think I'd have this much to say about the episode. It really seemed like going into this one I was going to basically say this episode is funny and here are all the jokes, but yeah, it turns out I had more to express than I anticipated. Luckily, it worked out for me because this is one of my all-time favorite episodes for the reasons I just provided. Seriously, in terms of comedy, I think this episode is absolutely legendary with the sheer amount of jokes and gags it manages to cram into just 11 minutes, but it is truly peak if you ask me. Man, what a great episode from start to finish. And it only continues with the next one.
So once again, the day is saved. Thanks to green buttercups, blue bubbles, and pink blossoms, the Powerpuff Girls, part of this delicious, nutritious breakfast.
When it comes to episode pairings, Jewel of the Isle and Super Zeros are definitely near the very top of the list for best pairing of episodes in the entire series. Whereas other great episodes like Rainy Day Adventure are awesome in their own right, they're held back by their partner when looking at a complete half-hour perspective. But for this one in particular, it's up there with the likes of Bubblevision and the Bearfax as a contender for that title as best pairing. Obviously, I'm not including single episode half hours in that category. Super Zeros is, in essence, a commentary on the perception of other superheroes in media and how their portrayal may not always be the most practical when it comes to fighting crime and saving the day in a normal sense. Like, yeah, maybe they have cool gimmicks or brand recognition, which works in a fictional context, but as far as their actual effectiveness within the Powerpuff Girls universe, well, that's being called into question here. I think it's pretty easy to argue that this is a very biased episode in a sense because it is ultimately making fun of other superheroes that are more about having a particular aesthetic or trick rather than practicality, but it's important to keep in mind that it's just in silly fun and not meant to be taken super seriously. I actually think from a comedic perspective that this episode is pretty hysterical for someone familiar with the heroes that are being parodied here. And honestly, given that superheroes became far more relevant than ever in pop culture after the turn of the millennia, the episode has only gained more relevance as a secondary effect. In essence, the episode begins with each of the girls reminiscing about these other heroes that they read about in comic books and look up to as inspirations for them to become better heroes. There's Freedom Gal, aka Wonder Woman, Spore, aka Spawn, and the great fun time adventure of Bunny Bunny and Friends is based on cutesy Japanese characters like Hello Kitty. Their perception of these heroes is that they're better than the girls themselves because they have these cool costumes and attributes that appeal to their own imaginative fantasies, and this quickly becomes the main plot as each of the girls become deluded into believing that they are inferior and that by donning new costumes and personas they will be inherently more capable of saving the day and defending the city. This is another one of those iconic episodes for essentially highlighting each of the girls' differing personalities. We've got Blossom here, who is very upfront and bold, taking on a more traditional superhero role. She's got an American-looking costume and has her trusty lasso and freedom mobile to aid in her fight against evil. Then we have Buttercup, who makes a deal with an eldritch entity in order to acquire the powers of shadow and darkness. Her costume is a full black cloak of some kind, and I really like the way that it flows, by the way. It's just so cool the way the animation works. I love that. Anyway, she also puts on this very raspy voice, like far raspier than her usual one, to further emphasize the angst and darkness and misery that surrounds her. And then there's Bubbles, who's the complete opposite of that, and travels to this magical wonderland of happiness underneath of her bed, where she acquires an adorable bunny suit of joy. All three of the girls here have fixated their new personas as more extreme versions of themselves, almost as if they've fallen into their archetype being their entire personality rather than just a facet of it. They're hyperbolic icons now, which I still love all the same. In fact, I think the designs for all three are perfect for their chosen heroes as well. The entire setup and presentation of this sequence is superb for playing on the fantasy of these fictional heroes relative to the girls' own imaginations for what an origin story would be. I also gotta say that I really appreciate the way this episode opens.
Bunny isn't even a superhero. At least Freedom Gal stops bad guys. Yeah, and Spore has scabs that never heal.
Bunny could heal him.
This is actually one of the rare cases where the narrator doesn't begin the episode because instead, Blossom reads her comic book about the metropolis of Citiesburg. It's at the beginning of the episode where we essentially get taken through some narration provided by each of the three girls as they commentate over their respective favorite comic books, each of which allude to the superhero persona that they themselves are going to take on after the plot gets started up. I really gotta say that I love the artwork we get here. Each one has a very specific visual design and presentation, as we get Blossom's Freedom Gal comic to appear like a very old school print design. Then you have the more saturated and stylized dark 90s look with the Spore comic, and lastly a round monocolor cute comic style that fits the cuteness of Japanese manga. It's pretty fascinating, all things considered, very reminiscent of the Bare Facts, which also did the 3 art style thing with its presentation of the narrative that the girls communicated to the mayor, so I'm always eager to see more distinct illustrative shifts like this. Also, I think the timing and pacing of this episode on the whole is dragged out yet succinct in the perfect way, if you ask me. See, going back to the whole child lore idea, here we essentially get the girls pretending to be superheroes and dressing up as them to attempt to be somebody else instead of themselves, as most kids have done or dreamed of at one point or another. I know, for example, that I had a Hulk costume for Halloween one year when I was younger, and I think I might have also been Spider-Man one other year too, I can't quite remember. So this idea is completely relatable to me. The entire first half of the episode transitions, very well I might add, from the girls bickering with each other about who the best hero is among the three, to the mayor calling in on the hotline for help, and it's here where the girls take ages to actually get their costume together before getting ready to fight crime, to the point that the monster actually ends up leaving the city because he just got bored or something. I think it gets its point across almost immediately, with the professor essentially being forced to wait on hold for an extended period of time while the girls basically do nothing to respond or communicate about what's going on. All the while, the professor stands there with a worried look on his face, and the mayor nearly gets eaten as well. It even gets to this point where there's this instrumental track that plays over the sequence of rapid cross-cutting to show the progression of the damage that the monster is doing to the city, while the girls are in their room and the mayor and professor just sort of wait for something to happen. The sequence already dragged out long enough before this, but I think that Jeopardy waiting period pretty much seals the deal that the girls get so lost in the glamour of the new roles that they completely miss the point of being the hero. When the girls finally arrive and are told that the monster had left, the professor retorts with this line of, "Better heroes, huh?" which becomes the iconic thesis statement of the episode.
And we are...
Too late.
Super Zeros further extends into this idea with the second sequence, where the girls hilariously admit that they slept in their costumes the previous night in order to guarantee that they wouldn't lose time in getting ready. But now the second part of the episode dives into the traversal of how each of the girls gets there, namely that Blossom, or should I say Liberty Bell, her hero name, gets this really cool Batmobile-styled vehicle that she drives to the scene of the crime, only to immediately get stuck in traffic with no way to progress forward. Next, there's Bubbles, under the name of Harmony Bunny, who pogo sticks her whole way there. And lastly, Buttercup is Mange, who only travels at night because it's far too bright outside during the daytime. All three scenarios perfectly in character, and I just love it. The best part of the sequence overall, I would say, is easily the moment on screen where we get these horizontal strips that slide across the framing one at a time, showing us some extremely wide shots of the monster destroying the city and the three girls each in their respective environments making their way there. It's almost reminiscent of a comic book itself in the sense that each of these perspectives are in the aspect ratio of a comic strip. Given the context of the episode itself, I actually think this was a genius way to get the point across while also alluding to a form that the medium normally takes. The editing of this episode is easily one of the greatest strengths too, in the way it visually communicates these ideas to us, especially when the sun starts going down and the girls finally make their way to the city all at the same time, just for the mayor and Miss Bellum to be there looking disappointed in the girls and questioning their legitimacy with the "better heroes, huh?" line once more. Thus, the girls decide to just sleep in the center of town that night. That way, the next morning when the monster shows up, they're already present. And I love how the episode acknowledges the absurdity of the situation by having the girls state this without them realizing that they're essentially inconveniencing themselves just to maintain these new hero identities. Like, they literally just slept on the ground in the park that night to ensure they'd be there. This isn't some midnight game console release or early morning on Black Friday. There's no way this would be feasible for them to just do from now on, yet they never come to this realization. The same way, in fact, that they don't realize how ineffective these superpowers actually are when the monster does show up and the girls try to fight back with this.
I will force the monster to admit his wrongdoing. Now, don't you feel bad about what you've done? Give in to those feelings.
Buttercup sits out, Bubbles puts stickers on him, and Blossom just uses words to elicit guilty feelings. What? Yeah, that's pretty much the monster's reaction too, because it turns out that we have yet another giant creature coming in to suddenly speak English to the girls in order to basically set them straight. We've already seen this with Fred and the nostril monster Buttercup talked to in Down and Dirty, and now Steve here joins the roster of English-speaking monsters as well. Steve actually dropped some pretty big lore on us here by explaining that all of the monsters that show up to attack Townsville actually come from a far-off place known as Monster Isle out in the middle of the ocean. Apparently, in their culture, coming to Townsville and fighting the Powerpuff Girls has become a natural rite of passage, with them needing to show up and take the girls head on and return alive. Unfortunately, this means Mr. Octopus Guy from the Rowdy Rough Boys wasn't up to the task, it seemed. But hey, most of the other monsters seem to be, at least. I guess it explains why they never come back again, since there really isn't any in-universe reason for them to after they've proven themselves, I guess. The only exception would really be the balloonfish monster in Uh-Oh Dynamo, just because it showed up 2 Saturdays in a row. I actually really like this explanation for it though. I mean, the show never really needed to justify where the monsters came from because it was always just a thing that happened up to this point in the show, and I wasn't dying for an explanation as to why it occurred. It was just a natural thing that happened in this corner of the globe, and the girls just happened to be present here to stop it. But just because I wasn't asking for it as a kid doesn't mean it isn't welcome. I actually think it's a silly and creative little idea that adds a little more fun into the mix, especially because a lot of fans seem to latch onto this lore, and the show even references it again in later episodes. It's also just one big Godzilla reference, and even some of the monster designs featured in this episode, including Steve himself, all appear to be inspired by or are in homage to a lot of classic Godzilla monsters, which is fitting given the previously seen kaiju influences on the show. There's also some other cool references in this episode too, such as the obvious Lariat of Guilt I just mentioned being a play on the Lasso of Truth. Steve also does a great job basically hitting the girls with the "better heroes, huh?" line again for a third time before drilling them on the silliness of their supposed improved identities, combined with the fact that he was met with 3 consistent days of disappointment between the unimpressive attempt at defeating him to the 2 days of no-shows before that. It's honestly the perfect subversion of expectations for an episode climax, given that we've spent the entire time up until this moment waiting to see the girls actually take on a monster with these new powers, only for it to be met with this complete disappointment and turnaround. Luckily, the girls come to their senses as the main message of the episode comes across to them, and they end up taking Steve down to stop his terror and destruction on the city. And honestly, while I think there is a literal interpretation here that the girls are just all-around great hero characters, as is thanks to their simplicity in their uniforms and their practical approaches to defeating monsters and bad guys, sometimes less is more. But I think that there's also more to it than that viewers can take away from it. Namely, that the episode is highlighting that you don't need a fancy uniform or title or powers to be a hero. All that extra glamour is just useless stuff for show, and so many people get swept up in the aesthetic of a hero instead of just enacting the proper traits that makes for a good role model. The willingness to do good and fight for proper justice, to be humble and act for the growth and betterment of society. That is what it means to be a hero. But I'll get off my soapbox now. All in all, Super Zeros is a great episode with a great pun that I would be remiss not to call it out. It's another one of those titles that isn't super clever, but it gets the point across and rolls right off the tongue, perfectly encapsulating what the episode is going for while also being a pun on the main idea of the episode, with superheroes being super zeros because they're losers. I really couldn't ask for a whole lot more out of a Powerpuff Girls episode. It is just a super creative idea with some good, genuine thought put into its message and the way it chooses to convey everything. The sound of the episode is also noteworthy too, with there being less of an emphasis on music in this episode, as there are a lot of dialogue and sound effect only sequences, such as the opening narrations as well as the travel montage. This helps because when the music does come into play, it is very significant in capturing the mood and tone of each girl and their respective personalities. The writing is great on top of that, and the visual storytelling is superb. Again, one of my favorite traits of this episode is its continued relevancy ever since its first airing, and of course, all of the great comedy contained within it too. Solid episode through and through.
So once again, the day is saved, with no thanks to Liberty Bell, Harmony, Bunny, or Mange, but to the one and only Powerpuff Girls.
So now we're on to our 8th episode pairing of the season, and it goes without saying that the last episode pairing is a hard act to follow. Unfortunately, even without that comparison already putting the next pairing at a huge disadvantage, it's sad to say that this is probably the weakest pairing of the entire season. But that's not necessarily a bad thing when I say that. It's just that everything else that came before or has yet to come vastly outshines this one. Now granted, maybe it's not entirely fair of me to pin this pairing's problems down on the first half, because the A side of the episode is actually decent overall. This side's title goes by Candy is Dandy, which doesn't really have a double meaning to it so much as it is just two words that rhyme with one another. Which, again, is totally fine because it still sounds catchy and is memorable enough that I've never forgotten about it. But it's not the most impressive title around, I can admit. That said, what's the episode about? Ah, that's right. This is the episode where the girls get so addicted to drugs that they vigorously brutalize Mojo to a literal pulp. I firmly stand on the hill that this is actually the worst the girls have ever whooped Mojo in the entire history of the series though. Not only do they beat this poor chimp up vigorously, they send him straight to oblivion with how much extra force and violence they impose on the poor guy, going way too far for the sake of the candy that he stole from the mayor, which the girls felt themselves entitled to. It's harsh, and I don't think that's an exaggeration. The girls honestly go so far in this episode that some fans have turned on it to say the girls are actually the villains here. And after giving it some further thought, I actually think I agree with that perspective, but I'll get into why as we move along. I wouldn't say I dislike this episode because of it. No, actually, I think the episode does a great job at portraying just how self-destructive an addiction can be for people if they let it go too far. Kind of funny how this sort of dabbles into the same realm as Mojo Jonesin from season 2, but in all fairness, that episode's moral was that you shouldn't talk to strangers, obviously, not don't do drugs, so this is perfectly acceptable. Okay, facetiousness aside, that episode was clearly about saying no to drugs and falls into a very similar realm to this episode, with drugs obviously being an addicting substance a lot of the time. But the nice thing about Candy is Dandy is that while, yes, the candy that the girls earn is representative of drugs, it can honestly represent anything that might be addicting. Gambling, for example, is another serious addiction that a lot of people struggle with, and the candy could merely represent somebody's high they earn while attempting to win big. The girls did go out and take a risk by fighting crime, and this candy represents them winning for doing so. There's obviously other addictions out there too, of course, and so while drugs are the most obviously symbolized through candy itself, the principles of addiction are portrayed so well that nearly any form of it could be applied. Microtransactions in video games can be another example, impulse buying in general, really, and honestly, when it comes to game ownership, I will admit, I think I have a problem somewhat. The justification I use for myself is that I only buy games when they're on sale. But let's face it, my Steam library is sitting at nearly 500 games and I only played 48 of them in 2025. At that rate, without buying any new games and removing an additional 30 games that I know I've already completed, it would take me 9 more years to play them all before ever needing to buy another new one. Yet, I buy them anyways because they're on sale. Seriously, and I'm not bragging about this, backlog buildup is an actual problem when left unchecked. Collecting in general, actually, can be very addicting. I talked about this briefly in my Collect Her review when referring to Lenny Baxter's unhealthy obsession with owning every piece of Powerpuff merchandise out there, because it is truly a real thing. Thankfully, I'm not hooked on it to that extent. I've actually been working on limiting myself to not just splurge hundreds of dollars on games every time there's a Steam sale. And honestly, I gotta say I'm proud of myself for it because I am making great strides in that.
Thanks, Mayor, but the professor says we aren't allowed to have any. Hey! Well, okay, maybe just one piece won't hurt.
Anyways, with my own personal self-reflection and anecdote aside, I really think the progression of this episode is paced well and gets its point across without ever feeling like it's lecturing. It's pretty obvious what the episode is commentating on, but at least it's not as on the nose as Mojo Jonesin was either. Well, okay, maybe it's still a little on the nose.
Girls?
I always found the girls' first reaction to the candy to be a bit overdramatic, if I'm being honest, but I guess it's clever to represent the girls getting high by essentially floating up to the ceiling and then coming back down when it ends. I think the visual metaphor makes perfect sense, and I love the mayor's reaction to this all the more because, like, he's just a blissfully ignorant old man who doesn't really think anything of it. It's kind of funny that he's essentially depicted as being totally okay with giving the girls drugs in exchange for their services, coming to an agreement with them, actually, that every time they save the day, he'll give them each a piece of candy. And that's all hunky-dory, but why is the leader of the local government cool with getting the kindergarten girls hooked on drugs, but he could never possibly fathom paying them a fair rate of compensation for their services? Oh wait, when I put it that way, it makes sense. It is kind of weird to me that he only allows the girls one piece of candy though. I mean, I guess he's trying to be responsible because the girls aren't his kids and he probably doesn't know how the professor would feel about feeding the girls all this candy, but still, it seems odd with how protective he acts over it. You know, if we take the metaphor out of it and just interpret this as literal candy. It's not like he's pretending to be a dealer or anything. But anyway, the last thing I want to comment on before I shift away from the mayor is that I love the way he acts at the beginning of the episode when the giant monster attacks the city. Just the way he sits there while on hold amuses me greatly, and then when he gets rescued, he doesn't actually remove the monster's claw, and it only just happens to fall off as he enters into his office. Kinda gross too, with the bones sticking out there, but pretty cool that the violence, while toned down a bit more compared to season 1 and 2, like with the red guns we've talked about already, still shows up here and there. So moving on, the girls set up this deal with the mayor, right? And so the girls proceed to fantasize about getting their next piece of candy and patiently wait around the hotline just begging for it to ring. But it never does, and after so long of a time waiting, the girls are starting to turn desperate, so they head down a dark path. Which of course leads us into a treaty between the girls and Mojo, where the girls agree to let Mojo destroy the town a bit before stopping him, get rewarded with candy from the mayor, and then bust Mojo out of prison at night so that he can go back to committing more crimes the following day. This is presented to us in the form of a montage, where we get to watch the cycle progress gradually from what appears to be a mutual agreement at first, to more and more of a bother for Mojo, as is expressed visually by his facial reactions. It's great visual storytelling here, relying on us, the viewer, to pay attention to the expressions rather than it outright telling us or just have Mojo state his anguish. I think for a scenario like this, it was actually a perfect case for using montage to both accent and express the repetitiveness of the cycle and display the passage of time in a quicker manner. Addictions essentially do develop into cycles, patterns, habits, where a person's brain eventually establishes a dependency on the addictive substance or act, which leads to routine. And then, as the end of the episode portrays perfectly, when that routine is eventually disturbed or broken, it causes the person to experience withdrawal and potentially cause them to act in vicious, ill-mannered ways where they will do whatever it takes to scratch the itch, satisfy the addiction, even if it means putting others in harm's way. And that is how we end up here.
You're a bad monkey, Mojo.
Like I said, I think this is easily the most severe beating the girls ever give Mojo by far. And the specific drawing of him laying there on the floor like that in pain and agony is just so sad that I honestly pity him. Yeah, I can see why some consider the girls the villains of the episode here, because honestly, I do feel bad for Mojo. I mean, sure, he's typically a bad guy and he does wreak mayhem on the town, but the girls completely enabled him to do so in this episode. They encouraged it at the expense of other citizens and property. Had the girls not approached him in the first place, he never would have done the things he did. And then, I mean, sure, he stole the candy to go get back at the girls, but let's be real here. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. At the very least, the girls do come to their senses at the end of the episode when they realize what they've done, but even still, it doesn't excuse what they did. Also, it doesn't really provide an actual answer on like breaking addiction and rehab and all that, but I wouldn't exactly go to PPG for advice on how to overcome addiction in the first place. After all, the status quo must return, and thus the addiction just goes away without acknowledgement beyond this episode. Overall though, Candy is Dandy nails its subject matter right on the head, and I think the dynamic between Mojo and the girls is cool. It's not exactly a heroes and villains team-up episode in the traditional sense that you would expect, nah, that comes in season 4, but it was still fun to see the girls essentially make a pact with their arch-villain, which basically allows him to destroy the town. Also, I guess the other obvious thing is that like, couldn't Mojo just stop committing crimes at any point if he got tired of it? I actually think the one thing that could have benefited this episode is that I would change the ending moment when he's in prison. I think I'd modify this third act to basically show Mojo wanting to quit, but the girls beat him up anyways and essentially force him to commit these evil acts against his will. Yes, I think it would cement the girls as the villains of the episode, but I also think it would further enhance Mojo's reasoning for turning against the arrangement and stealing the candy as a means to get back to the girls. I mean, as it stands, he could have just stopped committing evil for a little bit. Still, this isn't a deal breaker, and I enjoy the version that we got, so there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, overall, I think Candy is Dandy is a pretty memorable episode. The next one, however, not so much.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Boy, what a bittersweet ending that was.
When people talk about the most forgettable episodes of cartoons, I tend to find the conversation ironic in a sense, because if the episodes were really as forgotten as a person is claiming, why do they remember the episode then? Wouldn't the most forgettable episode be the one they're not remembering to acknowledge? Well, paradox aside, when I say Catastrophe is the most forgettable episode of all 6 seasons of the Powerpuff Girls, I genuinely mean it, and I have the facts to prove it. Well, for myself, of course, I can't speak for anybody else. I've got a friend that I hang out with a lot. He's a guy that really likes dessert. I don't think anyone's ever heard of him. But this friend and I like to hop on Sporkle from time to time and do a bunch of quizzes that people have made on there. Things like naming every episode of SpongeBob season 1 through 3, name every Marvel movie to date, or name every Pokemon by generation. Well, my friend and I did one a few years ago naming every episode of the Powerpuff Girls from seasons 1 through 6, and we managed to name every single episode in the entire series except for one singular episode. This sole episode title eluded me, Shadow Streak, the Powerpuff guy, to the point where I had to give up and look at the results to determine what it was. I was so ashamed. To think that I call myself a Powerpuff Girls fan and I couldn't even remember this episode title? Now that's a catastrophe. No, literally. The title is Catastrophe. Yes, this is without a doubt the most nothing of an episode there is. It's not bad, it's not good. There's nothing offensive here, there's nothing great here. The animation and music holds up just like all the other episodes, but that's nothing new, and it's got a fair bit of combat, more than some actually. Yet, that's not enough to save it from being the most plain, generic, dull episode of the show. Every other episode this season has something memorable about it. And I mean, I guess there are things that could have had an impact on me, but I'll be honest, this is gonna be my shortest review by far because I really don't have a whole lot to say about it.
It's being attacked by a giant blob monster! But earlier today...
Admittedly, I like the narrator's intro for the episode where it starts out with some intense action and then he abruptly cuts it off to jump back in time, only for us to then see it again a few minutes later. At the same time, while I think the narrator's execution justifies this reuse of animation being here, I can see some taking issue with the fact that the footage gets recycled within the same episode. In fairness, it's nowhere near to the extent of Monkey See Doggy Two, but if people want to complain that animation's reused, I guess they have the right to do so. Beyond this though, I mean, the entire premise of the episode is that the mayor officially declares Powerpuff Girls Day a recognized holiday in the city of Townsville, which is actually a neat reference to one of the things the mayor offers the girls in the previous episode before he sends them down the whole candy rabbit hole.
How about a statue? Powerpuff Girls Day? No.
So, in a way, maybe you could see this episode as being a canonized follow-up to Candy is Dandy, where the mayor gave the girls this reward instead of candy to rectify things, and now everything can carry on within the status quo. Shortly after this moment, however, a giant green slime monster starts roaming through the city, and the girls spend the next third of the episode trying to defeat it. We get some cool action scenes where the girls slam into buildings and try all sorts of maneuvers like their laser eye beams and... that's how forgettable it is. I don't even remember what they do in the combat. I-beams and physical attacks. Plus, this is the first appearance of their team-up technique known as the Fiery Flaming Feline. This will be returning later in the series, so try not to forget about this power as it will be relevant again. This move is actually the trigger for the blob monster to vocalize that he's looking for his kitty, and after the girls try giving him a random cat, they realize he's looking for a specific one. So Bubbles summons the whole city's strays to one place with her amplified cat call. Admittedly, this goes on for way too long in the same way that I felt Crisscross Crisis's wavelength pulse did. It just felt like padding, honestly, but at least it was a very Bubbles thing to do. It's fitting for the character. Unfortunately though, none of these cats are the monsters either, and it's only at the end of the episode where the girls discover that his cat was wedged into the monster the entire time, so they pull the cat out and give it to him, and then he goes home. The end. Yeah, that's honestly the whole episode. The title fits it at least. Catastrophe, catastrophe. I mean, the monster does cause some pretty serious catastrophic damage, and from the perspective of a pet owner, losing your pet could very much be considered a catastrophe to your life, so it works. I guess the thing with this title is just that it's a one-word title that means the exact same thing it describes. There is no obvious wordplay or pun that sticks out in a creative way, even though there is one referring to the word cat. And yeah, truthfully, I do like it more than Catman Do, for what that's worth. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I bet that's a pretty significant contributor to why it's so hard to remember this episode and its title. The identity of it is just plain boring. It is forgettable. Even the monster itself isn't that creative or exciting of a design. I mean, the episode could have used just about any monster design to get the same story across, but here it's just a giant green blob. Not exactly the most exhilarating monster, and it feels like blob monsters specifically are a dime a dozen in fictional media. I'd actually be curious to hear more on the production side of this episode because I don't know if the show's team felt the same way about the episode or not. This genuinely feels phoned in, and I'm not trying to knock it for being a bad thing because again, the episode is not bad, it's just filler. In an episodic cartoon where only a small percentage of episodes actually follow up on previous stories, filler shouldn't really be present at all. But in truth, That is exactly what this episode feels like. It feels like it amounts to nothing. I'm trying to think of like any other compliments I can give it, but the only one that comes to mind is the moment where Buttercup's sisters cheer her on.
Nobody slimes my sisters. I'll take care of them. Now what?
Yeah, it's amusing how they gleefully support Buttercup only for her to fail too, but would I call this one of the best jokes of the season? Nah. It's enough to make me smirk, but just about every joke in Child Fearing alone is better than this. So, yeah. That's all I got.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
When it comes to mayor-centric episodes in the Powerpuff Girls, I find that they tend to represent a decline in the mayor's character rather than an incline, where episodes like the previously discussed 3 Girls and a Monster indicate an improvement in a character's development or growth in their emotional regulation, mayor episodes seem to just devolve the mayor's character more and more with every passing season. Now, don't get me wrong, the mayor has always been a goofball in most of his appearances, but there's a difference between being oblivious and outright stupid. As the series goes on, the mayor spirals downward into the stupidity side of things rather than obliviousness, and it severely affects his likability as a character overall. I realize I'm foreshadowing a bit here, but Hot Air Buffoon sort of feels like the beginning of this descent. Season 1 and 2, Mayor did some stupid things, sure, but he was never frustratingly dumb, if that makes sense. Yes, it's hilarious to watch him get mad at Fuzzy for wearing his hat, or run out the window in Rainy Day Adventure, but these aren't actions that are annoying to watch him perform. They're funny. He's oblivious to what's going on in the grand scheme of things. And yes, as I always say, comedy is subjective, so that is a factor here for sure, but a lot of the time the mayor is intelligently written to be stupid in these earlier seasons from a lack of awareness or ignorance, as opposed to just nonsense. In the case of Hot Air Buffoon, the mayor goes a bit overboard in taking offense to the fact that one of his night staff cleaning ladies ends up insulting him and calling him lazy for not doing any work to help the town. Instead, he just sits there all day on his bum, calling the Powerpuff Girls on the hotline and asking for them to save the day. The beginning of this episode sets up this idea perfectly in how the mayor calls the girls rapidly over and over again, pretty much proving the cleaning lady's point to the audience. I really like how there are some references to Flintstones characters, with Fred and Barney robbing the bank, or Dino being the giant monster that's attacking the town. Pretty fun cameos to see there, and also the jewels being jacked by Jill was a pretty fun alliteration too. Now, as I said, the mayor pretty much takes complete offense to what the night shift lady says to him, which, by the way, her general appearance being similar to that of Ms. Bellum's is set up as a joke that I find to be pretty humorous and well executed. Obviously, the mayor responds in a completely calm and rational manner that really shows how collected he is. Okay, so maybe I lied. He actually responds like a child throwing a temper tantrum. And man, the shot of him slamming his head into that table is so dramatic, but also kind of painful looking. I mean, the sheer amount of force he's using to slam his face down like that is probably doing some serious damage. Now that I think about it, I think I pinpointed the exact moment that the mayor's decline started to occur. It's right here. With the physical trauma he inflicted upon his own noggin, he gradually becomes more and more childishly stupid as the series carries on into the future because he did physical damage to his head. We did it, guys. We found the source of all the mayor's later problems, and it's right here. Okay, but anyway, silly headcanon ideas aside.
Enough of your silly talk! It's time to seize the helm, baby!
Do you want me to leave for that?
The mayor's frustration leads him to convincing Ms. Bellum to tag along with him as he decides to take saving the day into his own hands. That's one facet of the episode that I do genuinely appreciate here, namely that the mayor takes this as an opportunity to actually prove this person wrong by helping the town himself rather than just deflecting blame and not taking accountability at all. Granted, he does do this for his initial reaction.
Oh, I'll show her! I'll have the Powerpuff Girls beat her up!
But I think that line in response is too funny not to include there, and he quickly has an epiphany that responding in that manner would essentially be proving her point. So the fact that he comes up with this wacky idea to fly around the city of Townsville in a giant hot air balloon with a telescope, also known as the opening chapter in a book called Justice, and attacking criminals with the equalizer, the closing chapter in a book called Justice. Why these terms are used to refer to said tools? I don't know, just some old-timey phrases the mayor feels like throwing around, I guess. But as you can see, this is where the pun of this episode's title comes in, referring to the mode of transportation that the mayor is using to navigate around the city, while also referring to the fact that, yeah, this guy is about to become a total buffoon. I mean, at the start of this whole debacle, the mayor actually does do a pretty good job of stopping a few crooks from committing crimes, such as someone committing an act of Grand Theft Auto, for instance, and Ms. Bellum even comments on her surprise that the mayor is managing to achieve this. Now, of course, I don't know how the citizens of Townsville would actually feel about their elected politician flying around their city and smacking these people in the face with a giant boxing glove, but I think it's easy to get a pretty good idea once he starts targeting innocent people that don't deserve it.
Finally, my first paycheck. Now I can pay all those bills, not to mention feed my family.
I think the funniest thing about this gag isn't that the mayor just targeted an innocent man and bashed him in the head. It's that he's announcing to himself out loud for no reason at all, "Oh man, I'm such an innocent guy who's gonna pay his bills and feed his family after working an honest job," right as he's withdrawing from the ATM. Like, no person does this, and he just so happens to be present for this transaction so that the mayor can bash him for it, literally. It just further cements that the mayor is in the wrong, and now he looks like a colossal jerk. But this isn't enough to stop him regardless, because at that moment, he begins to cascade down a slippery slope of bashing every single innocent person around the city with the giant boxing glove, even professional boxers themselves. And you know, this can't be good for his polls. Granted, he always seemed to run unopposed, so I guess he can get away with whatever he wants, but still, kinda wild that the people don't ever really get a chance to respond to this. And you may be wondering, where are the girls during all of this?
Oh, what? You know that the mayor always calls when something is wrong.
Oh, you're bonking me.
Playing video games, of course. I love that line delivery from Bubbles, by the way. In fact, there's so many line deliveries from Bubbles I absolutely adore. And the fact that there's now a Puppet Pals video game really shows me just how popular of a franchise Puppet Pals is becoming within the Dexter Powerpuff universe. I mean, what's next? A theatrical movie? But I digress. It seems the mayor doesn't really need to call the Powerpuff Girls anymore now that he's busy taking matters into his own hands in order to keep the city safe. Eventually, the girls notice that the mayor hasn't called lately though, so they decide to call him in order to try and get a hold of him, only to find out that apparently the hotline phone has been disconnected entirely. What's interesting though, is the voice recording that plays when the girls try calling him.
We're sorry. The number you have reached has been disconnected. Please hang up and try again.
Well, that didn't work.
I knew it. I knew it. Miss Keene was behind this the whole time. She disconnected the hotline phone because she didn't want the girls getting distracted from their education. See, I'm telling you, Miss Keene is actually a villain in this show, and I'm getting real close to beyond being convinced otherwise. Now she's sabotaging the phone system in order to prevent the girls from saving people's lives? Oh, what's next? Okay, maybe that's not actually the case. I'm letting go of my dislike for daylight savings now. With the current situation, Buttercup seems pretty confident that the mayor is perfectly okay and that her sisters are overreacting. But as they see when they get to the mayor's office, that clearly wasn't the case, and soon after they manage to find that the mayor is currently going on a rampage attacking his own people with the equalizer instead of protecting them. He has become completely blinded by rage, caught up in the moment to where he takes the night shift lady's criticism far far too seriously, and he begins attacking the Powerpuff Girls for essentially being the reason his character was targeted in the first place. I think it's important to note here that the cleaning lady's final sentence before she disappeared off is her stating that she didn't vote for him. And what he unfortunately doesn't realize is that sometimes there's no convincing people out of their political alignment. They're going to criticize you no matter what you do, whether it's justified or not. Alas, he never realizes this because the episode takes a completely different turn once he misses the girls with the equalizer one too many times.
Oh, get!
Sir, our missiles are launching and there's nothing we can do.
Again, the line here of, "There's nothing we can do," just kind of accentuates the stupidity of the situation. Like, really? Once the button is pressed, there's just no reversing it? No countermeasure whatsoever? And also, how did the mayor manage to get the equalizer to extend all the way from wherever he was into a military base and just so happens to hit the button? This is that sort of silly suspension of disbelief that just cracks me up, because prior to this, the girls could have a reasonable handle on the situation, and now all of a sudden everything is escalated to this sudden point where there are 4 nuclear missiles headed straight for Townsville. It's ludicrous. It's crazy. It's fun. And we do get a cool action scene from this that has each of the girls finding various creative ways to put a stop to the missiles. Buttercup, for instance, happens to rip the metal covering off the outside of the missile, which I don't know how that just stops the missile from being capable of combusting, but then again, Bubbles also just screams at hers and it goes flying in the other direction while she turns to face the camera with the biggest smile on her face. Even Blossom gets a little crazy just riding on top of the thing and guiding it into a nearby body of water, which somehow puts a stop to that one too. Again, it's silly, cartoony ways to address the issue, and going into the episode with a realistic mindset is the absolutely wrong approach. Really, it's just the 4th missile that needs to be stopped, and thankfully all 3 of the girls managed to grab it just in the nick of time before it ended up landing on this poor dog here and probably killing everybody in the vicinity. And then the mayor kills everybody in the vicinity.
Hey, what's that?
Like, wow, the town mayor literally just blew up a bunch of people and at least one dog with a missile, and what does he get for repercussions? A slap on the wrist. Why does that not surprise me? Of course, I know this episode is meant to be a jokey one, so I don't take any of this seriously. It's just dumb fun to watch the mayor go around in a hot air balloon and punch a bunch of people in the face. Still, I do find it a little hypocritical that the mayor took issue with the girls using dynamo and uh-oh dynamo, which ended up destroying his beautiful city, yet here he does just about the same thing, and instead of any ramifications taking place, the girls just tell him he can help by sitting in his office and calling them for help to save the day, which he comments by saying it sounds hard, but ends up getting the confidence to do it anyways, bringing the status quo back once again to the city of Townsville, and not resolving the criticism that the cleaning lady had of him in the very beginning. This is sort of what I meant when I was commenting on the mayor's decline as a character at the beginning of this review. Don't get me wrong, the episode is fun, and I love watching him fly around and go back and forth with Miss Bellum because it reminded me of the great interactions he had in other episodes like Impeach Fuzz, but he just doesn't strike me as the same character he was in season 1 as he is in this season, at least not fully here.
Well, I'll show you, Miss Smarty Face. I got
Smarty
them stashed
Face?
right down here somewhere.
Yeah, comments like the Smarty Face line just make me laugh. I can't deny it. It's a funny episode. Funnier than I remembered it being prior to this review. Maybe there were creative liberties taken here and there, but overall, I mean, the episode succeeds at entertaining me, so I can't be too upset with it. The sheer absurdity of the episode in both concept and execution definitely makes it one of the mayor's more memorable moments across the entire series, because seriously, the staff members that came up with this one while boarding and writing the episode for the season really outdid themselves. It just escalates and gets really crazy at the end. I think this really shows just how much of season 3 shines with its wackiness. I mean, season 2 has its fair share with episodes like Los Dos Mojos, but season 3 has just had so many episodes so far, and we're still not finished with it. We have several more fun episodes to get to. So how about we transition over to the second half of the season's 9th episode pairing now.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
So, what kind of fun episode does this next one bring us? Well, Ploys R Us is pretty apparent in what it's about, given the title pun is very recognizable to those of us that grew up in an age before that toy store chain completely fell apart. Yep, it's Toys R Us. Now, personally speaking, I never really got to go to Toys R Us a whole lot as a kid, so unfortunately I don't really have a nice nostalgic story to share regarding the times I used to go when I was younger or anything like that. Caused me to kind of miss out on a lot of Pokemon events, but I distinctly recall that there was one near where I lived. It's just that my parents never really took me there. I am able to say that I've been to one as a kid, but I have basically no memories at all. I do remember, however, my father taking me to Circuit City all the time, so if we want to talk about big store brands that went out of business, well, Circuit City is the place for me. I can still remember the way the store smelled. It's such a nostalgic scent that my brain has never forgotten, even though I haven't been to one in nearly 20 years due to their mass closure. But Circuit City is responsible for being the place that I obtained a lot of my computer games that my father purchased for me when I was a kid. As longtime viewers may know, I'm a big fan of Humongous Entertainment games, and I can specifically pinpoint Circuit City as being the biggest source of where my dad obtained those games for me. It's also where my dad bought me the Sonic & Knuckles collection for PC, as well as the Sonic 3D Blast and Sonic R bundle, which I've talked about in my classic Sonic games video. Not only that, but it's also where other games of mine were acquired too, such as Adiboo, Tonka, and Scooby-Doo. Also, lastly, I distinctly remember first being exposed to Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube via either a demo or sizzle reel of some kind while I was there, which later led to me getting the game at a GameStop. Loved that game, and the sequel, might I add, is top-notch. Absolutely love it. So some might be wondering why I even bothered to go off on that tangent about Circuit City and all these games I got as a kid. Well, it's simple. It wasn't a tangent. It was to establish that computer software was one of my main toys that I always loved to play with as a kid. Sure, it might not fit that definition of the traditional toy, but it was something fun that kept me entertained endlessly when I was a child and look back fondly on. Of course, I was also into more traditional stuff such as Legos and Hot Wheels as well, but all of that is to say that this episode here is focused all around toys and the mysterious truckloads of them that start showing up in the girl's bedroom one morning.
Uncle Midriff, tricycling, skateboarding, rollerblading.
Once again, Bubbles has another great line in delivery. Who's really surprised? But when it comes to Ploys R Us as an episode, it can essentially be broken down into three major parts. The first part is what we get here, where the girls are seen playing with all the various toys that are present in their room, ranging from generic toys like jacks and footballs to more specific items. There's also references to Pokemon with a Pikachu-looking doll, and the Murph Gun brand from Rainy Day Adventures shows up again here as well. There's also a great alliteration moment when the girls go into jokes, jacks, junk, while Bubbles is sitting there with a Jar Jar Binks inspired toy that can be seen, possibly alluding to the reception for the Phantom Menace at the time being considered junk due to most people not finding Jar Jar particularly entertaining. Honestly, that subtle call out right there is kind of clever, given that Star Wars was such a popular series, and it's actually kind of crazy to realize that the Phantom Menace was fresh in pop culture at the time this episode was made, now that I think about it. Dolls based on Dexter's Lab characters are also plenty abundant to be seen at various points throughout the episode, both in the girls' room and the toy store, which is where they get called to by the mayor to check out a recent robbery. Granted, the girls don't know it's a toy store when they answer the phone, so seeing the location upon their arrival immediately causes them to put two and two together in their head, and their sudden guilty expressions to each other communicate that perfectly.
Is that all?
That's not even half of it! Oh, Powerpuff telepathy?
Well, that's good enough to start. Don't worry, Mr. Giuseppe. The girls will find your culprit, whoever it is.
Oh, Bubbles, jeopardizing everything like that. At least they all buy into the Powerpuff telepathy excuse, except for the mayor, who ends up caught in his own enjoyment playing with one of the toys.
Won't they, Mayor? Mayor!
Mama loves you.
So random, so stupid, but yeah, who am I to judge? Also, here at the toy store there's a pinball machine with Fred and Barney from the Flintstones present again, so they got 2 cameos in 2 episodes back to back in the same season. Lucky them. Anyways, yes, part 2 of the episode then segues into the girls discovering that the professor is actually a somnambulist. or in other words, he's begun sleepwalking. What starts as the girls questioning why the professor would ever do such a thing quickly turns into another situation entirely when they realize that he's not doing it on purpose. So therefore, the girls use this as justification to essentially allow their greed to flourish. When it boils down to it, Ploys R Us is an episode about greed and how the girls can't help themselves but continue to hoard more and more toys, with the store owner losing more and more inventory with each passing day. This gets presented to us through a montage of the girls waking up and playing with them, cutting to the toy store owner Mr. Giuseppe crying over his financial ruin while the girls comfort him, and then cut back to them telling the professor what they want each night. Their avarice pretty much grows into a giant ugly monster, as by the end of the montage more than a week has passed, with the girls acquiring all of these toys non-stop. The various different items that we get to see during the montage are pretty fun, admittedly. At one point, even the girls are swimming in a giant Chuck E. Cheese ball pit, for example. It may appear on the surface that this episode is actually somewhat similar to Candy is Dandy, which I talked about earlier, and at first glance, yes, maybe the girls are acting in their own selfish interest in both episodes, but the key distinction here is that Candy is Dandy is all about addiction and going to lengths to satisfy cravings, whereas Ploys R Us is instead about greed in general. Like, yes, maybe they could grow addicted to hoarding all of these toys the way Lenny did once again in Collect Her, but the episode doesn't really portray it in that manner, instead merely showing that the girls could have stopped at any time and simply chose not to. They weren't being compelled instinctually, and honestly, had they stopped, they probably could have gotten away with it. But instead, they kept pushing more and more and more, and eventually everything falls apart when the professor is awoken by one of his nightly runs by none other than Larry the Shivering Chipmunk.
I need a sweater. Hi, I'm Larry, the Shivering Chipmunk. Brr, I'm cold. I need a sweater. Brr, I'm cold.
This is how the episode then transitions into the final act, where the girls wake up in the morning without any toys and thus decide to follow the professor to the store to ensure that he gets the goods, so to speak, only for everything to sort of spiral out of control from there. Honestly, the way the episode's rising action suddenly builds into the climax of the story here is very sudden, because at no point prior to this was it ever implied that what is about to happen will happen.
Give up, Professor! We've got you surrounded!
Never.
What the heck were they thinking when they made this episode? I mean, wow. Okay, that is certainly a way to get the moral of the episode across. To have the Powerpuff Girls literally watch their father get shot by police dozens of times over and cry because they think he was just murdered for stealing toys in a toy store before their very eyes is completely insane. And then the professor just gets up casually and it turns out everybody was in on it. The police, the mayor, and their dad. My reaction can be summed up in pretty much just one word. What? One piece of criticism I do have about the episode isn't necessarily with the climax, but the explanation for it afterwards. The professor specifically states that they were in on it the entire time, but that leaves me confused because, like, is this implying they were only in on the fake murder scene that they organized that night, or is this the entire duration of the professor stealing from the toy store? The reason I ask this question is because as a younger viewer, I always thought this implied they were in on it from the beginning, and it was an attempt to teach the girls a lesson. However, that just doesn't seem like it would be correct for a few reasons. One, this completely destroys Mr. Giuseppe's income stream by restricting a huge portion of his inventory for the girls to play with exclusively. Unless, of course, the city is compensating him, but like, why would they use the citizens' tax dollars to do this? Two, the scene with the professor discovering the girls with their toys for the first time seems to show that he's completely in the dark, at least with how he's written and the vocal insinuations that accommodate it. The girls even explain to him that the toys were a reward from the city, and he seems to buy it. And three, the professor is literally shown to wake up in the toy store and look disappointed. This above all else tells me that the sleepwalking was real, the stealing was real, and yet the professor could just go to the mayor and be like, hey, I'm the crook who stole from the toy store, but my daughters were actually encouraging me to do it. I'd like to teach them a lesson by having you guys pretend to kill me in front of them. And then the mayor just goes with it, I guess? Like, so much for the law is the law in this context, am I right? I mean, sometimes it does take extreme circumstances to teach somebody a hard lesson so that it actually sticks with them. But I don't know, man. These kids are like 5 years old. I don't think the professor's a bad person for taking this approach or anything, but yeah, it's a pretty wild way to resolve this issue.
We knew the entire time, girls.
The mayor?
When you're in a profession like mine, you gotta know how to fake it.
Those guys?
Real cops, toy gun.
I think that's another thing that gets me too. This season has had a lot of different portrayals of guns, and in all cases, said guns are colored red to make them stand out as being potentially less realistic. These guns here are all red too, yet they're presented as toys? Seems a bit confusing if you ask me, because it kind of further leads the initial implications to be more believable, but at the cost of differentiation. Well, either way, it's sort of crazy how the whole thing plays out just to teach the girls to do the right thing and not be greedy. I do agree with that, of course. Greed is a terrible thing, and arguably the worst of all 7 deadly sins. Avarice seems to be an insatiable facet no matter what people try to do and stop it, and maybe individuals are able to control it for themselves, but the majority of all evil seems to stem from greed in some capacity more than any other. So snuffing that out early in the girls' lives is probably a good thing for them. It is a good lesson to teach, but man, this is certainly going to stay with them for the rest of their lives. Wow.
Then I guess I'll have to take them.
And give them to charity?
Heck no! For me!
Yeah, so overall, I think Ploys R Us is a really good episode. I understand why some are more critical of this one than I am because of the actions of the professor that I just described, so it might not be for everybody, but I personally don't hate it because of that reason. It's just more shocking than anything, and I question why this was chosen instead of a different ending, but that's honestly why I appreciate it. Like, the show wasn't afraid to do this. It had guts. It was taking a risk here, and to present that on television, I don't know, I feel like it's actually a very bold maneuver, and I respect that. It's not the most action-heavy story that the show has given us this season by a long shot, but it's a solid one from beginning to end with a good moral that should apply to pretty much anybody. A person's greed needs to be controlled, especially when it's at the expense of others. Do the right thing is all I'm trying to say. It's better in the long run after all.
So once again, the day is saved from the Powerpuff Girls by the Powerpuff Girls.
The Headsucker's Moxy is such an underappreciated episode of this show, and I've eagerly been waiting to be able to express my admiration for this one. This episode in particular is the most horror-inspired episode of the entire series, and I think that's very prevalent in the manner that the story is not only conveyed, but the cinematic techniques that are utilized in order to present the plot to the audience. The title of the episode is a play on the title of the 1994 film known as The Headsucker Proxy, a Coen Brothers comedy movie about a business graduate who gets caught up in a big stock scam. Not exactly relevant to the actual plot of this episode, but honestly, it rolls off the tongue really well. Plus, the Headsucker in this episode does have quite a lot of Moxy, so the pun works as far as rephrasing goes. This episode features an unnamed villain character that can basically be referred to as the robbing leech, according to the credits, who goes around Townsville attacking individuals with knowledge of things like bank combinations and security codes in order to gain access to restricted areas and obtain material items and/or financial wealth. He comes in the form of this very short dude with a giant big nose who seems like an ordinary guy at first, as established in the first scene of the episode. But as things begin to play out, it's quickly revealed that he actually has the ability to sink his teeth into the brains of his victims and extract information from their mind, leaving them behind with a pain-splitting headache and amnesia of what had occurred. Therefore, it's up to the girls to get to the bottom of things, and they do just that. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. As I stated, the episode takes heavy inspiration from the horror film genre in a lot of different cinematic techniques it employs, as well as its narrative structure, and that's made crystal clear here with the very first scene of the episode where this local bank teller is locking up for the night. Everything starts out normal with him merely seeing the leech in front of him and mistaking him for your average everyday guy, only for him to later walk down the alleyway with this sneaking suspicion that he's being watched and or chased by something. Yes, maybe the episode makes it a little obvious by showing us the leech right away all by himself, so it isn't exactly super secretive that it's this guy that attacks him. In retrospect, I think it would have been better had we seen this guy amongst a crowd of people so that he was hidden in plain sight. A creative choice like that might have made the reveal of the leech later in the episode a little bit more significant, but it isn't a super big reveal anyways, so it's not detrimental to the overall plot. But, noticeably, this scene doesn't have the girls show up at all. Instead, we're treated to an event that the girls only end up coming to the next day, which is a very common setup technique that a lot of different horror films will usually do. There are a lot of instances where we don't actually get to see the main characters of the story until a pre-establishing scene of the threat is presented to the audience first in order to hook them into the narrative. In this case here, it's witnessing the bank teller get attacked on the street at night. It isn't a super suspenseful scene, and for the record, I never really found the episode scary as a kid, just a bit unnerving, but it follows that sort of trope that you'd see with a lot of horror films. It's only the very next day when we get to see the police force completely dumbfounded as to how the bank vault could have been swept clean without a trace, and the girls start questioning the bank teller about what happened, but he responds by stating he doesn't remember anything and that his head hurts, causing the girls to notice a scar on the side of his skull. Similarly, fade into another instance where a museum security guard gets attacked in a similar manner during another night, and we get treated to the same repeated instance of the police staring dumbfounded at the museum swept clean while the girls try to learn as much information as they can about what is going on, only to observe the exact same scar on his head too. Not long after that, the girls also get called over to a beach where a pirate basically shows them the same scar for a third time after they realize his booty was stolen, and, well, the girls are now trying to piece this puzzle together. And I just gotta say, I know it's been a while since I've really honed in on a lot of the cinematic techniques that the show uses in order to convey its story, but I feel that the boarding and presentation of this episode is absolutely top-notch when it comes to this sort of thing, because there are so many unique shots that are utilized in order to visually present the story to the audience. For instance, the shot taken during the security guard's night patrol where we witness the observable surroundings through the perspective of the flashlight was a seriously intriguing way of establishing the environment before showing us the full scale of the room. That, along with the lighting that's presented through the use of heavy shadows, really encapsulates my attention because I'm left to fill in the gap with my own imagination of the environment around this guy. That, plus the transition of lighting to the deep red hue once he enables the security system, makes this such a brain-stimulating moment for such a simple conveyance of a guy locking up a museum. Like, we don't just watch a guy lock up, we watch it through an interesting use of lighting and perspective in order to receive the same information. Then of course there's the jump scare I just showed you, which again is a traditional horror technique in order to provide a quick jolt to the audience to keep them on their toes, and that sudden increase in volume along with the rapid cut to the leech's mouth before cutting back to the front door with the body out of sight and some saliva flying up on screen to imply a monster is hunting and or killing its victim is a clever way to recreate what one would expect to see in a rated R film. The same cut happened with the bank teller as well, which I should mention, and the sound effect of the leech sucking the victim's skull to extract their knowledge is also a very unsettling noise used to accompany it, so great sound design choice there. Even with the pirate on the beach, there's this dynamic camera movement where it basically swings from looking at the girls down to face the ground and then rotates 180 degrees to swing upwards and see that pirate standing on the other side. It's such an impressive technique that they managed to incorporate this for a cell animated show, and I just can't help but admire that. The sheer abundance of shadows in a lot of these investigations the girls are making are also incredibly well done. Like, I love how the shadows look when the girls are asking the security guard what he can remember, and we see the sun is shining in through the front door while the fronts of the characters are shaded darker. It's just a really cool effect that acts in opposition to the traditional lighting we normally see in the show, and it's very in tune with the horror-like style that you see in a lot of those films. It's super well done. The girls then take the information that they've gathered back to their home, where they begin to speculate on who or what could possibly be behind all of these incidents that have taken place, and the chain of dialogue that happens here is pretty amusing, as Bubbles basically just reiterates a certain response that causes one of the other two sisters to basically piece another component of the events together.
Holy heist! Heist? Jewels? Blossom, you don't think... Yes, that's it exactly!
It's very 60s Batman in that sense, with the way Bubbles basically says, "Holy blank," in the way that Robin always would. And I suppose there are elements of a detective story here with the girls trying to figure out what's going on, so it fits pretty well. They inevitably manage to conclude that they believe the next victim of this leech's eye is none other than the Sapphire Sultan, who's going to tell the mayor the location of a valuable jewel he possesses. And while this voiceover narration is taking place, we actually get to see those events begin to play out on screen, which is an awesome transition, I might add, because it's absolutely seamless. We go from the girls talking in their room to the girls describing what's happening at the museum to fully catching up to the present moment when the girls arrive too late. It's such an expert use of time manipulation while also connecting the previous scene to the current one, and the way the girls basically conclude what's going to happen while we see it occurring in the present moment is masterfully done. There's even some more incredible perspective shots here where we see over the shoulder of the Sultan talking to the mayor, that then shifts downwards so that we can see a mural standing in front of him where the leech walks out from behind. Seriously, the visual presentation of this episode is absolutely on point, and I would argue it's up there as one of the best of the entire show, with how far its storyboards go to stage and block every single shot. It all strikes me with incredible purpose, and I appreciate the levels that it has gone above and beyond to communicate this story.
Come on, girls, not a moment to lose!
That audio transition where everything is lowered while the girls talk and then fades back up to full volume once they finish their exposition is such a minor component, but it's integrated so well. The only thing that really does bother me here is the fact that the supposed sapphire that the Sultan is hiding in his stomach isn't blue. Yes, it's true that sapphires come in all sorts of colors, so I know it's a nitpick, but everybody associates them as being blue, whereas rubies are red. I guess we can all thank Pokemon for cementing this into the minds of an entire generation of kids. Well, anyways, the mayor witnesses this all go down and he conveys it back to the girls, who show up just a tad too late to be able to stop the leech, so the girls end up speculating who the next victim could be, only for the mayor to realize that it's probably him because he holds all of Townsville's deepest, darkest secrets within his own noggin. And despite Blossom questioning this at first, she quickly realizes that they should go along with it, and this is ultimately how they stop the leech in the end. Again, with the museum scene, we're treated to some pretty fluid movement between the leech attacking the Sultan and then the mayor's retelling of the incident, especially to the girls. A lot of the mayor's poses in this episode, both in the museum and back at his office, are actually extremely cartoonish in how he poses, but strikingly, they communicate his emotions perfectly through his body language.
You missed it, man! It was cool!
Mayor, it wasn't cool. The Sapphire Sultan was just robbed.
It was cool.
Great joke. Almost as great as the climactic scene where the girls ever so sweetly promise that they're going to protect the mayor from the leech, when in actuality they're using him as bait to catch him. And it works. This whole setup where the episode actually shows us that the leech is overhearing the conversation between the girls and the mayor serves as a good establishment for the scene that's yet to come. And then when we cut to that scene later that night, we see the mayor freaking out because he's afraid he's going to be attacked, with the girls reassuring him that everything's going to be okay. Despite this though, the shot of the mayor looking over his shoulder with the sweat beads dripping down his face is such a prominent shot to show us the sheer amount of stress that he is under. And again, there's so much expression in this episode that really succeeds in showing us how these characters feel beyond just using words. Pretty soon the leech strikes though, and it is here where we get to see the final confrontation between the girls and the leech inside the mayor's office. And yet again, we get some awesome shots where the leech jumps up into the chandelier and then the camera shifts to another first-person perspective shot from the leech's point of view looking down at the girls on the floor. And the way the camera also swings back and forth like a pendulum in order to mimic the motion of the light is such a neat attention to detail. There's so much attention to detail in this episode. It's just so cool, man. Just as cool as it is for the girls to defeat the leech once and for all by having Blossom grab the mayor and using him as a shield to take the Headsucker's bite attack, which ultimately tires him out because the mayor's head is so empty that he can't extract anything no matter how hard he tries. It's actually pretty brilliant for this to be the ultimate method that the monster gets defeated, so to speak.
You can't get water from a well that's dry.
I don't understand.
Exactly.
What?
Correct, Mayor.
Huh? That's right.
And that's a pretty silly note to end the episode on at that. Hopefully, my review of this episode was able to give a lot of viewers some new perspective on an episode that otherwise has probably flown under the radar for a lot of people. Either that, or maybe some have chosen not to go back to it deliberately because maybe it scared them as a kid. Who knows? But yeah, I genuinely find the Headsucker's Moxy to be a very under-recognized episode for its sheer cinematography and masterful presentation, not to mention an engaging story. Sure, maybe it's a one-off villain that isn't super recognizable, and in all fairness, the guy never utters a single word of dialogue, so it's not like he has very much personality to him, but considering that he's basically meant to represent a horror monster, it honestly makes sense that he doesn't speak. The character models, the movement, the poses, and even the backgrounds of this episode are all incredibly executed as well, and I appreciate the fact that there are so many different settings that get explored in the episode with such a level of detail given to each one in the textures, coloring, blocking, and overall environmental layout. I reckon this is the most underappreciated episode in the entire show because I never see anybody talking about this one. I love this episode and absolutely think it's an under-discussed gem. I really can't praise this one enough.
And so, once again, the day is, something. Day is... my head hurts.
Okay, the next episode is a notorious one that carries a lot of weight amongst the Powerpuff community, so I've been very aware of the importance of how I approach this review. But to be honest, when it boils down to it, Equal Fights is just like any other episode of the Powerpuff Girls. The only thing that sets it apart is the fact that the subject matter it is addressing is much more socially and politically charged than pretty much any other episode of the show. Even with that in mind, however, it doesn't feel that out of place if you ask me. The show has tackled plenty of dark subjects before, and it has tons of episodes that do teach a lesson to kids. And honestly, given that the Powerpuff Girls do have a status as an icon for representing women, I think talking about gender inequality is a perfectly fitting subject matter for the episode to handle. Equal rights, which is obviously what the episode's pun is based on, should be given to all, no matter what. I believe in equal rights for women, just as I do for men. And the important thing to remember is that it goes for all people, not just one particular group. That is the ultimate core idea of the episode, hence why the historical female figure that is utilized in the episode is none other than Susan B. Anthony, a women's rights activist in the 1800s who illegally voted on November 18th, 1872, which also just so happens to be the date that the Powerpuff Girls premiered on Cartoon Network, by the way, which is a crazy fact I just learned while researching for this video, and an awesome coincidence I might add. Anthony is widely regarded as a prominent figure in the history of women's suffrage and the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, and so having her presence here in the episode is a very fitting choice. Equal Fights has a lot going for it, despite only being an 11-minute episode, and as far as episode structure goes, it does a phenomenal job at setting up the story, the villain, and the issue being discussed. I suppose it makes the most sense to just start with the villain of the episode, Femme Fatale, a female villain that has made the fact that she is female her entire identity in both her appearance and her behavior. As a character design, I actually think it's a pretty fun one, considering the symbol commonly associated with women is part of her design in both her outfit and her weapon, and given that her name literally refers to the old archetype of a beautiful woman that uses her charm or beauty to essentially lure her victim into a compromising situation, it suits her. It's literally French for deadly woman and has been a stock character type for beyond a century. And Femme Fatale here in the episode is the perfect encapsulation of using her femininity to justify her actions.
Men can't do anything right. Who is this? Who
is this? It's Ben Franklin, you idiot! A man!
There's honestly a lot of great jokes present in the episode here, such as her freaking out on this bank teller for being afraid to say Ben Franklin in such an aggressive tone. She gets her point across very quickly though, and it isn't long after that the girls show up to put a stop to her as she's leaving.
Looks like this town has met its match. There's not a man alive who can stop me. Uh-oh.
I also love this joke. Like, yeah, you know what? Maybe there isn't a man here who can stop you, but there's 3 badass girls that are gonna put you in your place. The main crux of the episode originates from the conversation that Femme Fatale has with the Powerpuff Girls when they initially capture her, stating that there are no female superheroes and by extension, no female supervillains around, and quote, us girls need to stick together, end quote, ultimately convinces Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup to let her run free. And like, to be truthful, there is some validity in what Femme Fatale is ultimately telling the girls here. While representation has certainly improved since the 1990s, back then there were hardly any recognizable female superheroes that people could name, at least on the DC Comics side of things.
There's Supergirl, Batgirl.
They're so lame. Merely extensions of their male counterparts.
I mean, they pretty much hit the nail on the head where Supergirl and Batgirl are just spin-offs of their male counterparts, and Wonder Woman otherwise just is alone by herself. Obviously, DC Comics was the referenced characters here rather than Marvel due to Powerpuff falling under the Warner Brothers umbrella, and I'm personally more familiar with Marvel, so I can name tons of female heroes on that side of the superhero genre, whereas with DC, I only ever really got invested in Batman specifically, so I don't know a whole lot outside of that, but admittedly as a kid, I was aware that there was a noticeable lack of female representation back then. That's part of what makes the Powerpuff Girls so awesome after all, but despite there being some truth to what Femme Fatale might be saying, that's just a misconstrued attempt at appealing to ethos in order to convince the girls to let her go.
Once you take me to jail, there'll be no more female villains in Townsville. Except for that little brat and the chick in the underwear, but they're in jail, so they don't count.
I love that line, but she deliberately left out Miss Keen, who's also a recurring villain on the show, as we've established in reviewing Season 2 and Gettin' Twiggy with it. I kid, of course. Partially. But Femme Fatale basically uses this underrepresentation to convince the girls to allow her to go free, and they completely fall for it. This is a clear-cut case of where the misunderstanding of this episode falls into place, because Femme Fatale seems to get misinterpreted as being a representation of feminism, when that just flat out isn't the case. She does not represent feminism at all. True feminism advocates for equal rights and treatment for women to the same degree as men, but that's not what Femme Fatale is suggesting or provokes in the girls. Instead, the Powerpuff Girls fall victim to the misandrist idea that women are superior and that men don't deserve to be respected because they are lesser. This is why we get treated to the moments where the girls confront the boys on the playground and make them all cry, or why they retaliate back at the professor and the mayor for just asking them for help with things. Femme Fatale has successfully poisoned their brains with these false lies, and now the episode is showing us the ramifications of such an occurrence. The episode isn't agreeing with this idea, it's showing us that it's wrong by invoking an emotional response out of the audience. We are not supposed to agree with the girls here, and the show doesn't either, as is established by one of the best moments in the entire series.
What's going on? Miss Bellum!
This scene, with Miss Bellum and Miss Keen sitting down with the girls and talking with them about what they've been doing, is absolutely genius, because it perfectly communicates the entire idea that the message is conveying, and in such a natural manner. The conversation starts by having the girls try to justify their actions to Miss Keen and Miss Bellum, only for the two of them to raise counterpoints to everything they're saying. For instance, the girls accuse their father of making them do chores, but Miss Bellum responds by questioning how many chores the professor did, to which the girls catch themselves in their accusation because they realize that he did basically everything else except for cleaning their room. This is even established by the episode by showing us the very first scene, as well as when he asks the girls because he's busy doing other chores around the house in both instances. Realizing that they're wrong, the girls then shift their argument to talking about the mayor and saying how he's lazy and won't save the city himself, where once again, Ms. Bellum provides the perfect counter-argument.
Why is he always asking us to save it for him?
Oh, you're absolutely right, girls. He should be using his own superpowers to save the city.
And that pretty much snuffs out the flame right there. Also, the line delivery of Ms. Bellum saying that is such a great way to have her say it because it further defeats the entire point that the girls think they're making. The episode even went out of its way earlier to have the mayor thank the girls and express his sincere appreciation for them saving the town because he obviously can't do it, which only further strengthens Ms. Bellum's argument here. This is why I think the episode is so well written when it boils down to it, because it establishes everything ahead of time to further enhance the conversation that's being had in this moment here. The same was true with the boys on the playground as well, which Miss Keene comments on. In the end, Ms. Bellum and Miss Keene illustrate one final point to explain that the girls fell for Femme Fatale's trick by having 3 other female figures step forward and comment on how they were negatively affected by Femme Fatale. And I think this scene is important to get across too, because it really goes to show that Femme Fatale had no interest in actually representing women either. Femme Fatale is not a true feminist. She uses the feminist movement to allow her to get away with crime at the expense of others and the movement itself, and the girls fall for it hook, line, and sinker. She literally just uses a movement in order to justify her own selfish gain, and it's questionable whether or not she even believes in what she's saying. Yes, she very well could believe in the advocacy for equal rights for women, but she isn't practicing what she's preaching then, and that's the key detail to note here. This idea is a very real warning that the episode gets across because there are individuals like this out there that will use some sort of movement or idea or minority characteristic they possess to justify their own evil, selfish actions at the detriment of somebody innocent, and that's flat out unacceptable. In Femme Fatale's case, she uses the girl's unwillingness to stop her to rob banks and stores to acquire possessions and wealth that do not belong to her in order to live a life of luxury in her penthouse apartment. And okay guys, really? I mean, I get this show likes to throw adult jokes in here and there, but of all instances of it, this is easily the most subtle yet, as much as I hate to admit it, clever use of one in reference to the events of the episode. But anyways, the moral of the conversation that Bellum and Keene have with the girls is that while yes, there is injustice in the world, it's important for them to protect the rights of everyone, and that's the ultimate takeaway here. People need to stand up and protect the rights of everybody, not just a select group of people. The episode is 100% absolutely right about this, and it's unfortunate that some viewers of this episode missed this point entirely, instead fixating on the completely wrong angles or isolating specific moments in the episode to essentially take it all out of context. It's very unfortunate. In the end, the girls show up, beat up Femme Fatale, and lock her away in prison after providing her a historically accurate lesson on who Susan B. Anthony really was, explaining how the government wanted to go easy on her for being a woman and avoid sending her to prison, whereas she demanded the same equal treatment that men received in opposition to this. Susan B. Anthony wasn't advocating for a benefit that would aid her or give her selfish personal gain. She was advocating for a worse punishment, something more strict that would impact her life negatively because it's the punishment that men would have received for the crime, and she believed in equal rights and equal punishment. Equal treatment goes both ways, by the way, and I stand by this point too. Doing something good deserves respect, and doing something bad deserves punishment. Crimes are still crimes, and the criminal having one characteristic or another shouldn't result in a different outcome. It goes both ways, and that also needs to be understood, as Femme Fatale clearly did not in this episode. At the end of this explanation, the girls give her a serious butt kicking and end off the episode by sending her to prison where she belongs. As an episode, Equal Fights is a solid one, if you ask me, but it's not without its flaws. I do think that perhaps the amount of time spent on depicting the misandry of the girls towards the boys on the playground, the professor at home, and the mayor in his office was overdone just a tad too much to where some people kinda missed the point. Perhaps the episode would have been better off if this sequence got shortened and the time was dedicated to something else instead. I do appreciate that the episode is making a case to illustrate why this is wrong, and using clear examples of men who don't deserve it at all rather than actual misogynists that are mistreating women was the proper choice here. For instance, the boys on the playground are just playing. The mayor asks super politely and even tells the girls how much he appreciates them saving the day. The professor is shown doing chores every single time he's on screen, so he clearly does a lot of work taking care of the house on his own. This is super relatable to me, by the way, because in my household growing up, my dad did a lot of the chores. Not just the traditional taking out the trash and mowing the lawn, but he was the one that did the laundry. He was the one that vacuumed. He went grocery shopping. He did a whole lot more than just the stereotypical tasks that men are presumed to do, and I've always admired him for that. I'm not trying to discredit my mother, of course. She also did plenty to take care of the house too. My point is that it was a team effort for them. Everything didn't just fall into one person's lap. I get it if misandry or misogyny are upsetting. In fact, it should be. Both of them should be. It's a good thing to be upset by witnessing it because it isn't fair, but it's upsetting on both fronts, not just the one that caters to that particular individual either. I found the episode to be extremely successful at provoking an emotional response out of me when I was a kid for this exact reason, because I knew it wasn't right. And so on that account, it accomplishes exactly what it sets out to do. I will say though, I think that this episode is open to so many different perspectives that are affected by age and sex that it's impossible for me to encapsulate them all in one review. Obviously, I can present my own perspective, but I can't speak on account of anybody else. This is what makes it such a complicated issue, because there are arguments to be made on all fronts about whether or not this sort of message should be present in the Powerpuff Girls. On one hand, I think it's important for an episode like this to exist because it's supposed to teach children from a young age that this sort of thing is unacceptable, and that people should be treated equally no matter who they are. At the same time though, the issue that's being discussed is a heavier subject than the typical PBG episode would have, and it is a very real problem that still exists to this day, with no clear end in sight. I know that Lauren Faust, the main writer of this episode, has gone on record a few times saying that she isn't proud of it and has denounced it actually, saying that she should never have written it. And I believe I get where she's coming from, because at the end of the day, everybody is their own worst critic, but at the same time, I don't think that this episode fails. I know a lot of people have tended to blame her for this episode being so bad, and she's gotten a lot of flack online for this sort of thing, but I genuinely believe that a lot of that boils down to people not understanding the episode and misinterpreting it in a negative manner. I know Craig has also come out and acknowledged that they probably shouldn't have done the episode. Apparently Gendy was entirely against it even back then, but truthfully, I don't think it's something that the show should be ashamed of. Episodes like this are important for acknowledging real problems and perpetuating conversation, hopefully eventually one day leading to a real reasonable change. After all, the fact that I'm sitting here talking about it decades after the show ended and can clearly see that the issue still exists proves that it deserves awareness. At the end of the day, we all need to be on the same team, because as has been proven time and time again, human beings function best when we work together. We're social creatures who depend on one another, and that's not a bad thing. I appreciate Equal Fights for tackling such an issue in a well-structured episode that still manages to pull off great comedy and action within it. As Miss Keen and Miss Bellum said in the episode itself, there's always going to be injustice in the world. And that's true, but we also have to believe that good will always persevere.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Did you ever notice there are no chick narrators? Ow! Hey, who threw that?
Now, it's time for our second half-hour episode of the season, this time focusing more on the familial bond between father and daughters, as opposed to having everybody swap bodies for the entire duration. Powerprof here is not only the name of the character that the professor essentially becomes when he decides to join the Powerpuff Girls in their fight against evil, but it's also an obvious pun on the name of the girls themselves. Yep, makes perfect sense to me. In fact, it's kinda wild just how convenient this pun happened to work out for the professor's character to just fit right into the group naming. And as it turns out, we've also got another child lore episode on our hands here. Sure, we've had a few episodes this season that delved into that realm, like the babysitting episode or the toys episode, but here we have a story that tackles a completely different subject that I absolutely appreciate because we can almost all relate to it. The embarrassment received from our parents trying to relate to us at such a young age. I don't know about anybody else, but I feel this episode deep because my mom tried so hard to be funny in relating to my interest in Pokemon as a kid, and it just always made me cringe. Love her, but man, I wish I could forget all the Jiggly, Snort, and Squirtle Puff jokes that I had to put up with over the years. It's not even a real Pokemon, Mom. But I digress. The episode here is very well paced. Have you noticed that I've been saying that about almost every episode this season? It's because I think the show really found its footing and everybody at this point was a master at making these episodes. I actually think when it comes to half-hour episodes though, that Powerprof is one of the better paced specials in the series because everything that happens feels like it's given just enough time to get the point across without ever overstaying its welcome. I've never felt like anything was dragging on for too long here, and there's only one moment in the episode that runs for a considerable amount of time. But aside from that, the episode has the perfect amount of setup given to it that easily transitions into the professor becoming Powerprof and how that snowballs into the girls desiring for him to stop altogether. But first, before we get into that, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the beginning of the episode here.
An opportunity to bond, to grow, to become closer, to establish ties, to learn, to love.
Outside of the narrator's opening description about family bonding, the first half of the episode, the entire first half, is a story told without a single ounce of dialogue. It literally takes show don't tell to its purest form, almost as if we're watching a silent cartoon with accompanying background music. But it does throw in sound effects too here and there, so as far as I'm concerned, it shows that the Powerpuff Girls, even towards the end of its third season, was willing to try new experimental techniques when it came to its episodic storytelling. I still would say that season 1 has the most bold and artistic choices in a lot of its episodes compared to every other season of the show, but there are still some really good contenders here in season 3 that are pushing that experimental boundary too. The story that this sequence tells shows us that the professor is super eager to spend time with his girls, but at every instance when it seems like they're finally going to do something fun together, the girls get called into action and have to go save the day instead, leaving the professor all by his lonesome. It's kinda sad actually, realizing that he doesn't get to spend as much time as he would like with them, and he even goes at great lengths for them too to do so. For instance, when the girls return home from a long day of crime fighting, we can see he prepared a massive meal for them, only to fall asleep waiting for them to get home. The visual storytelling of this whole sequence communicates his disappointment perfectly through his facial expressions and body language, as well as visual environment. There's one scene in the middle of the first half where he is working on something in his lab, and the girls just start popping up and messing with him. They leave stuffed animals and poke him, and it's really just super wholesome stuff from start to finish here. I love moments like this in the series where the girls play with their dad like this. It really just cements the family bond that they all share, and it leaves me with a feel-good mentality seeing them all get along. There's even a moment in the sequence where he tricks them and they get worried that they upset him, and then he just surprise tackles them, which in turn leads to them trying to get back at him. Honestly, we need more feel-good, lighthearted, and happy moments like this in our media in general. In an age where everything seems to be super dark and depressing, having bright moments like this can really make a difference. Oh, and from here we learn that the girls were actually trying to ask their dad to go see the latest movie that was out in theaters at the time. Puppet Pals in Movie Puppet Pals, the movie in 3D. Okay, whoa, we're getting into Kingdom Hearts compilation level territory with naming conventions like that. Can we take a step back for a second? I guess I wasn't that far off when I commented on the Puppet Pals video game back during Hot Air Buffoon. But of course, this little recreational activity gets interrupted too when a monster bursts through the screen and bites down on an innocent victim or two, causing the girls to burst into action and take it down while the professor heads home defeated. or so it seems at first, and that's what leads us into the second half of everything. From here, there's a commercial break, and once again we return back into the action where we bear witness to the professor showing up inside a super suit of his own creation, which he can use in order to fight crime and monsters alongside the girls. The action sequence that takes place prior to his reveal is pretty wild too, with each of the girls getting focused on a certain task so that none of them can grab the mayor as he falls down into the monster's mouth, only to be saved by the professor in the nick of time. See, even Dexter was impressed. Having an episode where the professor becomes a superhero to fight alongside his daughters makes total sense and is a super fitting concept for an episode of this show, so I'm already sold on it for the idea alone. But the execution is all I could really ask for because it perfectly encapsulates that overprotective parent mindset that we've seen the professor fall into before with Uh-Oh Dynamo. First we get a montage of the 4 of them beating up some bad guys and evildoers, but as time goes on, the professor quickly begins to turn things for the worst with his side comments and new safety rules that he begins to implement for the girls.
Hey, Blossom, totally tubular.
I mean, in fairness, I say tubular unironically, but that aside, I think the fact that his dialect here consists of outdated vocabulary such as groovy, which was popular numerous decades prior, to misspeaking when saying, let's get jiggly with it instead of jiggy, is just the perfect portrayal of exactly how our out-of-touch parents get current trends and saying things wrong and just sort of lamify them. It's the classic...
How do you do, fellow kids?
What?
This is the clip that we all know and love because it sums it up perfectly. The professor has no idea what's hip, and so he goes around throwing all these lame phrases like "hasta la vista, babies," which is a Terminator reference. I don't like to throw the word cringe around very lightly, but in this case it's pretty applicable because every time he attempts a catchphrase, the girls do just that. They cringe. It only gets worse from there though, as he starts to publicly embarrass each of them in the worst ways imaginable, such as calling Buttercup all of these gushy nicknames that the criminals then begin to repeat back to her, or worse, telling the entire public how Bubbles had a bedwetting problem. Bro, TMI, professor, there are certain things you just shouldn't share with other people about your kids, and this is one of them. Crossing a line that shouldn't have been crossed. It's like the equivalent of parents uploading videos of their kids to the internet today. Yeah, I feel really bad for Bubbles here, but honestly, the way she reacts to it by coming back with a paper bag over her head and wearing it for the rest of this scene is absolutely priceless. Honestly, the fact that it gets to a point where he just nonchalantly calls Blossom Sunshine also cracks me up because it's like, dude, have you forgotten who your daughters are? Well, yes, apparently he has, and the girls recognize this by venting their frustrations with one another until they can come up with a plan to rid themselves of this problem for good, leading into the final act of the episode where the professor gets a call that Mojo is cooking up an evil scheme. This gives us an awesome final sequence where the girls get captured and leave everything up to their dad to save the day, which results in a pretty wild action sequence, I must admit, between the professor and Mojo going back and forth with one another.
Bring it on, Daddy-O.
Oh, that is so lame. You will pay for your use of inappropriate dialogue.
Inappropriate use of dialogue is right. Wow, that's lame. Honestly though, what I appreciate most about all these different slang moments is that they were already outdated back then and or mispronounced. Like, it's been decades since these episodes were created and they hold up perfectly because the slang will forever be outdated. I mean, yeah, maybe a word or phrase has a resurgence someday, sure, but even if that does happen, it's pretty much guaranteed to fall back into outdated territory afterwards anyways, so it essentially makes the episode, like most of the show, pretty timeless. The fight with Mojo is great too, especially when Mojo gets knocked into his artillery room and he comes out with like 6 different weapons, grenades strapped to his chest, a quiver on his back, just a whole bunch of different items making up his arsenal, which is kind of surprising given we've been seeing all those red guns all over the place this season. Then again, we do see a little pool of blood under this pile of criminals in an earlier scene, so the violence is still there to a small extent. It's felt like weapon censorship got a little more strict this season, and yet here Mojo is going hog wild by blasting the professor with all sorts of different attacks. Unfortunately for him, it isn't enough and the professor wins in the end, after which he fully retires from the superhero business and the girls are happy that the restrictions on all their crime fighting are going to be lifted once again. I mean, heck, it was a bit unnecessary that the girls were literally forced to wear bike helmets and elbow pads, but it was pretty humorous to me as a viewer. Overall though, I would say this is a good episode. I mean, mean, sure, maybe some viewers might not enjoy the professor as a character, but for me, I actually think this makes him a bit more lovable because he's doing all of this out of love for his girls, even if he is going a little too overboard. There's still plenty of good jokes here and there's some good action sequences, so I mean, what more can you really ask for? I appreciate it and I love the professor, so for me, this was a very enjoyable episode. I can't complain.
And so, once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Yo, they be chillin' on the girl power trip, y'all. Yo, yo, peace, I'm out.
Oh, moral decay. Where do I begin? How about I start with the precedent that I've unfortunately set for myself as a result of defending most of the typically negatively received episodes this season. I bet nobody saw this one coming, but I really don't think moral decay is all that bad, and I think a lot of the criticism that it receives just stems from individual morality and the general reception a person has to seeing things that conflict with their own morals. And you know, I suppose it's fitting given that moral is literally in the title of the episode. First things first though, great title. Superb title actually, considering it's a recontextualizing of the phrase moral decay, along with a pun with that of oral decay, succinctly and perfectly summarizing the general story being told here. We've got another Buttercup episode on our hands, and luckily it's another episode that I don't really follow the popular hate train on, just like Town and Out or A Very Special Blossom, because I just don't take issue with any of the problems that people generally have with this. In essence, Buttercup goes around trying to knock Bubbles' teeth out after she learns of the existence of the Tooth Fairy through the somewhat worrying experience of her having knocked her sister's tooth straight out of her mouth on accident. This then leads into Buttercup promptly realizing she can get rich quick, so to speak, by continually attempting to knock her sister's teeth out to get more money. But after that proves unsuccessful, she finds a new outlet that she can use to acquire teeth, knocking them out of criminals. This goes on well enough for a while until she stops getting phone calls to fight crime and turns to knocking out innocent villains' teeth out instead. Yes, I realize there's an oxymoron there, but it's true, and ultimately she gets taught a lesson the hard way when she inevitably gets cornered by all the people that she knocked the teeth out of.
You know what they say? An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth.
Okay, so there is a lot to unpack here, there's no denying that, but I think I'm gonna start with how the episode is crafted first before getting into the moral dilemma at play here. The title, as I said a minute ago, is fantastic. The whole episode is about the moral decay of Buttercup as a character as she continues to lower and lower her ethical standards as her greed gets the better of her, causing behaviors that were formerly unacceptable but have now become normalized in her own degenerative selfishness. It also plays on oral decay, which usually refers to the decaying of teeth enamel and mouth health in general, really. But in this specific context, that decay is that of the poor victims of Buttercup's actions, resulting in the wellness of their own mouths degrading at an accelerated rate. I'm sure Dr. Payne is thrilled about it though, with all the revenue he's probably brought in. The episode portrays this gradual decline in Buttercup's behavior masterfully, starting by establishing the episode with her and her sisters having earned $1 each for completing chores around the house. We get to see Buttercup's overly gleeful gratitude in full force here, and while some may consider this to be too much, I don't. I mean, when I was a kid, I was also thrilled about getting an allowance because it meant I could save up to get a video game in the future. I can't really remember all the allowance games that I had bought over the years, but I know for a fact I bought Super Mario 64 on the DS because that's the one I have the most vivid memory of. I don't think it's out of character at all for Buttercup to be excited about potential opportunity.
Hey, this is a quarter. No, it's not. It's the new Sacagawea $1. Oh, okay then.
This didn't really age the best though, I will admit. This dollar was new at the time of the episode's airing, and I don't know if there was a thought that these dollar coins would take off, but hindsight is 2020 because as the future played out, it was decided for money to become more digital instead. Either way, Buttercup's celebration leads to her punching Bubbles so hard it knocks her tooth out, and this is where the professor teaches the girls about the Tooth Fairy. Honestly, for an initial setup, it's pretty solid. I really don't see anything wrong with the establishment of the episode at all. It's a upon learning of the Tooth Fairy's existence, where Buttercup begins to take a turn for the worse and starts beating on Bubbles in order to get more teeth to fall out, which, like, okay, yeah, if you take it seriously, I guess it could be bothersome, but I don't know. I've always interpreted this whole situation as just being humorous. Like, it's ridiculous to what lengths Buttercup was going in order to try and knock her teeth out. And that moment of her slamming Bubbles' head into the table is so priceless to me that I literally had a GIF saved of it at one point. And some may say, well, isn't it hypocritical of me that I didn't like the Twiggy episode because of how much abuse Twiggy was put through by Mitch? And to that I say, no, because in this case, Buttercup isn't trying to outright murder her sister, and what she's doing is nowhere near as cruel.
Buttercup, I know you're the toughest fighter and you like to play rough, but under no circumstances are you allowed to knock Bubbles' teeth out. Or Blossom's.
I mean, come on, that's such a great reactionary joke. I love that. I think the fact that the episode finds a successful way to bridge the gap by connecting this idea over to the teeth of criminals getting knocked out as Buttercup's new opportunity is brilliant, because it takes the rather mundane thing that happens all the time and allows her to ethically justify doing this and make some profit. I mean, these criminals are bad guys, so like, it's okay for her to knock their teeth out if it means stopping them, right? And if she just so happens to collect them after the fact, then no harm, no foul, right? I mean, if anything, this is just her reward for saving the day. These are the kinds of thoughts of self-justification that enables Buttercup to proceed to carry on acquiring molar after molar during the montage sequence, and it perfectly follows through the moral decay of her character as she does it more and more often. It becomes normalized, and no longer is she questioning whether or not it's okay. And this is a legitimate ethical question to ask. Does the fact that these people are committing crimes make it okay for Buttercup to intentionally punch the teeth out of their mouths? It's all a matter of perspective. I mean, some would say they deserve it and others wouldn't. And that's where this becomes an entirely subjective matter of opinion. Eventually though, it becomes more certain that what she's doing is wrong when she gets tired of waiting for a phone call and instead targets villains like Mojo, him, and the Gangrene Gang, despite the fact that they weren't committing any crimes whatsoever.
What happened to you guys? Don't tell me. Buttercup?
The whole vocal delivery in this episode is great, by the way. Not just with the villains like Mojo here, but also with the way Bubbles talks when missing one of her front teeth. It's all great performances on that front, so I wanted to compliment the episode there really quick.
I know, it's okay. But afterwards, the professor told me if I put my tooth under my pillows, then when I wake up, I'd have yes!
But yes, what she does do to the villains is ultimately what leads to the end result of her sister setting her up to be punished after Mojo coordinates this with Blossom and Bubbles, and sure enough, they get their revenge by pummeling Buttercup to a pulp until she needs a bunch of dental work done herself. Now, I'm not going to sit here and preach my opinion as objective fact or anything, but I will simply say that in certain contexts, violence may actually be a legitimate answer, and bullying is a clear-cut case of that. I won't go into details, but long story short, I was bullied throughout all of 7th grade, and it never stopped until I finally fought back. My retaliation put an end to that really quick, and the problem went away, and countless other individuals who have been bullied have shared similar stories to me. Now, I'm not condoning violence as the first solution to a problem. It never is the first solution or anything like that, but sometimes it is a necessary last resort, and it worked for me in my case. Again, this is all a matter of subjective opinion on morals, and mine are not the end-all be-all, and neither are anybody else's. That being said, I think Buttercup absolutely deserved it, and it got the lesson across pretty clearly to her because she learned from this experience big time. It can be argued there was another way, sure, but this method clearly worked as illustrated by her expressions in the final scene. She knew what she was doing was wrong, and she paid the price for it. FAFO, as some call it. I take no issue in what Blossom and Bubbles did here because sometimes talking just doesn't solve the problem. Given that Buttercup's morals decayed so much here in this episode to where she was doing the completely anti-heroic thing of just beating innocent, in quotes, people up is a pretty solid reason to believe that having a conversation doesn't just solve the problem. And how is it fair to all these other people anyways that they had their teeth knocked out? They had to suffer physical injury, possibly permanent, for no reason, and the aggressor gets nothing more than a stern talking to? Imagine yourself in the victim's shoes. Would you be happy with someone who physically assaulted you getting nothing more than a slap on the wrist? I wouldn't.
The value of $1. Yes, I think this will just about cover your dental bills.
Now, another key component of the episode I want to talk about here is whether or not the Tooth Fairy exists, or it's the professor putting money under Buttercup's pillow, because for some reason this also seems to be a talking point surrounding the episode. Truthfully speaking, the idea of the professor putting the money under Buttercup's pillow makes zero sense to me, because not only would it be the most out-of-character thing he'd have done in the entire series, but he also would have caught on to this ages ago, and it never would have escalated to this extent. Dude, he'd have called this out after Buttercup's, second tooth, because all he'd have to do here is ask her to show him the teeth she lost, and boom, she's found out. Besides, if the Sandman and Santa Claus exist in this universe, then I'm inclined to believe the Tooth Fairy does as well. And while yes, maybe the Tooth Fairy could hypothetically question it, maybe the Tooth Fairy just doesn't care. We don't know. We never see them. And yeah, that's a legitimate criticism to make about the episode, because we wouldn't even be having this discussion in the first place if this gray area wasn't present. I also heard it criticized that the professor never found Buttercup's coins, but all I have to say about that, if we want to play the semantics game, is that it's established in Equal Fights that he asks the girls to clean their room, so he just never bothered to check it over the course of a week or two, because why would he if he has no idea any of this is going on? I simply interpret it that he doesn't learn about Buttercup's actions until the same time that her sisters do, and it's at that point that he discovers all the money she's been hoarding off screen. Besides, this is a kid's cartoon. Do we really expect them to just outright state the Tooth Fairy isn't real and ruin that for kids? Come on. There'd be a lot of angry complaints from parents if they had done something like that. That just is absurd to me. The only real thing that's kinda silly on how Buttercup wasn't caught sooner is the fact that she put this monster's tooth under her pillow and nobody noticed. But interpreting this as anything more than a joke is taking the episode too literally. This isn't meant to ruin the continuity of the episode, it's literally just a visual gag in the middle of a montage. I realize that a younger me would have been critical of this, but honestly, I just needed to lighten up a bit more back then. This isn't a serious episode ruining issue, it's literally just a 3-second gag in a montage. There are far worse problems in episodes of cartoons than this. Moral decay is perfectly fine. In fact, it's honestly tame compared to a lot of the other torture episodes people get all up in arms about on the internet. I honestly consider the fact that this episode nails its thesis statement dead on makes it a good episode, because it portrays a true person experiencing moral decay exactly as one would. Besides, Buttercup's 5 years old, and just because she's a hero a lot of the time doesn't mean she isn't capable of making bad choices. Even Blossom could make bad choices, as we saw in A Very Special Blossom and Fallen Arches, and I've defended both of those episodes too. Now, obviously, Blossom wouldn't have deserved the beating that Buttercup received here, but that's because it's a matter of punishment fitting the crime, and stealing is nowhere near as bad as physically harming dozens of people immorally. They're on completely separate levels. The last minor criticism I only have to make about this episode is that we've already experienced the idea of greed being explored in Ploys R Us, but the fact of the matter is that moral decay goes about this in a completely different manner. Ploys R Us has a much more innocent guilt to it, if that makes sense, because the girls aren't intentionally doing something to harm other people, whereas here it's pretty clear that Buttercup knows what she's doing and she's still doing it anyways. I would say that these two cases are different scenarios, but I can't deny that there is an element of sameness to them, given the fact that I have commented on this aspect of other episodes existing within the same season, but I really don't think moral decay and Ploys R Us are as close as some other episodes have been. I expect disagreement on this one, and that's perfectly fine. As I've said, everyone's entitled to their own opinion on the moral conclusion of this episode, but I personally think the episode's great, and that's coming from someone who likes Buttercup the most of the 3 girls. I'm glad that she gets punished for what she's done, because it is wrong, and it's a great growth lesson for her. I get a kick out of it, and it's far from the worst episodes that have spawned from this show.
So once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. Oh!
Now, here's one of those episodes that I'm sure a lot of people have been waiting for me to cover. I think I'll just go ahead and preface this one by saying that, yep, my opinion sides with the masses here that it is truly among some of the best episodes of the entire series and deserves all the praise and recognition it gets, primarily for its sheer creative writing. Meet the Beatles is a standout episode of the series that pays homage to one of the greatest bands of all time, the Beatles. The Beat-Alls, of course, being a pun on the band's name while being perfectly relevant to the context of the show. That's probably one of the episode's greatest strengths of all, the fact that the writing behind this episode is so excellently interwoven into the plot of a Powerpuff Girls episode while simultaneously referencing both songs and real-life events is truly something extraordinary and signifies that even at the end of the 3rd season of this show, the staff behind it were continuing to try new things and breathe fresh life into every episode that was coming out. I know I'm starting to sound like a broken record here in how often I've acknowledged that the show is still breaking new ground for itself several seasons in, but I find that it is worth pointing out because this sort of innovation doesn't last for much longer before the inevitable seasonal rot hits us, so I'm cherishing every moment of this that I can while we're still here. That said, trying to tackle this episode can prove to be somewhat difficult when it comes to fully picking apart the episode piece by piece. Structurally though, I think the episode is superb from a storytelling perspective. For some odd reason, I went through this phase for a few years where I had it in my mind that the story was odd in how certain events played out that led to it being difficult to follow if the viewer doesn't register what exactly is going on, but I think I based that too much on my own anecdotal experience, and I find myself finally breaking away from that mindset. As a child, I found this episode to be very weird and confusing because I couldn't tell why half of the stuff that happens occurs, only to realize that when I was much older, it was referencing a lot of the history of the Beatles with significant events such as the scene where Mojo climbs up to read the text on the ceiling with a magnifying glass, or when the Beat-Alls are hanging out in a bed in the middle of traffic.
Why are we doing this again? It's called Annoyance Crime Number 9. Our concept is this. Imagine all the people and how annoyed they'll be that they can't reach their destinations on time.
It makes sense if you're in on the history of the Beatles and understand what these things are that they're referencing. And I still stand by the idea that some of these references are alienating if one has no connection to the Beatles whatsoever. Myself, for example. Yes, I know a lot of Beatles songs by their chorus, whether it be Hey Jude, Lucy in the Sky, Hello Goodbye, Yellow Submarine, the list goes on and on. But all of my exposure to the Beatles in general is secondhand. I've never gone out of my way to listen to a Beatles album. I've just heard their music on the radio or in other media. But it should really go to show that I know that the Beatles performed on a rooftop, and I know that the 4 members of the band were named Paul, John, George, and Ringo, plus that there have been multiple 5th Beatles as the phrase was popularized as well. That and the fact that the band was broken up by a lot of disagreements amongst the band members, with a major factor that played into it being John Lennon's relationship with Yoko Ono. But here's the thing, I didn't grow up with the Beatles. I was 4 years old when this episode came out. The story of the Beatles happened decades prior to this episode's release, and yet the fact that I've learned of their story secondhand through other people's accounts who were alive when they were popular, or media that's referenced it, is a testament to how significant they are as a music group. After all, they're the only band other than Linkin Park that I can name every member of. Granted, other than LP, I'm not big on mainstream music at all and don't really follow a lot of big name bands super faithfully, so that's also part of it. But if anything, I think that speaks even louder to the significance of the Beatles, and this episode may very well be the best homage to anything I think I've ever seen. Meet the Beatles isn't just a retelling of a popular movie or book. It tells its own original story while pulling from the Beatles as their source material. The general plot of the episode sees the 4 villains consisting of Mojo, him, Princess, and Fuzzy coming together to defeat the Powerpuff Girls at the same time one night, and coincidentally manage to combine their powers to successfully defeat them, leading to the formation of the band that rules over Townsville for a while, with the girls completely unable to stop them.
And your end is... Tonight! Think of it as an investment toward your future. future.
I personally love the way the episode stitches each of the villains' lines together in the opening shots to establish that rage that each of them feels. The completing of each other's sentences in a circular loop flowing from one villain's lines to the next one is seamless, and it succeeds in establishing every villain's presence in the episode one at a time, almost like an introduction to the band members for the audience to get to know each of them. Honestly, it's a perfect setup, and I couldn't think of a better way to establish them, with each one giving a hint of their personality in the way they contemplate their reasoning for why they want to destroy the Powerpuff Girls. Now, unfortunately, due to copyright, there are going to be a lot of instances here where I'd love to just let the episode play out, but I can't. So I just highly recommend watching the episode on its own because the sheer writing here is excellent. The opening sequence with the villains all coming together to bicker with each other before defeating the girls together is another great moment where all of their personalities clash with one another, given that each of them has their own selfish reasons for wanting to defeat the girls. It makes the whole formation of the B-Dolls seem like an accident, truthfully, and that's why it works so well.
So why not run along and have a banana?
Oh, that is a misconception.
I've always loved it when the villains bounced off each other in the show, and this here is no exception. Kind of funny to see how things have changed since Telephonies, with Mojo not being afraid to stand up against him though. But hey, speaking of him, another thing I really appreciate about this episode is the fact that things sort of come full circle, given that Him's design was originally based on the blue meanie, which stemmed from the Beatles' Yellow Submarine, and now here we are with him taking on the role of one of the 4 band members. It's pretty cool to see. This isn't the last case of something like this happening either, but we'll talk about that at a future date. Following the initial setup, the episode kinda gets carried away with the next montage in which we see the B-Dolls rise to fame and glory while we receive a narration from Tom Kenny voicing a character by the name of Stuart Best, a reference to 2 former Beatles members named Stuart Sutcliffe and Pete Best, the original bassist and drummer, respectively. And truth be told, I love so many elements from this montage that I don't even know where to begin. This whole episode, from the moment the screen gets dark and we just see the black and white silhouettes of the B-Dolls' faces referencing one of the many album covers as are seen throughout the episode, begins a sheer avalanche of things that I can't even possibly acknowledge all of them. There are videos and websites out there on the internet that have compiled every reference in the episode that I highly recommend checking out, because if I took it upon myself to do it, I'd be extending this review an extra 15 minutes just to explain them all, and I don't think that's entirely necessary. Just know that there are albums and their covers referenced all over the place during this montage, as are numerous song lyrics for the entire duration of the episode. In fact, here's just a mini compilation of a few of my favorites.
Cry, babe, it's cry.
You say stop, but I say go, go, go!
Sounds like the professor has some magical mystery tricks up his sleeve.
I've got to get you into my life.
You're going nowhere, man.
I want to hold your cash.
I especially love that last one. The line delivery with how Mojo says, "I want to hold your cash," is so stark to the original "I want to hold your hand" lyric. Again, as much as I want to go through and acknowledge every single one, it would make everything a bit bloated, so I highly recommend just watching the episode itself. I can't deny though that there are some weird line deliveries here and there that come across a bit odd when you're not in the know of what's going on here, but it's a small criticism that doesn't take away from the overall experience. I think that if anything, it should clue the viewer in that something weird is going on here, because a handful of these cases where the line deliveries sound unnatural really point to the fact that it is intentional voice direction that indicates something is at play. But again, overall, I don't think they're too bad. Also, I have to acknowledge it, but the fact that the show translated the screaming fangirls who the Beatles would get flocked with on the streets to screaming girls running away from the villains who were terrorizing the town was such a genius translation of the concept that I think whoever correlated these deserved a raise back then, because that's brilliance in its purest form.
Who would make a stupid documentary about the Beatles anyway?
The episode also has a good amount of self-awareness to it too, with some of the elements at play. That line Buttercup has there is just one of a few instances of that, where the ironic jab that the show makes is playing on the sheer success of the Beatles in a playful way. And then there's also the fact that the Beatles also show up twice in the episode, with them being terrorized on stage, as well as when they're on the streets covering their ears, which, by the way, is awesome in its own right, because they're literally drawn in their art style that they appear as in their old media, not the PPG style, which I thought was absolutely awesome too. And then of course there's also one line that the professor drops that pretty much gives it away.
Well, first you have to realize the B-Dolls are just a rock band.
Huh?
Fuzzy, he does that rock thing, you know.
I think that the whole allusions to Fuzzy's rock referring to the rock genre of music that they produce is excellent too. It's great because despite Fuzzy hardly having a presence in season 2 or 3 at all, the show manages to bring him back here and give him a true important purpose that cements him among the other 3 members again, with his rock being the final say-so that defeats the girls on every occasion. This line that the professor has here not only goes in on the joke, but I also interpret it as the episode's a moment of cluing the audience in to say, hey, this is a joke in case you haven't figured it out yet by now, so that when the next set of events play out in the second half, more people are clued in to what's going on. It eliminates confusion in a subtle yet effective manner, I would say. I think context is important here though, because this is a clear-cut case where the show is acknowledging adults at the time more so than kids, which is really cool because it just further supports that widespread appeal that the show has. As a kid, I didn't get any of this, but I'm sure if my parents watched the episode, they'd absolutely understand what it was going for. Unfortunately though, I don't have any memories of my parents watching this with me and having a reaction like that, so I don't have any story to share on that, unfortunately. But either way, that's okay. Basically, with the speech that the professor gives his daughters, he tells them that they just need to break up the Beatles, which the girls go about doing it in the exact same way that it happened in real life. They get Mojo a girlfriend. Because who doesn't want to see Mojo have a girlfriend, right? The entire reason that this episode even came about is because the show staff wanted to do an episode where Mojo got a girlfriend. Nah, this wasn't originally meant to be a Beatles homage. This was just a Mojo girlfriend episode. Crazy how things evolve like this, huh? Honestly, it's totally wild to me that it just so happens that Mojo Jojo and Yoko Ono sound so similar to each other. So creating a character of Moko Jono for this situation is literally a case of the stars aligning to provide sincere perfection. The writing here is unmatched. I don't have any other way to put it. It's incredible. And Moko does just that. She creates a divide between Mojo and the other Beatles members as a result of the stupid schemes they end up pulling off, such as irritating everybody by holding up traffic and making bad puns.
Stealing items that are all white isn't against the law. It's all right because they're all white.
It's stupid, honestly, but it's what gets the Beatles to separate, and sure enough, when the girls show up to the scene, they're able to defeat him, Fuzzy, and Princess because without Mojo, there's just something missing that's preventing them from defeating the Powerpuff Girls outright. That just leaves Mojo all by himself, who is met with the horrid revelation when the girls call out "Hey Jude" and a zookeeper pops out, calling the name Michelle, which is quickly revealed to be Moko's true identity, a chimp from the zoo. It's a very twisted trick, all things considered, with Mojo having been convinced he found true love only for it to be fake all along. Poor guy. But that sort of shocking conclusion is such a memorable way to end off the episode. And that brings it to a close, with the girls flying Mojo off to jail to join the rest of the Beatles for an unspecified amount of time before they inevitably break out again. Yeah, what can I say? This episode is a masterclass at creative writing and should honestly be a go-to for all writers everywhere when it comes to referencing how to do an homage properly without just repeating or replicating what the original source material did. This took a real-life band and made an in-universe narrative out of inspiration for their work and life story in a manner that I've never seen in any other piece of media since. Like, even decades later, this is still a super unique work of animation that's never really been matched on the level or degree that this achieved. It's a monolith all on its own, and boy is it a phenomenal episode from beginning to end. Season 3 really is the peak of the entire series, and I think Meet the Beatles is yet another episode where the reputation proves itself.
Once again, the day is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls.
Now, before we get into my review for Helter Shelter as part of the last remaining episode pairing of the season, I first want to acknowledge something weird that had taken place with this episode that leads to some inconclusive questioning of what the proper episode order of Season 3 of the Powerpuff Girls should be. According to the credits of the episode itself, as with many other episodes of the season for that matter, this episode pairing was produced in 2000 despite airing in 2001. With Helter Shelter and Power Lunch in particular, however, it goes further than that. This episode pairing was actually, believe it or not, first released as a DVD exclusive episode that did not premiere on Cartoon Network in the proper order alongside the rest of the season, instead premiering nearly 6 months after it should have in October of 2001 as opposed to April, when the DVD was released. This was pretty much done in order to push sales of said DVD by promoting it with an exclusive episode never before seen on TV, which at the time was true, all things considered, but that exclusivity only lasted about half a year before that statement ceased holding any weight to it. This sort of thing actually got me wondering how frequent or common it was to actually withhold episodes of TV shows for something like a physical media release. I don't really know if any other shows were affected by this around that time or not, but on paper it does make sense why they would do such a thing if it was meant to encourage more people to buy the DVD. However, the problem here is that as a result of it, the proper episode order listed for season 3 is completely out of whack because I see it ultimately get listed as the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th episode of the season, and sometimes even in season 4, which makes zero sense, depending on the source that I'm looking at, because for some reason, the Powerpuff Girls episode order listing at the end of season 3 always seems to change every time it gets re-released or moved from one streaming platform to another. It's a major pet peeve of mine that we'll get into in later seasons as well, but for season 3's purposes at least, we know for a fact that this does belong in the batch of 13 episodes here. It's just a matter of where it gets placed that's questionable. If it ever does get listed in season 4, that is blatantly incorrect. Me personally, I just stick it in the 13th slot of season 3 because it was the last episode of the season to air, but anyways, I thought that the Beatles references would have been over and done with in the last episode with Meet the Beatles, but turns out that the show felt another episode title, being a reference to Helter Skelter, was warranted, and so here we are. Helter Skelter is a Beatles song, and an awfully aggressive one at that, which I wasn't expecting when I went to listen to it, but it was right up my alley, so I was actually pleasantly surprised. Here instead, the episode title has been changed to Helter Shelter, referring to the fact that this episode is all about Bubbles giving shelter to a stray animal that she found and wanted to help take care of. What kind of animal, you may ask? A dog? A cat? Maybe even a squirrel? Nah, try a whale.
You brought home a whale?
No, a baby whale.
When Professor gets home, he's gonna have a cow.
No, a baby whale!
This is a cute episode more than anything else, as it dives into Bubbles' character trait of caring deeply for animals, so much so that she brings a bunch of them home to take care of them herself. It's such an adorable premise that you can't really help but love it, and even if I wouldn't necessarily call this the most memorable episode of the season, I still think it's a perfectly enjoyable one.
Why, it's Mr. and Mrs. Squeakers. They live in your sneakers.
Between some great lines that Bubbles has, like this one here, to some corny jokes we see later down the line, it's got some amusing bits to it, even if it isn't as crazy as Child Fearing or Jewel of the Isle. It's like a second-tier comedy episode, with the situation Bubbles puts her and her sisters in being a very cartoony problem, with them essentially having to hide a whale inside their house.
Beached whale.
What?
That was me, a beached whale, sitting around all day doing nothing but working in my lab.
The cause of this problem, of course, stems from the professor giving Bubbles a stern talking to in order to drive the point across that she can't just bring wild animals home to take care of because they belong out in the wild. Again, this is a very childlike thing to do as far as kids wanting to take care of animals when they're younger, and so once again, it sneaks in that child lore element while teaching a very important lesson at the same time. I, for instance, remember there was one time as a kid where I wanted to take care of some baby ducks at my grandparents' house, the same one I used to watch the show in all the time, but my grandmother basically said, no, I couldn't do that because they belonged out in nature. It's the same idea here, essentially. Although the fact that the professor calls out to the girls who are up in space fixing a satellite is pretty insane, considering his voice carries up that far for their super hearing to still pick it up. Though, it's not surprising, given this isn't the only time the girls have heard the professor from outer space. space. But still, cool that we get to see the girls in their space outfits again. As for my take on this episode as a whole, I think that this one is pretty good at setting up the idea in the first act, establishing what Bubbles and her sister shouldn't do, only for Act 2 to basically show that Bubbles didn't listen, and now the girls need to try and hide this animal she brought home because all three of them are being held accountable by the professor, and it's only a matter of time before he makes it home to catch them for Act 3.
No, because Professor said animals don't like being locked up in closets. Then I thought, he'll never fit in a closet, so here we are.
It's not really justified here, but Bubbles' explanation and the way she tells it almost sounds like she has an actual argument, even though she doesn't. Unfortunately, it never dawns on the girls to just take the whale back to the ocean immediately, with them instead trying to hide it somewhere in the house, although there don't appear to be any good spots for it.
Why? Maybe he won't notice.
Buttercup's suggestion here is another one of those lines I like a lot, just because of the facial expression that Blossom shoots back at her. Honestly, there's quite a few moments like this throughout the episode where two of the girls shoot the third one an annoyed look, and with each instance of it, I find it more and more amusing. But try as they might, they can't seem to find a good place to hide the whale. That is, until Buttercup and Bubbles team up to kick Blossom in the stomach and freeze the lab so Bubbles can use her eye lasers to melt the ice into water and throw the whale inside.
Just asked.
I'm home!
Once again, another great comment made here, and this time by Blossom. It's a small detail, but appreciated that the show chose to write this little character interaction in here with the way Buttercup just jumps to it and kicks her in the gut immediately, instead of taking the traditional path of least resistance and just having Blossom do it from the get-go. Either way though, they create this habitat for the whale just in the nick of time before the professor comes home. And the next interaction that the girls have with the professor is weird because he's super energetic and eager to go outside and exercise until he gets distracted by his shoes. Like, it's almost out of character, but not in a way that I would consider bad. It just feels very unlike him. He's very active. In fact, he was acting like this since making his way home from the store during the montage of the girls trying to hide the whale before he gets there. But for him to want to understand the science of a light-up sneaker of all things is pretty dumb fun. I actually had a pair of shoes like these myself as a kid, although I have to wonder if they still make these at all or if they're a dead fad nowadays. I can't say that I've seen any in public anytime I've gone out, but who knows, maybe they're still a thing. Sadly, the girls' attempts to stop the professor from finding out all fail, and he ends up discovering the whale in the lab anyways, causing him to have to talk with Bubbles one more time about the issue, and after that we get a brief sad scene of Bubbles saying goodbye to the whale, which is nice and all, but what's more impressive to me is the lighting and the setting of this scene with the sunset aura encompassing the entire environment. It's a nice, short but precise story that has a bittersweet ending to it, although I don't think there's that much time for the audience to connect to the dynamic between Bubbles and this whale to feel saddened by the departure. More time here would have definitely helped, but I see that there clearly wasn't a lot of that available to pull this off properly. Still, the moral that it teaches about wild animals is a meaningful one, so no complaints there. I think it's yet another fitting idea for this show to portray, so I approve of it. I honestly don't have too many complaints about this one. It may not be the most memorable episode, but hey, at least I remember it better than Catastrophe. So, yeah, I'd say it's a good one.
Oh, Professor, when are you gonna learn you can't teach an old dog new tricks? So once again, the day and every critter, varmint, and creature are saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls, especially ever-loving.
And last but not least, we're ending off the season with a rather decent episode featuring the Gangrene Gang that I can't really complain about too much. It's not an epic grand finale or anything super exhilarating like that, but an episode where the Gangrene Gang gets superpowers and fights back against the girls is a fine concept for an episode. It's always fun to see weaker villains be put on the same scale as the heroes because it puts them on a more even playing field and presents the heroes with a brand new challenge they've never had to face faced before, so I'm here for it. The title of Power Lunch is a bit more difficult to pinpoint though, if you ask me, because there are a couple of potential ideas here that are being referenced in this title. One possibility is that it's referring to the CNBC television series that first originated in 1996. It's a news program all about business, so not exactly a super exciting television series for those of us here who are interested in cartoons. It could also be referring to the actual business term, Power Lunch, which refers to when a bunch of wealthy people sit down and eat a meal while discussing potential ventures and deals. A third possibility is that it's a pun on the phrase Power Punch, with the lunch representing the fact that the boys here ate a bunch of candy and then got superpowers from it after the Powerpuff Girls blast them with their Chemical X laser vision. I kinda believe it's the latter just because usually episode titles that reference something have at least one word modified, like Helter Shelter instead of Skelter in the last episode I just talked about. Plus, I don't see how this episode has anything to do with business, so there's no parallel to draw there. It's basically just taking the term and recontextualizing it, which still works as a pun, but it's not as deep as some other episodes that have a little bit more of a creative tune to it. But enough about that. Diving right into the last episode of the season here, we open to a mini-mart that the Gangrene Gang has decided to target for all of its sweets and junk food, which they proceed to ransack the place of in order to consume as much sugar and junk as possible before the Powerpuff Girls show up in the nick of time. And while they're here, it may not seem like a big deal at first, but there's actually a very important detail present that will become important to talk about in just a few minutes, so bear this in mind. Once the girls arrive on the scene, the action goes completely full throttle here, with them chasing the teens down an alleyway and cornering them, where they proceed to teach them a lesson the Powerpuff way and blast them with a new and unique laser eye beam combo attack that differs from their standard eye lasers. Usually the beams are colored red and are shared among all three of them, but apparently in this case here, the girls decided to supercharge this attack, and as a result, their eyes glow before zapping each of them with eye lasers equivalent to their actual respective colors, leading to a more powerful attack than the standard eye lasers, or at least that's what I like to hypothesize is happening here. Somehow, candy is the ultimate catalyst for Chemical X reactions in the Powerpuff universe because the girls become unhealthily addicted to it in Candy is Dandy, and now it's overreacting to the Gangrene Gang here and causing them to essentially gain superpowers as a result of the interaction. Maybe it's because sugar is one of the key ingredients in the making of the Powerpuff Girls. I'm not really sure, but either way, it yields some interesting results.
Bless you, Ace. Hey, Ace, you just iced a garbage can. What the heck? Hey, Ace, look at Billy. He's a rock.
Oh god, now Big Billy's a rock? They're doomed. As if they weren't subjected to enough torture already in Meet the Beatles. But anyhow, the powers here that the Gangrene Gang obtained are all pretty cool because they're diversified yet effective at allowing them to team up and defeat our heroes. Ace gains ice powers and Grubber gets a sonic blast, which are mirrors of the girls' powers, and Arturo and Billy can basically represent speed and strength respectively, which the girls also have as well. The only one that's kinda different here is Snake, who's basically just become Reed Richards, but with a name like Snake, making him stretchy and elongated seems like a pretty complimentary power-up, all things considered. One attention to detail that I love about this episode, a detail that I'm unsure I've ever seen or heard anybody point out about it actually, is the fact that the episode foreshadows each Gangrene Gang member's powers based on the items that they're consuming in the opening sequence of the episode. Yeah, remember just a moment ago where I said that introduction of the gang going through and cleaning the convenience store of its entire junk food inventory was important? Well, if you pay close enough attention, you'll realize that Ace consumes frozen slushies, Grubber drinks soda, Billy chews on hard candy like lollipops, Snake consumes taffy, and Arturo downs an entire pitcher of coffee. Yes, there are some other items that they consume among these, but the special attributes of each affected gang member are all a direct result of the specific food that they consumed. Now, if that doesn't illustrate the show's impeccable attention to detail, I don't know what does. It's such a small component that hardly anyone seems to notice, yet it adds so much more to the narrative quality and my appreciation of it. Sure, there isn't a whole lot of depth to this one from a writing standpoint. I mean, it literally does just evolve into a giant battle between the girls and the Gangrene Gang, but given how few action-only episodes we've gotten this season, I'm here for it.
Fasten your seatbelts, cause we're about to have our good old-fashioned superhero, supervillain super fight.
I'm not sure what Tom Kenny's exact inspiration was here as far as that specific voice inflection goes, but for me, it always reminded me of an old PC game known as Monster Truck Madness 2. I used to play that game all the time on my grandfather's PC with my cousin, and this line from the narrator just always makes me think of the voiceover commentary from that game. The fight actually begins before this though, with the girls being caught completely off guard after the Gangrene Gang begins to discover the powers that they've woken up with. And they pretty quickly turn the tables on the girls after being blasted with that eye laser attack by knocking all three of them out. This now allows them to go terrorize the town and take over the city for themselves, and we get a pretty fun little showcase of each gang member utilizing their powers in order to wreak some mayhem here and there. Meanwhile, the girls lie unconscious for an indeterminate amount of time. Yet another small detail that I love about this episode here is the fact that when Bubbles gets up, her immediate response is to scream, followed by asking a question. The reason why she lets out this scream here is because while Blossom was already frozen solid and Buttercup was knocked out cold, Bubbles was aware enough to witness Big Billy hurtling directly down towards the three of them, but couldn't get a reaction out in time. Hence this delayed reaction where she wakes up after the fact and immediately lets out that yell. It bridges the gap between the previous scene we saw the girls in and this one where they agree to go after the gang and put a stop to them before they can cause any more havoc. That then leads us into that super fight that the narrator gets the audience hyped up for, and it's here where there's several minutes of runtime dedicated to a slew of back and forth between the gang combo attacking the girls and the girls responding back with their bowling attack maneuver, which I thought was fun. It's a great sequence that once again showcases the Gangrene Gang putting up a legitimate fight against the girls now that they're on an even playing field that escalates to a point where Snake extends up to a towering height with Billy in hand, ready to drop him down on the girls and impact them at terminal velocity. The girls are ultimately frozen with no hope of escape, and all seems lost until suddenly...
Oh, I gotta find a bathroom! Oh, we'll be right with you, girls!
I've seen people criticize that the candy didn't last long inside the gang's systems and pretty quickly digested to the point of a stomachache, which the gang quickly, well, takes care of. I don't really agree with any criticisms of this not making sense though, because considering all of the physical exertion that the boys put themselves through to use these powers, plus the fact that it was junk food that they consumed to begin with, it makes perfect sense that their bodies would reject it relatively quickly. As a former long distance runner myself, I can certainly say that putting myself under strenuous activity would result in stomach aches if I had consumed unhealthy sustenance shortly before putting myself under that physical intensity. So, nah, I can't agree that this is an issue with the writing. It's not at all, it's perfectly fine. It is, however, ultimately how the gang is defeated in the end, with their powers having disappeared after cleansing their innards, and that pretty much results in the end of the episode where the girls beat up the gang so hard that they break into the boundaries of the ending screen and smash them up across that too. This was always a fun little ending gag I loved actually. Yeah, the show has tons of these sorts of unique endings across many of the episodes, but this one was always fun because there was more action to it rather than just a single solitary still image. It makes it stand out more in that regard. But yeah, that about does it for the final episode of the season, Power Lunch. I don't have too many qualms with this one, as I made clear throughout the duration of my commentary on this review, and I think it's a perfectly fine episode of the show that explores some new territory we've never really seen before. Of course, I'd be lying if I said this was a more fitting finale to the season than Meet the Beatles. Honestly, I do prefer to view Meet the Beatles as the season finale of the show just because of how well made it is. It ascends above the normal PPG episode in ways that Power Lunch just can't compare to. But that doesn't make Power Lunch a bad episode by any means. It's a fun action episode with lots of fighting, and given the sheer amount of comedy episodes we've gotten this season, it's nice to have some action heavy ones present here too.
So once again, the day is saved, thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. I knew everything would come out all right in the end.
But with that said, that wraps up what I will ultimately consider to be the best season of the Powerpuff Girls. It kind of makes me sad a little, knowing that this was the peak of the series and now I've finished reviewing it all. But there were seriously so many great episodes in here that making a top 5 best and worst of the season would probably both prove to be difficult because so many of these episodes are just so good. Between the sheer abundance of hilarious episodes to some more serious ones covering legitimately important topics that kids need to know about and learn from, Season 3 really is the shining beacon that represents the best of the show. After 50 whole episodes, the show still manages to find new and creative ways to tell its stories in this season, bringing the total episode count up to 74 unique episodes. The bar has been set tremendously high, but that doesn't mean the show is completely downhill from here. This all being said, Season 4 is not suddenly going to tank the series by sending it into a nosedive directly into the ground. No, in fact, despite my absolute passion for Season 3, I think Season 4 is easily the most unique season of the entire series and unquestionably privy to a smorgasbord of interesting topics and conversations to be had about the making of and final outcome of that season. Sure, it might be a bit more on the shorter side compared to all other seasons of the show, but that's not an indication of poor quality. Oh no! Not by a long shot. I am super eager to get to it, but in the meantime, I'd like to present a reminder to please feel free to subscribe to the channel so that you can be on the lookout for all future videos. Feel free to check out my socials, and of course, consider becoming a channel member if you'd like to show me some additional support as well. I'd greatly appreciate it, I really would. No obligation though, it is completely optional. That said, Season 4 is right around the corner, and I cannot wait much longer to dive into it. So until next time, Shadowstreak, signing off.